What's up? John. Oh. So I did not remove it. Oh, shit. Yeah, normally the bot that also does the reminders also puts a like a thread that you can comment in, and you can't normally comment in like the outer channel, but you can comment in the thread. But that I canceled it and forgot to reactivate it. Yep. It's not there. Sorry. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I will reactivate that after stream. Yeah, React Suggestions is good. Thank you for still doing that, being you. Okay. Everybody, if you wanted to hear about Europe, you're too late. I already talked about it. You can go and check out the Europe talking about stream. It was right before this. So feel free, go there, check it out, have a good time. But we are going to be doing this right now. We're going to be doing Critical Role episode 19. There's no housekeeping, really. I think I'll have housekeeping probably on Wednesday, but none today. But 2 streams in 1 day. That's right, Restate. We go. We're back. But yeah, no housekeeping. My takeaway from last episode is, oh my gosh, Mary Elizabeth McGill is a fantastic actor and role player. And there is something really fundamentally interesting about watching someone switch back and forth really quickly between who they are and the character. Like, even in something like improv, which D&D and TTRPGs have a lot of improv-like qualities. In improv, you can fully immerse yourself in the character. It is just pure storytelling. You're not having to tie any of those storytelling aspects to mechanical decisions and to, like, IRL, real person discussions. And that is its own skill. Like, that's why being a good role player is different than being a good improv artist, even though they have overlap. Oh, good zone, Badet, what's up? Yes, sir, that's right. And I think that it is very impressive to see someone who ostensibly does not have any, like, TTRPG role-playing experience just hop in and do so amazingly. And that's not to say that, like, Felicia Day didn't do well or didn't do really good, but Mary Elizabeth was just really stand out to me. Yes, good time of the day. What's up? Natalia, AKL, Restate John. Oh, it's good to be back. I'm excited. And we are, with that, Marina Giraffe. Hi, what's up? Oh, yeah, welcome, Marina. Welcome. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. Welcome to the stream where we'll hang out, have a good time. Good to have you. Is it simping for Mary Elizabeth hours? Yes, it is. At least it's simping for Mary Elizabeth hours for me. Did I catch that correctly that you said bidet, or did I hear something else? I did say bidet. I think at least. I might have said, I think bidet is the thing that's in the shower. I think the critter thing is bidet, no? But maybe. Yeah. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be sick. I think that's my takeaway. And as always, I constantly have, let's just say, a tendency to go a bit too long. So I will not harp anymore. I will just get into it.
Welcome back to
Critical Role. And I need to pull up John's classic, very helpful time codes. An absent player announcement.
Critical Role this week, ladies and gentlemen, where a bunch of us awesome voice actors get together and play Dungeons and Dragons in just a second. But first, now we have Travis is on his way.
It's good to be back / have you back. Thanks, AKL. I'm very happy to be back. My classic OCD terms. Hey man, they are useful, and I am all about using your powers for good instead of evil. Bidet as in the plumbing fixture. Oh, so is that the critter thing? It is bidet. Okay, good to know.
He flew all the way from Alaska, and thanks to some delays in weather and everything, he's getting here as fast as he can.
It will make marginally more sense that... Okay, fair enough.
So we may have a grog arriving a little late during today's session. But in the meantime... Pretty late in today's session. But in the meantime, our illustrious Lord Bailey will be controlling grog.
Grog will be played by Trinket.
Excited for that prospect. Should be a lot of fun. So also want to invite, or thank you again, and our invited guests returning for their second week. We have Felicia Day and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Thank you guys.
Pleasure. I smell like peanut butter.
I also thought this was just a funny, like, small thing of Trial of the Take Part 2 featuring Felicia Day. When last time she was in the thumbnail, and she's not even in the thumbnail this time. So part of me thinks it was like, okay, she either has to be in the thumbnail or in the title. That's the SEO here, is either put her face in the thumbnail or the title. It was just funny because I saw it featuring Felicia Day, and I looked and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Marisha. I was looking at the thumbnail, which you can't see as well now, but I was like, I think that's Marisha.
That's delightful.
That's why I smelled my fingers earlier.
Which is also funny that Marisha's not even in this episode.
Oh.
That is.
Is this a normal thing or just today?
I was like, hi.
Yeah, no, I mean
it
that's
wasn't you.
normal.
I
That's
just wanted
normally how people
You're
greet
just hoping
me.
to find someone who smells like jelly and not everything comes together.
Oh my god, if you smelled like grape jelly, it'd be like
We'd be-
BFF.
Be a thing.
Anyway, hi.
So welcome back.
Completely identical. I agree.
Cool. But before we get into it, a couple of quick announcements. One, for every 100 subs that we get during the show tonight, we'll be giving away our packages that include a picture of the Critical Role cast signed, a player's handbook for Dungeons and Dragons signed by the cast of Critical Role. We'll also be giving away a copy of Felicia's awesome new book that she's about to go on book tour for.
I was looking at this, and we talked about last time how they were doing signed players' handbooks, and I looked down there, I was like, what the fuck is that? And it's being explained. Okay, did I forgot to follow the timestamps. All right, we are going to skip Matt's recap. You can always go back and watch the episode, and I know that you guys, most of you at least, have watched this enough to probably know what happened last episode, especially on a very impactful one like this. But yeah.
30 points. 30 points of physical.
So we will skip right at the end of the recap, and we are going into the session. Oh shit, her book is back there too, yeah.
30 points physical damage to the ranger. At which point, two frost giants seem to, one coming out of that cavern, another seem to be stalking through the woods, approach the party, and that is where we left off. So, to begin this, I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Oh my god.
What? They're friendly. They look friendly.
They might be. Let's try reasoning with
They're
them.
holding fire.
That's an option.
Whoa!
That's not
I'm not
bad.
gonna go last this
Whoa!
time.
There's a lot of gasping going on.
It's not horrible, but it's not.
All right. So,
Wait, does Travis have to roll?
and roll for Grog.
Roll for grog.
Roll for Grog's initiative.
That was I rolled 18 for me.
Yes.
Just so you know.
I
No, I'm
remember
not
this.
full of shit.
Oh, that's good.
It was 2020.
19 for Grog.
All right, so we have 25 to 20. Anyone?
28.
What?
20.
Wow.
He rolled a natural 20.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is this his wallet? What's going on?
I rolled another natural 20.
But also, how do you get a 28 on initiative? It's just your dex mod. Unless Gunslinger has... Okay. I've talked about this before of, like, at this point, like, I know once we get to, I keep wanting to say Bloodslinger, but whatever the custom class is, Blood Hunter. When we get to Blood Hunter, I'm pretty sure that they stick with, like, the central mechanics. And maybe they don't, maybe they do. But right now, it is really hard to research what Gunslinger even is. So it is hard for me to know what all the mechanics that Percy is using are. His phone taking a picture. Ah, I see. I experienced this during the Europe trip recap stream. My slow internet speed can't handle being live. I'll be perpetually a few seconds behind. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks, John. I'm sorry. I think he adds his proficiency bonus or something similar. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I can do on my end. Everything looks good as far as the internet and the stream. Might do some tests at some point, maybe tomorrow or something during like a lunch club. But yeah, it must be something like that. Restate, that would make sense how you could get to a +8. But yeah, that is one of the things that is slightly on the although I think he has a 22 dex. A 22 dex. From what? From like from like a magic item or something, like one of the tomes. You would have to have like 2 of the tomes. That's crazy. Because they got that book that I believe he read that gave the bonus. Okay, all right, fair enough then. Yeah, interesting. But either way, it's all fine. It's just one of the things that like I kind of have to put to the back of my head of like, okay, I'm never really truly gonna know what Percy can or can't do, in the same way that I know what all the others can do, and that's okay. And you know, I just kind of get to the point where it's all good, but it is something that I kind of have to keep in my brain.
Those dice are magic.
They are.
Damn.
I sacrificed a small child to this dice.
So Percy's up first. 20.
Quickness of action manual +2 dex. Okay. That does make sense. I mean, those certainly exist, so that does make sense. It is slightly rare for them to exist this early on, but to be fair, I think that Taliesin and Percy have maybe the fewest magic items out of the crew. So I guess if he just had the manual or something, it would track. Hey, Gilmore was selling. And quick draw add +2 to initiative. There we go. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, interesting.
Anybody else above 20?
I rolled a 20, but I have a -2 initiative.
Okay, 19 or 18?
19 for Grog.
18 for Grog.
18 for Vex.
And also for Lyra?
18 buddies.
That's sweet.
Teenagers.
Oh my
All
God,
right, so 15 to 10?
15.
These are pretty good initiatives.
13.
Hey, we're all above 13. It's pretty good. This bodes well.
I have no initiative whatsoever.
All right, that'll do our boost. So at the top of the round, as one giant has pulled itself out of the cavern and begins shouting over in giant about the intruders, the secondary one that comes stalking out of the forest, both of them lift these giant axes that were currently held on the side of their leather belts. Give it a bellowing scream and go charging into the fray. At the top of the round, though, Percy is ready. What you got?
All right, I'm going to. What is that strange orange thing right here?
This is actually a tree.
That's a tree.
This is
Okay,
a
good.
tree.
So that's
The trunk's
covered.
one up there, yeah. This rock and these boulders here have some cover, but from a giant who has a very large perspective, maybe not as much as you'd think.
Okay, so is there any way I can maybe get some partial cover right over here?
Damn it! I was just about to move it to cover to cover Matt, but okay, I'm maybe gonna put it like right here so that we get most of the map. As you were getting out of the chair, my brain fully expected you to appear with the players at the table. I whispered. Oh man, dude, I would love to do some wacky mind-breaking stream shit like that. That'd be oh man, don't put that out of the question for some future collabs. Could make it happen with the right green screen tricks. Good. You guys are just giving me ideas. I mean, I know how much you love whispers. Oh yeah. Yeah.
You could move over this way, yes.
Yeah. So I've got cover from the tree from this one until he moves, but I can kind of see this guy.
Correct.
It is bad news time. I'm gonna bust out bad news and take a shot.
All right, so
I'm gonna.
Got away upon bad news. Uses one of your attacks.
Oh,
Second
that's
attack
true.
pairs
I
it.
can
You are
put
ready to
myself
fire.
on
Go ahead and
stuffed
shoot.
All right. They're pretty big, so I'm gonna take the -5 to my attack bonus and see what that does. 7. It says 21.
21 will hit.
That's,
Oh no.
So that's 16 plus. That's a good shot. Oh yeah. So that's 17, 27, 33 points of damage.
33 points of damage. Nice. Wow. So as you hear and you hear this loud ringing explosion that kind of echoes through this small valley at the base of the mountain, and from out the corner of your eye, this is the first time you've seen this weapon.
In my head, it was like the vertical line, like flipping on the vertical line, but it was not.
Do its wonders. You see a splash of light, a plume of smoke goes up, and you see this impossibly fast blast of some projectile go slamming into the shoulder of the giant over here that's currently reaching for a rock. It pushes him back against the wall, which prevents him from falling over, and he catches himself. Looks back, and you can see there's a small crater in the armor where a little bit of blood begins to pour out, and a little bit of smoke seems to be pouring out of the impact. Gives out a really angry yell. You can see like spittle that begins to kind of shake loose and spray from his mouth out of frustration. By the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn. I'm now going. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but.
It's very impressive. It was very impressive.
All right, Grog's up first.
Grog.
Would like.
No. Grog doesn't want to rage. Grog shouts out in giant.
This is something that I've been thinking about recently. There's this piece of advice for new DMs, or not for new DMs, but for DMs that are DMing newer players, to write them out a sort of D&D Beyond style flowchart of like, hey, these are your actions, these are your bonus actions, like, you know, this is what you can do on any given turn. One of the things that I've been thinking about doing is not necessarily that, but having a quick reference on my end of all of the bonus actions that each player can do or often does. Because the like, is that all you're doing with your turn or whatever, is really, really common at I think most tables. And I think that the vast majority of the time, people are going to almost always take their action, and then sometimes they're going to take their bonus action. And if I had a quick reference on my end of like what bonus action opportunities they have, it would be much easier for me as a DM to know, should I hang around? Should I ask them? Like, does one of these bonus actions make sense here? Or should I move on and let them stop me if they are going to do something else? Yeah, it's something that I've been toying around with. It doesn't really apply to Blades in the Dark, which is the only thing that I'm GMing right now. But it's something I've been toying around with for the next time I DM.
That, wait.
Thanks, Riste.
She's
My giant masters were killed by a white dragon, which we think is here. Will you help us fight him?
Okay, so as Grog stands there,
A much more diplomatic Grog that Laura Bailey is playing, but I'm not against it.
shouting this out to both sides of the two giants, I would have Grog go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Okay. Use Grog's dice.
Yes, as it is proper. It's customary.
It's proper.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, that's not his. That's mine.
Those keeping track proper, it's another.
I would like to negotiate.
Okay, well that's good. Then is really happy that I'm playing him because I rolled a 1 for Grog.
It might work.
I think I should
Already
not-
building my
okay.
bitty quota.
So as Grog shouts this
Oh
out,
wait.
Does
What?
it Grog take 2 actions or no?
well, no,
That's his action.
That's he's not putting up any aggressive action.
Does he
no
get
weapon.
advantage, however, because he is speaking giant and he's in the cold?
No. Because you have an entire band of seemingly advancing and armed individuals
Okay.
that are currently stalking towards what appears to be the home of these.
Does it add it? I don't know. Restay maybe. If view bitty quota works. It's yeah, it must be its favorite terrain. That's literally like the tone that she was asking it with. Fuck. Yeah, I think exclamation point view bitty quota should have worked. I'll have to look into it. Ugh.
Individuals, so unfortunately enough. They seem unfazed, and the one to the back seems almost partially amused at this plea, and you can see as he takes his axe and kind of puts it up against his shoulder and kind of runs it across the leather and in a very aggressive, kind of intimidating fashion as he stalks forward out of the forest.
We can Grog move it all.
Yeah, would you like Grog to move? Use your-
Where is he?
He's right here. It's kind of hard to
Okay.
miss. Where would you like Grog to move? There's a giant rock there.
Can he?
Small rock.
He's just gonna stay there.
Okay, Grog is going to stay up against the rock. His axe across the front.
Shit.
All right. That ends Grog's turn. Vex, you're up.
Moment of silence for.
Moment of silence for that horrible thing I just witnessed. Yes.
You're over here. You just got up off the ground after being slammed with a boulder, and you have trinket there.
I'm hurt. I'm very hurt. Can I get up? Am I prone? What am I?
In the process, you've gotten to your feet as they kind of lurched forward and began.
It looks like it worked. Maybe I don't have it set to where everyone can run it. No, it says it's under everyone. Oh, no. I don't know, Restay. We will have to... Yeah, it says the permissions are set for everyone. Yeah, I don't know. Frozen video for me here, hearing sound. It's real now. Wait, what? Frozen video?
Shouting at each other about the.
Frozen video? Shit. It's real now? Yeah, what Restay was trying to do was real. If you look in the down in the descriptions, there's a list of commands that everyone should be able to use. But unknown. Yeah, another time. We'll look at it during a lunch club.
Intruders, so you're on your feet.
Okay, I am.
And also, AKL, let me know if Frozen video, if it's still frozen.
Going to cast Hunter's Mark
Hunter's Mark
on the one that took a little damage already.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna shoot him with all these are for like
Live
really
and
large groups of people. I'm gonna shoot him 3 times. Can I shoot him 3 times?
You have 2 attacks.
I'm gonna shoot him 2 times.
Okay.
This
Go
was a
for
good
it.
time. This was fun, you guys. 14 for that. That probably doesn't hit.
The shoot him 3 times is big Pathfinder. I can feel it. Because it's like, why would she think she has 3 multi-attack? She's never had 3 multi-attack, but I know that that's Pathfinder shit.
14 does not hit.
14 also doesn't hit the second time.
No.
Oh my god, what is happening?
She just disappeared.
Vex!
She just disappeared.
Stay with us, Vex! Oh
So, as you get to your feet, you look over your shoulder, you point your finger out, and as you squint down, you kind of use your ranger focus to make sure that this guy's your quarry, and you kind of take a quick scope of his body parts. You're like, those are the areas that'll make him weakest. As you go to pull your arrow, you can feel a kink in your shoulder. The impact of the rock seems to have physically affected you.
Rib.
You release the first arrow, and it's just slightly off.
Yeah, especially as someone with multi-attack. The only thing I'll say is I don't, it's not necessarily that I don't think you should, in detail narrate misses. Like, I'm not saying that you should, like, focus on hits rather than misses. But it is definitely a skosh riskier. And if you know that this is going to be a long combat where you want to keep up the energy, you want to keep up the narrations as you go, I would try to spread out the descriptions a bit more. Because I kind of doubt that this is going to be a short combat, and you need to keep up this descriptive energy the whole time, otherwise it can start to feel flat towards the end. And if I'm having to choose which one to drop, which one to not narrate, it's going to be the miss. Laura's saying we're going to die ought to be a bingo square. Dude, we could have Critical Role bingo. Oh man, I used to watch this Twitch streamer that played Darman bingo. We could totally play Critical Role bingo. Oh, I'm writing that down.
Mark, the second one, you pull back, and as you release it,
that's a great idea.
Actually splinters off his shield as he knocks it out of the air.
I am gonna run over to cover. Where, what is that other side?
Over
In that little
here?
cavern thing, yeah.
Dude, I could even code up a tiny little, like, website. Like, it would legitimately not be that hard for me to code up a little website that I host as a web server from my house. Because the problem with, like, websites and web servers is that you need to host them 24/7, and that sucks, and that's a huge drain. But if I only need to host it while I stream, that's not a big drain. Oh. And then we could all have our little bingo cards, and we could, like, pop up on the screen when someone wins. Oh. God, it's good to be fucking back, dude. I tell you what. Critical Role bingo. Oh, man. Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, this is one of the mountain outcroppings.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide in that little thing and go, Trinket, hide with me.
Okay, Trinket moves up.
Trinket, hide with me.
It's not good right now.
All right, and that's your turn.
That's all of it.
Going great.
Lyra, you're up.
We all get randomized cards? Dude, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you all get randomized cards with, like, certain things on them. CR Bingo Q4. Whoa, Restay. Why would you say something so mean and so true? This weekend we played 5v1 shot. I dual wielded, and at some point I missed like 3 whole turns, so 6 attacks plus opportunity. Dude, and that's why, it's like I always want to take a feat, right? I always want to take a feat, but after I had the opportunity to take an ASI, I feel like that's when you start missing the attacks, right? It's like the moment you pass level 4, like you cross level 4, you take a feat, that's when you start missing all your attacks. And it's like, oh, it would be so nice to have a +1 right now. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I am freaked out right now. These are very large individuals. I've only read about them, and they smell slightly like feet. So I am going to go...
distance, too, which is impressive.
This is a stench. That is like an athlete's foot commercial waiting to happen. So I'm going to take 10 d6 and do Disintegrate.
Whoa!
No, if you want to, go for it.
I mean...
That seems...
It seems excessive, but they're very large men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean, dude, if you have it, flaunt it. This is big, too good to use energy. And the way that a lot of, especially Critical Role sessions, and I would just say a lot of D&D 5e sessions go, a lot of times there are not the 3 combats a day because combat takes a long time, and that would be kind of boring. So I think often, a lot of times, like wizards, sorcerers, bards, like kind of don't use all their spell slots, or at least they use them all over the course of a combat. Plus, wizards got arcane recovery. Spit out that disintegrate. They are on the White Dragon's doorstep, though. They are on the White Dragon's doorstep, so this might be one of the exception cases. But also, it is worth considering of, like, the real question with this Disintegrate is she going to be wasting damage? And, honestly, even if she is, does taking out one of these, I think there's 2 enemy combatants in this fight, does taking out one of these 2 combatants make it to where the rest of the party is not going to have to use as many resources because you just fucking one-hit them and swung the action economy massively in your party's favor? I mean, it's basically the same general concept as why you would banish someone. I do like expending your resources. It'll save trouble later. That's what I'm saying, man. I find so often that in D&D, I end the rest with too many resources. I rarely find that I've really exhausted all my opportunities. Especially, I mean, this is not even something that, like, should be, a factor, but based on my past criticisms of Matt, one of the things is, like, he doesn't really keep the heat on. If they did expend too many resources, they could probably long rest again. Let's be honest. So, not ideal player behavior or DM behavior, but if I'm at this table, I don't know. I do get it when you'll be fighting something much scarier later in the day. I could go either way on this one, but I'm admitted a magic hoarder. Yeah, I'm a big don't waste it. Just fucking throw it out there. But this gets into, like, wargaming strategy, right? Is essentially what we're talking about. And I think that at most tables, if you're at a really heavily wargaming table, definitely do think about this sort of thing. But if you're at a more drama-driven, story-driven table, like Critical Role's table, whatever your character would do, brother. If your character would be freaked out looking at 2 large boys staring you down, yeah, whip out the Disintegrate.
That one, it looks like a bowl in the nether regions. Okay, so I'm gonna go.
So which one? This one or this one?
I don't think I can reach that guy.
What's the distance on it?
Oh boy.
Oh, look.
I just spelled sheet.
It was, I should have written that down.
That's okay.
Looking.
Disintegrate. Where is it? It's really. Oh, there it is. 60 feet.
60 feet? Yeah, they're both within range, so your
choice.
choice.
Well, I should probably hit the wounded one. That
All
makes,
right, go
that
for
always
it.
makes RPG sense, right?
Yes.
All right, so for that one, do you have to make an actual spell
No,
attack?
I don't. I know. I think it's force damage.
Oh, that's right, and you just point out and he has to roll a saving throw. Okay.
Which is good. Oh, yay! Look at that!
So add those numbers
6.
up.
Okay.
6.
Well, don't say that.
All this time trying to fight the stigma of D&D, and there we go.
Talking to my people here.
All right. All right. That's 20. 20 plus, Now you're all
Yeah, look at everyone. Everyone's, like, eyeballing her now.
staring at me. 30. 40 points of damage.
Whoa.
Well done, Myra.
That's good. That made up for my.
A total of 40?
Yes.
Plus 40.
40 plus 40.
Wait, what?
Yeah, disintegrate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and he failed a saving throw.
Yeah!
Yes.
Does he?
In Uranus. That's what she yells. She's
so-
like, in Uranus.
So as she shouts, she points her finger out, and there's a little poof of arcane energy on her finger, and a tiny, sickly green ray of energy just streaks forth from her finger. The giant kind of looks at it awkwardly in the split second that it hits him in the front of his chest, and suddenly the armor in front of him just turns to dust, and you can see his flesh begin to just disappear in front of him. it suddenly tries to gasp for air as you see part of its jaw begin to just turn to sand, and it's actually struggling in the series of pain. It's still standing, but you can see a large part of his body now is just missing. It looks like it got. It's almost like a portion of it rotted right before you, but there's no actual necrosis. It's just
Okay. Thanos, yeah. Okay. I have some beef with this description. I have a little bit of beef. Because this is a bit of hand of the author. This is a bit right? Like, okay, Rista, you're ahead of me. Yeah, he'll need to sleep for an entire hour to restore that injury. Like, this is a bit of Matt knows that they are going to defeat this thing. Like, he knows that they're going to kill it, and therefore it is okay to describe this crazy-ass injury that ultimately a long rest could resolve. Right? So, but it's hard. It's hard with spells like Disintegrate. I tend to opt for Disintegrate descriptions that talk about like eating away pieces of flesh. Like you see like spots of missing flesh where you can see the muscle writhing underneath, small pockmarked holes in their cheek, things that could theoretically heal naturally. Context matters, so why not allow Matt to narrate like that? It's this. You are correct. You are correct that Matt, or that context matters, of the context of they're going to defeat this thing, but there is that you're assuming the context, right? So the assumption is that they're going to beat this thing, and you can take that to a certain degree as a DM that they will beat it, but you're always at the mercy of the dice. Number one, if you're an anti-fudger. Right, so this is also kind of combined with if you're not fudging dice rolls, right? There is a theoretical world in which they don't win, right? There's a theoretical world in which they roll all nat ones, and I'm sure that we don't live in that world, but it could happen. There is also a theoretical world where they stop halfway through and try to non-violent their way out of this. And if they do theoretically non-violent their way out of this, then the injury doesn't make sense long term. Or you just have to sort of ignore the rules for future like potential representations of this creature. But that's a problem with all non-lethal, non-curse damage in this universe. So that would cut down a lot of badass injury descriptions. Yes. And this is one of my maybe more controversial opinions. I think that most descriptions of injuries that are given are too badass. Like, most descriptions of injuries, I've said this before, that above half health, you should basically not even be bleeding. Below half health, you start to take like major cuts, wounds, etc., etc. And it's only when you get to like sure death territory that this starts to be a thing. Because like, right, if you there's actually a very realistic scenario here where they do all of this and they non-lethally knock him out so that they can tie him up and Grog can interrogate him. Right, and it doesn't make sense for him to sustain life with the injuries that he currently has, right? I'm not sure it's that much weirder to just accept that a good night's rest does heal almost anything short of death, and that's just normal in the world. And you know, that's a table discussion, but for me, that is very hard to accept within my fiction. That sleeping can heal literally anything but death. It's a bit of a step too far. Now I am generally a fan of some sort of lasting injury mechanic, but I've never found one that I've liked, so I've never used one. But I'm in favor of that general mindset. But I really don't like the fictionalization of sleep just heals all wounds. So basically you're still firing fairly strong until you go from 1 HP to 0, and then you get the badass Thanos Snap description. Kind of restay. That's at least how I go about my narrations, is until 0 HP, you are firing and kind of going on a like, oh, you're going to be super banged up. You're going to need to take like a long rest. You're going to need to like really, this is going to be a tough one to sleep off, but your body could repair itself until you go from 1 to 0, and only if it is it is lethal damage as opposed to non-lethal. The problem may also happen the next time someone more important gets 80 HP of damage by Disintegrate and doesn't die. Yeah, like if you start to make the effects, and this ties back into what we talk about with like my DMing style of consistent results. Of if this is what Disintegrate does to this giant, that when they take 80 HP of damage, this is what Disintegrate should do to everyone. But like you said, if it is someone that needs their lungs after the fight, like if it's a boss that you have a scripted runaway sequence, then Disintegrate can't do that to them. Yeah, hospitals are just beds and night's rest cure all. What an amazing hospital. I don't know. Like, and that's why, like, that is again why I wish that lasting injuries were more of a core part of D&D, because I like the aspect of restoration type magic. Like, there is magic that actively, like, can, like, regrow severed limbs, can cure, like, lesser restoration can cure, like, blindness or deafness, etc. There are spells like cure disease. Like, I wish that lasting injuries were a core part, because I think that would be a way to reward and to functionally go into these big badass descriptions and have lasting effects that need to be cured by magic, that can't just be cured by a night's sleep. But we don't have that. You could also describe a lasting injury that doesn't have a mechanical downside, and a rest and an HP restoration still shows these heavy injuries, even though they can fight at regular capacity. Yeah, you can. I think that it depends on the lasting injury, on how much that makes sense, because you're kind of playing with a line of them fighting at full capacity, even though they have even though half of a chunk of their body is missing. That can get a little sketchy. But depending on the lasting injury, yeah. Like, scars, big, like, burn marks, those, like, aesthetic things like that are totally on the table. I will say that's the kind of thing that got me invested in very punishing stuff like Dark Heresy. That's totally fair. And again, oh my god, add it to the BitD quota. BitD has a concept. BitD doesn't even have HP. It just has injuries. And every injury has a mechanical downside. And then if you get a high enough injury count, you die. So I am very into that. HP is a really hard thing to represent unless you have mechanical downsides for certain HP thresholds. Your logic is very valid. I'm just not sure it maximizes combat fun. For roleplay purposes, it would feel right to me to give this guy healing of some kind if, e.g., the party wanted to talk to him after a non-lethal resolution. Yeah. Like, okay. This is again, it comes to the style at the table of, if you want to roll with these types of descriptions, you are assuming what the party's going to do. If the party doesn't do that, you are going to have to homebrew something. Is basically the point that we get to, right? So you're going to need to homebrew that some sort of magic is now required, even though all that has happened is he lost HP. Like, nothing mechanically happened to him other than losing HP, but because of your roleplay description, you are imposing a mechanical downside on them. And that is actually, in a weird way, punishing Felicia for doing something interesting, right? Like, she chose this very flashy spell, let's say, and now if they do want a non-lethal resolution, she has made that harder, even though that wasn't a core part of the spell. So by doing this, you are essentially limiting their options by assuming what options they will choose. It's a tricky situation. And I think that for Matt, that is no problem. He is more than fine forcing that sort of homebrew resolution. Oh, hell yeah, it works. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. BitD quota's working now. Sweet. But like, I think, like, you know, we talked about it during the airship combat of Matt is more than fine with changing the mechanics of how enemies work to fit a more dramatic and badass storyline. But we need to acknowledge that, like, that changing of mechanics takes away player agency. It takes away player expectation. And it means that if they try to do something, they don't really know how it will work, even if they succeed. And we've talked a lot about how my general tone and strategy is to always make sure to maximize player expectations. I never want to tie a mechanical choice to a flavor description. But that means that, and this is a natural fallout of that, all of my flavor descriptions have to make sense within the mechanics, whereas Matt's don't. So that's a fair thing to push back on in this context of, like, how Matt runs his tables. Matt probably doesn't need to change this description. It's okay for his table, but it definitely can't really roll at my tables.
Gone. Flesh is missing from a large part of its body. It looks like it's doing really poorly. It kind of lurches forward, and one of its arms is kind of not working as well, and it kind of looks at you with a look of confusion, frustration, and how could you? It's incredulous in its torturous pain.
And I go, work knock dune in Giant, and it's the only thing I know in Giant, and it's like, it comes at, I think it says, you are my foe, and then I actually say, my cat is your friend.
Yeah. Yeah, you just age, and now a hard time turning your head to the left. That would be funny. I would, again, yeah, I've never found a lasting injuries thing that I really like. BitD's is the closest, but, and that counts. That doesn't count as a separate entry because I'm talking about the same thing. It's the closest I've found to it, but even that, I'm not. There's still actually not a lasting injury. It's more like you have to heal this specific wound injury system. There's still, yeah, there's no like left knee clicks now. You have a hard time turning your head to the left. I'd love a system that gave you flavorful stuff like that. Maybe it's something I'll try to create from scratch, but probably not, to be honest. But yeah, I think these sort of descriptions also do conflict with systems that I really like, which are systems where or not systems, but strategies where the enemies don't always stick around. Like every enemy isn't a suicidal maniac that will fight until the very last breath. I like to have enemies that run away and regroup and try to assault the PCs again, or they run into those things later. And so I can't have these crazy wounds because, like, at this point, if that happened to a giant in my game, that giant would take its turn dashing away. That's terrifying. I don't know how much HP a giant has, but that would probably be more than half its health in one hit. That giant's probably bolting in my games. So I'm also bringing that context and lens into it of most, especially something like a giant that has a fairly high whiz and int, you know, compared to like a wolf. That is more important. There is more often situations where combats resolve and not everything is dead. We tried running a lasting injuries in our D&D game, and we ended up scrapping it because some of them were crazy bad, and our HP frequently went down pretty low. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's I've encountered that with every lasting injury system I've ever looked at or tried to use. Of it just became too punishing because in D&D your health is meant to go down. So it's yeah, I don't know, it's hard. Ooh, do we do morale checks or you decide narratively? I decide narratively. I'm currently playing in a game where they do morale checks, which I like. But I normally decide narratively of, you know, I like to play my enemies to their int and whiz. Like I really like to keep those int and whiz in mind when they are making decisions. But I have seen morale check systems and I do like them. I've never actually played with one. I'm still toying with the idea of giving a level of UA exhaustion if someone goes down, though. Seems like a nice compromise and simulates being injured slightly better. I do agree with that, Restay. I totally agree with that. I love the UA exhaustion. I love 1D&D exhaustion. I think it's a great lasting punishment. Yeah. I think the next time I DM a D&D campaign, I will almost certainly use that idea of you get UA exhaustion when you go down. It's nice and clean and it's not crazy to dole out. Yeah, exactly. And you can give I think the really fun thing is you can play with it positively too. You can feel safe doling it out. And for players that choose like fun narrative things, either when you're camping or in a city, you can play around with healing more exhaustion in order to represent like them buying a better room for the night, or someone like, you know, going through the trouble to like make like a really interesting meal for the camp, right? Like they go through like a cooking utensils check. And if they succeed, they heal an extra level of exhaustion. I really, really like it as a very easy way to play with this like up and down mechanic. So like you can feel super free giving them out and super free to heal them. I love UA exhaustion. I love it. Love it. I like that's not a bad idea. Thanks guys. I like that idea. Yeah. The next time I play, I will be I think it's the closest I've seen to a lasting injuries mechanic that I would feel really comfortable playing around with. This guy has good ideas sometimes. I think I throw enough ideas at the wall that some of them have to stick. The clock is right twice a day and all that.
His head turns even further to the side as the tongue kind of lolls out of where its cheek once was.
Take that!
Take that,
That's
nerd.
angry white eyes glaring progressively at you. Do you wish to move, or are you gonna stay where you are?
Oh, I think I'm going to duck behind that little outcropping I have.
Over here?
Yeah. No, behind behind that little rock. Oh, where am I?
You're right here.
Basic RPG engine. Call of Cthulhu, RuneQuest, etc. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I knew that Call of Cthulhu, in general, from what I'm aware of, Call of Cthulhu is much more punishing. So that that does not surprise me that they have a big old booklet of these big injuries. Are we we're playing this back at a higher playback, or is this just going at normal? This is at normal, but you're right. You're right. I've been gone for too long. We need to play it back at least 1.25. We'll see if it maybe even needs to go higher. Oh, wait, it's combat. It's combat. It needs to be 1.5 at least. It's a good
I'm
call.
over there. Yeah, I'm going to get. Oh boy.
Do the thinking.
Just stand there. I'm just too frustrated. I can't go anywhere. I know, this is too situational.
Because what are we? We're an hour in and about 10 minutes into the game. Yep. That sounds about right.
For me.
All right. Well, this very unhappy giant is going to reach over with his one good arm. The other one's going to touch an axe inside, reaches down, grabs another rock off the ground that it can find nearby, and flings it at you.
I should have moved.
That is a 16. What's your armor class?
It's 13.
Yeah, standard watch to stream ratio, yep.
Yeah, you unable to really move out of the way, you look over and just watch it come towards you, and it slowly spins in the air. Time seems to slow as you make no intent to shift out of the way. Whack! It slams into you, the physical pain. Not hitting in as the immediate look of the sight of white, your vision is actually knocked to nothingness briefly. You end up taking... Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, Lyra. No, Lyra, no.
It's a rock, can't do much. Okay, you take 32 points of bludgeoning damage.
Whoa, that is very intense amount of damage for a tiny woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you have strength
We
of
should
heart.
avoid those boulders in the future.
And as soon as you recover from it, your vision clarifies and you begin to be able to see anything before you, and the one thing you see is that same giant is stalking up right into your face with its axe in its kind of bad hand. It switches over to its good hand and rears it up, preparing itself for another round. That ends that giant's turn. This one here is going to go one.
Oh god.
Wait, this is another thing that I will mention that I'm not very good at, but this is like a goal of something I would like to get better at, that I think improves the overall fiction, of keeping in mind that everything within a round happens within the same 6 seconds, right? It's just that people with higher initiative get their stuff off first. So, for example, on the description here, trying to do something like right as, the green energy leaves your finger, you are slammed in the back with a boulder that this is thrown, like referencing things that have happened already earlier in the turn. It's something that is hard, that I have not even done very successfully in mine, but I have this idea that if you could do it well, it would really, tie in the fantasy and the fiction of all of this happening simultaneously in a big, chaotic, mess in combat. Tying in previous players' actions to present actions is something I try to do every so often. Yeah. Which, again, I think it's probably one of the harder things to do because you can't retcon anything, but you want to try and, work it all in together. It's definitely something that I try and aim for, but it's something I need more practice in. But I think it would be really cool if you could nail it.
I was going 5, 6, and move up between the two of you. You guys, Zara and Scanlan, as you see this happening, you hear the heavy footfalls behind you. You look over your shoulder as the second giant comes up with the shield in one arm. Axe is going to go in one giant swing towards the two of you. That is going to be a 19 to hit on you, Scanlan.
Oh yeah.
And Zara, that's going to be a that's a 25. All right.
Routing.
Well, yes.
27.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Yeah, if it's not if they're both attacking the same character, you kind of build on the present fiction of the first person attacks it, and then when you get to the second person who is also attacking it, you sort of reflavor the initial description, and so you start to almost be more descriptive as it goes on. You're building the idea of the round. So, like, the first player's actions, maybe receive a little bit less description. They're a little bit shorter of like, okay, you attack them, it hits, a little bit. And then as it goes, by the end of the order, you kind of do like a whole narrative thing of like what happened in the scene. I think that could be really interesting of like going through basically collecting everyone's actions and the results of them and then giving a narration of the round, of people dodging and slicing at the same time in concert. It's like, Scanlan jumps over Grog's blade while stabbing down with his dagger, hanging up as the arrow pierces right beside his head. You could get these really interesting scene descriptions, but it also might just be too hard. Like, I don't know. It's something that it's like a goal of mine to really play around with, especially the next time I do a one-shot. I really want to play around with this idea of like tying in descriptions, and maybe you have to be that extreme with it of like no descriptions until the end of the round. Just collect what happens and then give the cohesive vision. But especially with 5, in this case 6 characters, that would be much, much harder. That's easier if you have like 3 or 4 players or PCs and you only have a few enemies. It'd be interesting to experiment with narratively. Yeah. At that point, you're basically writing the animated adaptation live, which might be a bit much to ask in most cases. Yeah, essentially. That's why I like I'm saying, I don't think I've ever accomplished what I'm talking about, but it's one of those elusive goals that hangs off in my head of like, man, is there a way to keep a hold of this so that you could write that really robust combat fiction? I wish there was. I don't know if there is. I think you're right, AKL, that it's a bit much to ask in most circumstances, but maybe. I don't know.
7 points of slashing damage to you, Scanlan.
Dece.
Ooh, all right, and that is a
It's going awfully well.
31 points of slashing damage to you, Zara. As just
But overall, there is still some minor ways in which you can work it in of like that really small thing of like, oh, the boulder hits you right as, this thing ends, etc., etc.
it cleaves to the both of you. You're almost knocked off your feet from the sheer blow. Most of the armor takes the damage, but you can feel a heavy bruise, and you underneath your armor, you can feel a little bit of blood beginning to soak through from this severe impact. Part of the armor plating might have cut.
You can also, this is an idea I just had. You can begin to give those really badass descriptions of something like Disintegrate, but almost leave it in progress. So, like, right, say this, like, description of Disintegrate where it's, like, about to, go through him so much. You can give this description of it, and then if you already, as the DM, know that a giant is going to attack Felicia, you can let that hang in the air of, like, oh, yeah, if the Disintegrate keeps going, there won't be much left of this boy. But you know that it's going to attack her, and whether it hits or misses, the action of the attack, the fiction of either having to dodge or getting hit by the boulder cuts off the spell. So you can narrate this potentially destructive force that begins to really do this badass shit, but it's cut off by the other side of the combat. It makes it feel very dynamic. Again, hard, maybe a lot to ask, but it's one of my personal goals to make the combats feel more dynamic, feel more narratively cohesive almost. I think it might be enough to just reference prior players' actions when it's relevant. Like, as the bandit staggers from Bob's attack, you take advantage with a quick attack and leave it at that. I do think that like what you just put, Restate, is general advice. I think that is something that everyone should strive for. because I do think that it's not that much, and it does make the combat feel more connected and cohesive. And I want to experiment with taking it even further. What's up, Mr. Dad? How you doing? How you doing?
Part of your torso. Put you right yourself there. That ends their turn. That brings us to Scanlan.
Okay. Hey, question. If I hold a turn, do I hold the whole turn or just can I hold an action?
What up, Inspire Red? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. Europe was fun, and now we're back. We're here. Also, this is really interesting, and this is not Matt's fault, not Scanlan's fault, but this is what happens when you have homebrew mechanics with new players. It's one of the reasons that a lot of times when we've talked about Ashley Johnson, I've been saying for newer players, especially players new to TTRPGs in general, but even players new to 5e, I try to minimize the number of homebrew rules, mechanics, changing things on the fly so that they can just learn the base rules. Because he's literally asking about the difference between holding the turn or holding the action. Holding a whole turn is homebrew. Holding an action is just the ready action, right? So there's this very interesting, I don't know how Matt's going to, respond to it and explain it, but this is a good example of why I try to limit the amount of homebrew as much as possible, especially when it is similar to an actual core rule.
Action, but do the bonus actions? How does it work?
You can take your all turn at once. You can hold your initiative, meaning you can wait to activate your turn later in the tier, but you can't piecemeal your.
Okay, then I'm gonna just move. I'm gonna act.
Well, you definitely can piecemeal. Kind of. I mean, yeah.
Going to do things.
All right.
So I turn to the guy who just hit me, and I'm gonna cast Dominate Person on him. I will sing some sort of a song to dominate him with.
I will say,
he's not a person.
Dominate Person is effective against humanoid.
Really?
Dominate monster.
Humanoid? They're not humanoid?
They are not. They are considered giants. They are.
Do I know that?
Species. You would know that.
I would know that. Well, then I guess I won't do that.
Your instinct is there, and you're like, these are a little out of your reach as far as that spell's concerned.
Okay. Well then.
It's a very short show tonight.
Okay, well then we just die.
You got options.
Yeah, no, I have options. I'll be fine. I guess I should. Wait, should I go for the guy who? I'll just cast Lightning Bolt on him.
Okay.
That's always a good go-to.
As you fumble with the idea of what spell would work, you just and release a bolt of lightning up towards it. It streaks into the front of its chest and shoulder area. You can see its muscles tense and shake from the sheer amount of electricity that presses into it. It does not make that saving throw. No, with a 5. So go ahead and roll your...
More Pathfinder weirdness than homebrew. Oh, is holding your turn a Pathfinder thing? I was not aware of that. Yeah, and that is when it does come to. That's fair. Yeah, especially when it comes to that, I do want to give them grace of like maybe confusion on rules. The Ashley Johnson like magic weapon stuff is a little bit different, but in this case, I would fully believe that is a Pathfinder holdover, so that would make sense. Yeah.
Your damage.
Is it 6 or 8?
It's 8d6.
Thank you.
That's also fair. Especially because Matt responded with, "Oh, you can't do the thing that you actually can do." So it is very, very possible that they just misunderstood the core ruling. I will say for that particular question, some folks don't click with it. I've been playing with one person for a year, and he still gets confused when he doesn't get his bonus action on a held or action surge. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. The action bonus action system is simultaneously very simple and also incredibly hard to grasp. Like, when you just look at it on its face, it's like, yeah, you get an action and a bonus action. That's it. Some things are actions, some things are bonus actions. Except that sometimes things are actions until they become bonus actions, and you can use bonus actions to affect actions, and sometimes you can use free actions, which aren't a thing, but some things just don't require actions to give you more actions. And Yeah. It's like it would be clean if they never fucked with it. But they do frequently fuck with it. And like the concept of the free action, I think is one of the things that really fucks with the game. Because like imagine if something like Action Surge cost a bonus action. That would be and you know what? Before I go too far in this, maybe I should confirm that it doesn't already. But I don't believe it does. Oh, I'm not even signed in on this. All right, not worth it. But yeah, I think that like things like Quickened Spell, yeah, you can just Action Surge. Okay, that's what I thought. So I think it's like the idea of having the action, bonus action, and movement is very clean if you make everything within those three categories. When you start to sprinkle things outside of the categories and you start to allow people to fuck around within the categories, I think that's what makes it a little muddier and a little less good and clean.
6.
Whereas I know, for example, the Pathfinder notoriously has just the 3 action system of everything is some amount of 3 actions. And I think that is what people really, one of the things at least that people really like about Pathfinder is no matter what, everything is a certain amount of actions and you just have a certain amount of actions. Yeah. So I can see why people do like that a lot.
4.
What is that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I've lost-
Yeah, dude, it's so BG3. Because I tried to play Divinity Original Sin 2, right? And you know, you essentially have to learn this whole a whole action system, everything in Divinity. And that's one of the reasons I think I love BG3 so much is because I didn't have to learn any of that. It was just so easy to be like, yeah, I have action and bonus action. Like, it was just so easy and it clicked in my brain so easy. It would be, I think, thankfully for D&D versions, at least in BG3, you can click on everything. Like, you can like click on your little orange dot and it'll show you everything you can do. You can click on your green triangle, it'll show you everything you can do. Like, there's that nice interface to help you along, but that would be a lot to have to remind yourself of constantly.
32.
32 points of damage. Nice. So, as you release the torn electrical energy, it courses through the body and ends up streaking off into the snowy blues of the sky behind the giant from the upward angle. It shakes from the impact and then kind of rights itself and looks down at you with a really angry face. You can see as it opens its mouth, it's kind of light blue and kind of dark teeth on the bottom of its, kind of, its beard-covered jaw. Mist and steam tend to pour out of its mouth, but not like heat steam. It's just like a cold air itself that it seems to emanate from it. It's pale, whitish blue hair, kind of slightly framing its form. Up close, at its sheer size, this is a very intimidating creature. It kind of just stares down, looming over you now with smoke pouring off its shoulder where you impacted it with a lightning bolt. Do you want to do anything?
I would like to inspire our new fellow Zara with a quick little ditty. Ooh, you so scary. Ooh, you so scary. Ooh, you so scary. You fighting long time.
All right, so you go ahead and take a D10 inspiration dice, which means whenever you have to roll an attack roll or a saving throw, you can add a D10 to the result you get if you don't think it's going to make it.
You don't roll it
You don't roll it now,
Okay.
but you just have it on reserve whenever you want to use it.
I love it.
So,
If I move away from him, he'll hit me.
he'll get attack of opportunity, yes.
Can I kind of snuggle between his legs and maybe he'll forget I'm there?
He's hung like a horse.
You're gonna hit yourself in the head.
He would be.
Swing on it, man. Swing on it.
Yes, guys.
Do you want to try to do that?
It might anger him,
Or it might weaken him.
or it might entice him. I'll just stay put.
All right.
What kind of roll would that be?
I don't even know. An HJ roll?
Yes.
If I cast, do they understand English?
You are unaware, actually.
He said intruder when we came in.
We did hear him say intruder.
They heard him say it in giant.
All right.
It was understood by Grog that it was intruder.
All right. They're both within about 30 feet of me, yes?
Yes, they're both within 30 feet of you.
All right. I'm going to...
That's true. But we get a whole new look, a whole new lens at the Bard songs of hearing them all sped up.
use one of my skills that I have that doesn't expel a spell slot and use Awakened Mind and touch them both with telekinesis. And in doing so, I shall cast Mass Suggestion, and I shall say to them, "You will take us to your enemy, the White Dragon, and there we shall slay it together. Then you shall return us here safely, where we shall part as friends bonded forever in the slaying of a common enemy."
All right.
Dude, that was a really funny face right there. It'll make Sam's occasional rapping all the more impressive. That's true. Wait, look at this. Look at this Matt Mercer face.
Bonded forever in the slaying of a common enemy.
All right. Look, what, as looking at the two of them, you can release this type of energy, speaking through your mind, kind of reaching out to theirs. What is the DC of your spell? It should be at the top of your spell list, the difficulty class.
Spell save DC, top right of the
I'm so sorry.
That's all.
Suggestion is that spell save DC is
Yeah.
a 17.
17. All right.
Come on.
All right.
17's pretty good.
Both of them seem to.
Can you add your inspiration?
Can I add my charisma?
I
I add my
It's
charisma.
It's not a roll.
Inspiration is as the attitude roll.
Like my charisma is added to any spell that I cast.
Oh, well, that's included with the DC there. So what? But both of them kind of reach and grab their faces. One of them with this kind of messed up, partially disintegrated hand, and falls back on its back foot. And both of them kind of look at the group in confusion. There definitely seems to be some sort of interference with their current actions based on this spell. There's a conflict within them. That's as much I can tell you right now at the moment.
Oh no.
That is your action. Do you want to do anything else?
Um.
You can still move. You still have a bonus action. if you
Enjoy
want.
being impressed by your players. Yeah.
Bonus actions are just like quick.
Yeah, that's why I always I've talked about like players like saving surprises, like not wanting to ask too much because they want to save their plans. And this is why I'm always like, I get it. Cuz like seeing that face and seeing other people being pressed, like it is really really fun. Like that is one of my like I still don't think that like overall it's best, but it's one of my like player pet peeves that I get the most. And that I still have an occasional tendency to do as a player. Because, yeah, being impressed by your players, impressing your DM, impressing the other players is really fun.
Yeah.
Like your hex is a bonus action. That is a spell of use as well.
I guess if I move away from him,
He can
though.
hit you.
If
Or
he can
All
hit
right,
you,
I
he's
shall-
gonna hit
I
you.
know, that's
He might
true.
not.
Might be you might not.
That's true. Your spell might work. It might be a good way to find out.
I shall go and protect Scanlan underneath the legs of that giant.
So you move in to help kind of defend Scanlan.
So warm.
Oh, wow. That's so nice of you.
He's so tiny. I love little girls. Always have.
She's a mother figure.
And a devil.
All right. So both of them seem to be kind of looking around themselves, slightly confused and kind of taking in some sort of strange circumstance. Percy, you're up.
Oh no.
I'm going to hold my turn.
Okay. Percy's holding initiative. Grog.
I would like to
So I say in giant.
Yeah.
What say you? Let's fight this bastard together.
All right. They kind of look at Grog, confused. Look at each other again. It's Grog's turn. Vex.
Seriously? I
They're
like
coy
while
giants.
everybody's having a conversation, I would like to take a healing potion.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and take one of those.
Okay.
Dum, dum,
How much
dum,
do I
dum,
take for a superior?
Superior is 8d4 plus 8.
Okay.
Quite a bit. So
That is, so just a regular healing potion.
let's go for regular for now.
Which is what, 2d8?
Regular one is 2d4 plus 2.
Yay, that's good.
Lyra.
I'm confused, but I do not feel good. I might throw up. So I'm just gonna hold my turn
Okay.
to see what happens.
Go make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good.
Oh, for the barf.
Oh, it's a 5. But
You
it's Constitution 5. It's a 10.
you covertly do your best to not reveal to the entire group that you you make a little bit of greenish brown snow. It is the most adorable barfing sound you guys have ever heard, though. Combination of the stress and the smell. It's been a harrowing experience for Lyra just these past few minutes. At this point in time, as it comes to the giant's turn, the one who's kind of messed up kind of looks over at the other and puts the axe on his belt loop. The other one also puts his axe on the belt loop, and they kind of glare at the rest of the group.
Remember what I said about the non-lethal resolution? And now they just have to deal with this fucked up giant that is like an abomination living off of adrenaline alone. just like chilling. Oh, dude, my brain flashed the comment I made that time ago about Vex drinking so much gold worth of healing and relived the entire watching of girl math in my head. Dude, I love me some girl math. Dude, Disintegrate made an oopsie. Yeah, I jinxed it, dude. Yeah, I mean, look, this is fucking, oh no, the consequences of my own actions. I believe that Matt will narrate this convincingly, but he is now in a challenge. Like, he has now set himself up a challenge where he now has to narrate the messed up giant convincingly to us. And I will see how convincing I find it.
Say in giant.
Not possibly.
And any of you speak giant or just Grog?
Grog.
Grog translates essentially.
What sort
to
of
say-
jail do we send him to? The consequences of your own actions, jail. That's just your head. He doesn't go to jail. He just has to live with it.
We'll take you, but it's at your own folly.
Don't take us.
Worst kind of jail.
Hey, take us as in Grog. Can you ask them take us as in lead us or on their back?
Yeah, the disintegrated
got a
portion is
northern
basically a
accent.
saddle.
Take us as in lead us, or like carry us on your back.
They both kind of chuckle to themselves, and they just start walking
Okay.
Okay.
in towards the cavern.
Do we get
Into the cavern?
Wait, can
Yes.
we rest a little before we go fight this thing so we can get like spell slots back and heal?
That's up to you guys.
Yeah,
to
we
24 hours.
This might last the whole day. Yeah, we just
The spell, I believe that
It lasts for 24 hours.
Mass suggestion lasts for 24 hours.
Oh, that's good
Okay,
information.
so
Yes,
it's
oh, and very, 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 very important. None of us.
It's okay here. I've never left tonight. Dude, oh my god. I really did predict this shit. Hey, you're at Matt's table. He doesn't keep the heat on. Feel free to rest. Who cares if you use Disintegrate? Dude, this is an unironic how does he do it. Holy shit.
Can damage these two
Yeah,
giants.
that's probably smart.
Anything else can, we're fine. But should either or any of us damage it, the spell is poof.
Are they going to fight with us? Grog?
Oh,
Will
God,
you
did
ask
you
them
find out?
if they're going to fight?
How's it go again? Right. The giant, one of them kind of looks over the shoulder as it's walking into the cavern, puts his hand on the top and kind of leans over, and its voice, and I'll say from this point forward, it's translated to make it easier.
Just like in Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, basically.
I'll shake you, but that's as much as you get.
Dang, I really wanted to fight with us.
Is your own choice. Perhaps the dragon will eat you. That'll keep it satiated for a while.
And steps inside the cavern.
Need some more red thread. Dude, I've been using this new note-taking software called Obsidian, and it would actually be incredibly easy for me to make a conspiracy board on Obsidian. And for my next big conspiracy, I will be making one. And I will show it on stream when it is applicable. But I don't have any major conspiracies right now. Because we've put the horn to bed, and now we're just kind of chilling, right? We put the horn to bed, we gave Pike her moment, and then we accidentally like fucked up some shit with the hunting guild. That was about it. Kima ain't here. Bro, if Kima's back in action later, there will be some red thread coming out. I tell you what.
That's a no. Yeah. And I say, my cat is your friend.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
As you say that, it walks inside. The one that you partially disintegrated earlier steps out and goes, and spits a what in middle air looks like liquid, and then shatters into almost like crystalline ice as it hits the ground on a rock.
It's just rude. He smells so much like feet.
Cold feet.
We'll mass suggest that they take a bath later.
So let's take a breather.
Yeah, let's take a break.
I wish I would have
Collect
wasted a
ourselves.
healing potion just then because we can take some D.
And we can heal our 1d6 plus 3.
You can do up to 11d8
All right.
a day.
Yes.
So, as you guys step inside the cavern,
I think you have 11.
So while we're resting, you can use spells.
all right, you guys are taking a short rest currently.
Yes.
Short rest.
All right. So, the giants are kind of sitting there waiting, arms crossed against the wall. They're talking quietly to each other. As the rest of you kind of sit down and bandage your wounds, you tend to your adrenaline as it slowly wears off.
Dude, that's true. That's true. Society has progressed while he was on the inside. He gets out and everyone is doing it more. But that's accurate. Felicia knows what's up.
Off, and some of the pain starts to set in from some of the wounds that you've taken. So you guys can use as many hit dice as you want to heal yourselves.
What do I do?
You roll a d8, you can roll up to 11 d8s. There's a +2 for each time. Yes, it is.
Hey, DM.
Laura Bailey, what?
Yeah.
How many hit points do I have?
You haven't taken damage up at this point.
But I haven't. Have they increased?
That's true. You leveled up after the last one. So with the short rest, I'll say go ahead and roll an additional for Bard. I think it's a d8, correct?
I don't know.
What's your hit dice number?
What, Sam? Don't say it like that. You should know. Come on, Sam. Don't be. Also, are they leveling up separately? Because he said, "Oh, Sam, yeah, you leveled up." So they must not be leveling up together. This is the time for me to maybe put out a controversial opinion. I think for 90% of D&D games, leveling up separately is worthless, overly complicated, and only brings negativity. Or only brings negatives and very, very, very few positives. You may have just forgotten or didn't get around to leveling up. Yeah. Yep, there's a complex XP system in effect, and they're out of sync for large parts of this campaign. Yeah, separate leveling up VXP. Look, I use XP. I just give everyone in the party the same amount for any given action. Like, anytime one of them earns XP, all of them earn XP. And I said for 90% of cases. I do believe there are a 10% of games and tables that could value or could find value and like a net positive in leveling up separately. But I think that the vast majority of the table would the vast majority of the tables out there would not benefit from separate and would much, however you level up. I don't care how you level up. I think there are benefits to all of the systems, but make sure that everyone's at the same level. They switched to everyone leveling up together after C1 is done. Yeah, fair enough. It seems like a lot of the after C1 is done stuff is stuff I agree with. Poor Ashley with this separate level up. Dude, that would suck. That would really suck. Like, for short stints, it might be okay, but yeah, poor Ashley. Yeah. Like, maybe he'll be like, oh, you did all these things at the temple while they were gone. Here's XP for all those. And to be fair, I am a proponent of the West Marches style of games, and that is a style that I do think benefits from separate level ups or from separate XP. But not very many people out there are running West Marches. Brandon and Matt did an XP versus milestone debate. You should watch that during lunch hour sometimes. Ooh, that would be interesting. I don't think they discuss any story stuff. Should be safe to watch. Ooh, I might even put that in for like tomorrow or something. But yeah, I would be very interested in the XP versus milestone because I'm pretty in the middle. Like, I very much see the benefits of both of them, and I've used both over the course of my games, and I don't really have one that I prefer. I can really see the hard benefits to both, so I'd be really interested to see what they say, given my lack of hard opinion.
D8.
What's your constitution?
15 plus 2.
All right, let's go and roll a d8 and add +2 to it.
4.
Sweet.
Fewer numbers is a totally valid reason. 1,000%. I think that's a very valid reason. I think the numbers can be interesting and fun, but also if you want less numbers, using milestone is the way to go. Yeah. Hard agree. Yeah.
All right, so you add 4 hit points to your total hit point maximum.
Great. Love it.
Welcome to level 11, Scan. You also get access to your first 6th level spell.
What? What? Get some stuff.
Watch that to be pretty similar in terms of pace. Yeah, I mean it. I generally use XP, but I also don't do combat only XP. I give them XP for a wide variety of things and actions. So I think that my pace is probably pretty similar. I think my pace is similar across most of my games. It's normally like 3 to 4 sessions per level up. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have huge opinions, honestly, on like level pace or like type of leveling. I think it is so table dependent that it's hard for me to even give advice on it, besides my very hard opinion that everyone should always be the same level unless you're doing West Marches.
So we fight a dragon, yo.
I got it already. I'm ready to rock.
You got it.
Oh, wow. Good choice. All right, cool. So, you guys, you take the next
Yeah,
step.
kind of like milestone with more steps, but there's a little more dopamine between level ups with the XP method. Yeah, and I think that like giving XP for me, especially like, you know, talking about the dopamine thing of I love being able to give people small XP rewards for doing interesting things. So like I love being able to reward them for like finding a creative way through a puzzle with like, you know, 50 XP. Like nothing big, nothing huge. Probably nothing that even substantially changes the pace, but it's a little dopamine button of, hey, you did really well. Like, I really like what you did. Here's some XP.
Half an hour or so to rest up. You still use your disintegration. You need to do a full night's rest to get that back.
It is also kind of an out of game, like, you're done button, or like, you know, like you've completed the quest. I really rarely hand out like literal quests, but it is a nice thing of like, oh, you returned, like they asked you to rescue their son and you have now returned him. Here's some XP. Like it kind of lets them implicitly know that the task is complete, even if they want to do more stuff. It doesn't leave like as much of an open question. It's a little more gamey, and takes a little bit out of the fiction. But it's the way I personally lean. But also, I would have no problem with modifying it if a player asked. I will say I'd like to be able to offer players rewards for doing good RP or something like that. All I've got is silly inspiration that they only sometimes use. Dude, tell me twice. BG3 is another great thing that BG3 does is just like being like, hey, you failed. Here's this pool of inspiration where you can just roll again. It's kind of like guidance, like a lot of D&D mechanics that work better in BG3 just because it's a video game. I do wish that inspiration felt better. Because I really like inspiration as a concept, like as a reward for good RP, but I totally agree. People just forget it's there. I forget it's there. Yeah.
Whoa,
Get it?
It's
6 spell levels.
6 spell levels you can get back on a short rest?
Short rest, recover 6 spell levels because I have arcane recovery.
That's right, so yes,
so
you
I can
can.
actually get that back.
Bam!
Boom!
Whoa!
I'm really
Are awesome.
Grog would
Yay.
like to take his chain of returning off of one of the axes that he had it on and put it onto the firebrand warhammer that he took off of that dwarven crackhammer.
Alrighty. I like
Or in the
Okay.
mean guy.
Yeah.
But you can't throw the Warhammer. The Warhammer not have thrown. This is one of the things with, and this is not to like trash on Laura Bailey at all. But this is one of the complications with having someone else play your character of like they're not so intimately familiar with your features and your equipment that they can make decisions that seem to make sense, but are really minorly off in certain ways. Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing a little thing where players can answer questions about their character for a nice +2 they can use on a dice roll. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think, speaking of, and, when you said it, I did not take it as offense, the XP with extra steps. That sounds kind of like inspiration with extra steps. But I'm also down with it. If your players are into it, if you're into it, add some extra steps. Give them some more shit to use. During Strahd, our DM tried to limit the duration of inspiration to motivate us to use it, but we still forgot. Yeah, it's one of those things that sounds like it would work, and I am also very not surprised that it didn't work. What are you gonna do? Grog does throw his Warhammer, I think. He's got a Tibbs created magic item called the Chain of Returning that returns thrown items. Well, I knew about the Chain of Returning, but Warhammers don't have thrown, was more what I was getting at. I mean, to be fair, you can throw anything as an improvised weapon, but if you did that, it wouldn't get all of the normal effects that it has, so it wouldn't be probably worth it. But yeah, I just want them to engage with their characters and each other. I'll take anything right now. I get that, Restep. I very much get that. I think, oh God, speaking of one of the reasons I like having less players, I've mentioned it before, but like when you have less players, I as the DM can target each player more like individually, like as an individual, which gives them opportunities to express their characters. Now, getting them to interact with each other, my solution is kind of rooted in my style of like giving them a lot of agency, so they just end up exploring more and talking to each other more, but I still do struggle with getting them to interact with each other, and that's unfortunately something that they just have to do. But I do like the aspect of like, working in tiny little mechanics to try and encourage it. I think that the other like thing that I brought up, the travel montage stuff, like the boons and banes and the bowl, is sort of like that, of like, it's not answering questions about their character, but it is actively having them put things in the bowl that they want to engage with, which naturally leads to more character interaction. I think it's a good thing to focus on regardless. Like, I think if that's the thing you're focusing on as a DM, I think that's a really good place to be. Like, to be focusing on character interaction, because character interaction, as we see in Critical Role, can really make up for a lot. Like, just players in character having fun with each other can cover like a lot of other gaps. I was about to say 90%, but I don't want to be like too hyperbolic. I mean, it's just literally like it can cover for so much if they're just talking to each other, role playing, and having fun. That can cover for a lot. I'm so feeling that I have 6, which makes it hard for me to effectively engage with them. Yeah, I'm still doing it, but it's a weird time management pacing puzzle. Totally. Which, and you, as a DM, you just have to pick your battles. You have to decide what you are comfortable taking on as a challenge. Every style and every thing that you introduce is going to have its own challenges. It's going to have its own downsides, no matter what the upsides are. I've talked a lot about the difference between me and Matt's styles, and both of them present downsides. They present significant challenges. It's just which challenges you want to engage with. I've also brought up, I was talking to one of my friends yesterday about how my general advice to new DMs is to prep for as much time as the session length. So if you're prepping for a 4-hour session, prep for 4 hours. I find that is the easiest way to avoid burnout. And it's also the easiest way I've found to focus yourself on like what actually needs to get done. But I don't follow that rule at all. I probably prep for like 2 to 3 times the length of a session, but it's because I love prepping. I love world building. I love making NPCs. I just do it in my free time, even when I'm not DMing. I just really, really like doing it and focusing on the things that I really like. Like, I don't love, like, writing out, like, quests and arcs and plot. Not my jam, really. So I just focus on making interesting worlds where plots and arcs sort of naturally develop from what my players choose to do. And that also supports the style that I like. Or maybe I just like the style because of all those other things. But yeah, I mean, if you like having 6 players, you're just going to face these challenges. And if the challenge that you like doing is the time management pacing puzzle, like if you find that engaging, that's really great. If you don't, if you find that time management and that puzzle, you know, who do I focus on at any given point? If you find that challenging, it might be worth considering doing a more small West Marches style of like saying like each party is 3 players, but you know, we have 6 people in the campaign. Each session is going to be 3 players, but it can be any of the 6. Maybe something like that. You know, I don't want to tell you at all how to run your table, or I guess that's kind of all I do here, I guess. So maybe I do. But you know, whatever works for you is good. But it's certainly things to consider and think about. Yeah, prep has been surprisingly breezy. I'm a writer, and writing out descriptions, potential dialogue helps give me structure for whenever the players run into something. Yeah. I think that's just the main thing, is finding the thing that you like and focusing on that, because a lot of the rest of it, no matter what you're focusing on, if you're focusing on quests and arcs and that's the thing you really like, the world building will just naturally derive from that. Like, you'll be writing out a quest and you'll be like, well, for the arc to make sense, they have to have a town with these properties and these types of NPCs, and that will like naturally spawn those things. I think Grog has been using a great axe. Oh, has he? I thought the chain of returning was on a hand axe. Oh boy. Okay. Which doesn't have thrown either IRC, so it's whatever. Good way to let him have a ranged option anyway. I mean, that's not untrue, Marina. That's not untrue. And hey, I am all for having people do improvised weaponry. And one of the fun things about improvised weapons within raw D&D is that if you if the DM and the player decide that the improvised weapon resembles another weapon enough, you can use the other weapon's stats. And so that's like, you know, a broken off chair leg can just be considered a club. And so if you say, like, you know, Grog's strength and stature makes a hand axe resemble a hand axe enough, when thrown, you can use the thrown, like, property. That's raw. That's within the rules if they decide that. So, yeah. Now, I don't think off the top of my head that there are any throwing hammers. I could be wrong. They could be a simple weapon that I'm forgetting. But I don't think there are any throwing hammers, so the Warhammer might be slightly harder to justify, but you could do it. I find the puzzle really interesting. Instead of trying to focus on one player at a time, I'll try to catch others in the crossfire so more folks have a moment. And that sounds super engaging. Like, that puzzle and that goal of Lighthammer does have thrown. Lighthammer has, I totally forgot about Lighthammer. So there's an argument to be made that you could, but then you would have to use the Lighthammer damage die, which I'm sure they're not. But it's not that far out of the realm of raw. But yeah, if you really like that puzzle aspect, that could be really interesting and engaging, of setting up moments to gather like the most of this 6-player crew. that could be. I can very much understand how that is incredibly engaging to interact with as a DM and likely as a player. So yeah.
Yeah, off of that was King Murgle, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Durgar king you fought in the Underdark. All right, so
I have a question,
yes.
just in terms of so I rolled to get my health back, and I got more hit points than I had before. Do I just?
You can't go more than your
Got
max.
it,
Now.
okay.
You're full hit points now.
Fantastic.
I want to borrow Grog for just a second and ask these two if they've encountered the dragon before and what its disposition is. Anything we should know?
I want you to go ahead and I will say through Grog. This will be interesting. Since Grog is translating,
I would like. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and have you roll a persuasion check.
Oh, wrong dice. Why did you use that dice?
I was feeling weak. 10.
And I want you to roll a persuasion check for Grog with disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Great. Oh, that was a good roll. Come on, also a good roll.
It wasn't a good roll. I see. There's a face
Really
there.
bad
She's a
roll.
good poker player.
It was a
Maybe
one,
it's a good
wasn't it?
one.
It was a 1.
It worked.
I've learned crits for last week.
Wow.
This is my fault. This is all my fault.
You are a plague. You're a plague. Your good fortune is a plague upon your friends.
So as Grog finishes translating for
Travis is
Percy,
gonna be so pissed when he gets here.
I know,
that I
that's
just
okay.
screwed.
He'll be
It's
dead
okay.
by the time he gets here.
His flight landed. I got a text. His flight has landed. He's on his way.
great, awesome.
Gonna make the dragon.
So
Interpreters are important, Hans. Having good and proficient and charismatic interpreters. It can make or break shit.
as Grog finishes translating to the giants kind of chuckled to himself, and the other one says down to him what he translates for you, the equivalent of,
There's no help here. They killed our people, but we're alive because we serve it. We'll bring you, like we promised. Like we brought all the others.
They serve the dragon?
Okay.
This is. Can we look around? Are there any dragon tips around?
you guys are currently, you took a rest inside the cavern as you just entered the mountain. At this point, as you guys step up, the giants are kind of leading you further into the cavern.
Oh, we're walking. Okay.
May I talk to him as well?
Do you know giant?
No,
but
through
you have
Grog, I
telekinesis,
have
but you have-
telekinesis, so can I speak to one of them?
Well, telekinesis and telepathy are two different things.
Oh, I mean, I have awakened mind.
Oh, right.
I can speak to them.
So yes, you can speak directly to their mind. Yes.
That's good. Oh, that's really
That's
handy.
If your people have been persecuted for so long and you've lost so many of the female version of you and your children, and you serve them now, do you want to live as slaves?
We want to live.
Yes, but so to live as a slave is better than
To not live at all.
we're offering you the opportunity to stop your servitude, to end it forever.
They keep walking.
What?
They cold as ice.
We'll see how this plays out.
All right.
This is the process here.
She's
you
very
guys
right.
have
She
you guys
is
have
very persuasive.
heavily failed some early persuasion rolls here. They're in a very negative position with you right now.
Sorry about that.
It's
Let's not bring
okay.
it up again. I love your hair.
It's really cool.
So, about 200 feet further into this cavern, the tunnel opens up into a gargantuan natural rock chamber coated in ice crystals across the entirety of the kind of rounded, craggy ceiling. You can see now as the light that you're bringing into, which by the way, is anyone here bringing a source of light other than torchlight?
Yes,
I
Grog
can-
lights his blazing axe.
And I cast light on my dark dragon staff.
All right, so between the fire that is now burning
I mean,
and
it's
flickering
Warhammer.
off of the warhammer and your light spell, you can see as you enter following these giants, there are definitely the remnants of a village here, a village that was designed on the scale of these giants. And while many of these structures still stand, it is eerily quiet as you step inside. As you begin to step further into the center of this cavern, you can see many of these structures have been smashed and destroyed, and there is a layer of ice and snow that has been carried in from various blizzard winds, or just the general temperature in this room. And the room is extremely cold. With the little light you have, everyone's breath is very clearly visible with each puff into the air around you, and you swear at a few pockets in here it's so cold you can hear the moisture from your breath coalesce and then shatter on the ground.
Crazy.
You all bundle up even tighter with your various furs and winter
I snuggle
clothing.
very close to Trinket.
Trinket snuggles very close to you, because Trinket, while made for this type of temperature, is still uncomfortably cold even at this point.
Did Lyra give me some sort of...
I did. I gave you my stone, my transmutation stone, which helps you resist cold.
Wow, I feel so warm and cuddly.
Well, don't brag about it.
Well, no, I'm just
Oh
saying.
my gosh, my mom told me never bring everything. Well, she's dead. But before she died, she told me never. If you can't bring one for everybody, don't bring any. So just be quiet about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just distracted because we're in a dire situation and I miss the love of my life, Pike.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure you can't identify with that.
Oh no, I was just thinking the other day, just outside the cavern, if Aldor was here.
Aldor.
Yes, did I tell you about him?
A little.
Did you? He smells like sandalwood and dismissiveness. But that's okay. We'll get over that.
Well, we have something in common then, and thank you for your stone of warmth or whatever it was.
It's typical resistance.
I'll just call it a stone.
Okay, great. Okay.
There is no character class more dangerous in D&D than Mother.
That mother?
Do not have children if you ever in a fantasy genre.
Dude, she can't. She's doing great. That is, she gets it. She knows what's up.
You ain't getting past 30.
May I again, sorry, to use Awakened Mind to ask the giant what happened here?
As they begin walking through and kind of looking about, one of them starts giving you these images, and it's less of a language and it's more of just a series of memories. And you see visions of a time not long ago, months, even years, this relatively thriving village of frost giants that had essentially claimed this mountain as their own for generations, hunting in the nearby Vesper timberland, and occasionally harrowing the traveling mercantile band heading up the Vasselheim path, or various other entities that live in this forest. They're not by any means a good people. They exist and they take what they want. But it appears that not long ago, this dragon decided that it wanted to live here instead. And you see visions of it stalking through the tunnels, carving its way through the ice and ambushing this frost giant village. You see visions of it tearing into families of them and freezing them in the spot, which is interesting because you see these giants seem pretty well adapted to ice and cold weather. It seems it's less of a freezing them physically more than just locking them into place. And as you see these visions, you begin to step further into this village, and you can see there are spires, large spires of crystallized ice, and loosely within the shadows of the ice you can see what looks like the suffocated forms of frost giants that are locked in that position under many feet of ice. You see most of this village brought to its knees and destroyed, murdered, eaten, or imprisoned, and these two essentially chosen to survive and given the order to bring what this creature wants. And
There's only two of you left.
You get this sense of sadness and fear, but also a sense of kind of a lack of any other option.
Oh, how I wish we could release you from these bonds. And Zoras...
Is there a way to, like, melt the spires?
To release them.
If we kill the
They're
dragon.
dead in there, though, right?
No, I know, but at least maybe they could... Do you have some burial ritual or anything that you would like to, or do these stand as a remembrance, a pain?
And this is, I mean... And you know, I don't want to harp on it, so this will be the one per, right, of the rant, but especially memories are such ripe fodder for less literalism, right? For less just describing images, things that they've seen. Like, you can really work in these really raw emotional feelings through sounds and smells, and like the things that they choose to associate mentally with those visions. Right, like even something, you know, don't even talk about the smells, like not even talking about their memories of sounds. Like that is something that you hear constantly when people talk about traumatic events, is hearing a specific, you know, scream or a person's voice or a line that they heard over and over, just like repeating in their head. Like there is so much fodder here for using the other senses that I feel like could make this feel less like a lore dump. Like this more feels like just like, hey, Mary Elizabeth, remember that thing that I just told you that like they just directly told you? Here is mental proof. Like this feels more like trying to prove that they're not lying rather than actually delivering an emotional beat. And when she kind of engages more on that emotional level, he just directly communicates the feelings, like directly tells them like, okay, yeah, you feel this sense of sadness, which I have. I don't want to speak too negatively on, because I have mentioned in the past that like it can sometimes be very expedient to just say you feel this way or this evokes a feeling of blank. But in this telepathy mode where they are also speaking a different language. Like, this is so much interesting fodder for symbolism and abstraction to really take center stage and to create a more emotional scene than we're maybe getting right now.
For remembrance for you.
There is a moment where it seems almost like it's going to answer, and then the mind closes off suddenly. There is a defensiveness, and these entities, you get the sense that even this tenuous relationship you built with them is based purely on arcane persuasion.
Yeah.
And the more you pry, the more you begin to test the boundaries of what you've done. And pick and choose your words very carefully.
Zara sheds a tear, which freezes instantly on her face, and her internal flame melts it off.
That's pretty badass.
As you continue to walk, you can see the center of this village is completely in tatters. A lot of the wood and the dried brush and the furs and thick leathers that these giants had gathered and constructed their civilization out of is all just shattered and rendered to the floor and then frozen over, left in this weird picturesque, almost like a tapestry, a frozen moment in time of utter desolation. Then, I actually want you all to roll a perception check if you could.
Mm-hmm. And this is where I'll really quickly even give Mary Elizabeth even just slightly more props than I've already given. Yeah, man, she's just she's so good at, I mean, she is testing the boundaries more than she should be, but that can easily be a character flaw, not a bad decision. And the way that she is pushing this emotional issue feels very real, very human, slightly flawed. And I like the way that she's going about even just the single tear. Like, it's a small thing, but I feel like that could have been a really heightened emotional sequence. And I don't know that Matt was necessarily meeting her on that level. I don't think he was necessarily, and this somewhat speaks to probably the unpreparedness of Matt for them to be interacting with the giants in this way. This is one of the things about having, this set of expectations of what your players will and won't do, that you are maybe not as prepared when they don't do what you want. Because, I know that Matt can deliver a truly emotional scene. I know he is incredibly capable of that. So I think that, honestly, his slight weakness here is probably mostly to do with his lack of preparedness for them to be interacting with these specific NPCs. Moments like these make me think about when to use passive perception and when to ask players for a roll. Yeah. I really try. That's something that I try to use passives more, almost more than I think I should. But I've also talked about I'm a low roll kind of guy, kind of DM. And I think that your balance of passive versus active really, honestly, mostly depends on how much randomness you want at the table. I think that there is a more nuanced argument to when it's appropriate to use passive versus rolling, but I think a lot of that nuanced argument doesn't make as much of a difference as to just generally, do you want more randomness or not? I think that that's a kind of a superseding concept, to use a chess term. That's a superseding concept here of the randomness is more impactful to the table than the nuance of when is it actually good to use passive versus active. She's so good. These past 2 episodes are a breath of fresh air. Yeah, she's really good. The energy shift on Ep19 is so stark in comparison. We'll see. I'm excited to see the difference. But yeah, this is very emotional, very character driven. I've been liking, even again, I've been telling you a lot about Mary Elizabeth, but Felicia Day is doing impeccably as well. I don't love the one aspect of her character, the sort of fangirl aspect, but I can recognize that she's still playing that character very well, and she's really diving into her character and expressing those factors and goals really, really well. I'll be back later. I got to watch a movie for my 31 Days of Horror. Ooh, 31 Days of Horror. Oh, for October. Horror October. All right. Bet. That sounds like an interesting challenge. Yeah, I'll see you later, Mr. Dad. There's a hashtag in their chat. Hashtag keep Mary, which we all agree with, is there? Oh, can we keep Mary? Mary for the win. Hashtag keep Mary. Dude, I feel that. I super feel that. I do honestly think that, narratively speaking, Zara's not totally positioned to really ask these deep personal questions, so I think the Giants shutting down makes a lot of sense. I totally agree. I think that, and that's almost, and see, Reese say there's a tiny bit here of like, I completely agree with that. And I think that Matt wasn't positioned to handle this line of questioning. Because I feel like there is something really easy to, not easy, but there's a really great opportunity here to sort of marry those two concepts of using more sensory stuff and shutting down even more of, you feel their minds close off to your questions. They are not wanting to be buddies with you. They are taking you to your death, but you feel little bits slip out. The scream of a loved one, the scent of their cook fires freezing over into this cold, pale. I don't know that I'm positioned to do it either, because I haven't been thinking about this a lot. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can narrate those little slips out that can tease what happened with them very actively trying to shut them out. But you can narrate this dissonance of the strong emotions leaking out while they're trying to hold them back to even further hit home the emotional nature of what's happened. Very interesting. But also hashtag keep Mary.
17.
14.
20.
Oh, no, we're not in 14.
Uno.
Wow, the one's out. This is great. So as you guys are walking forward, Scanlan, you notice that there is, just outside of the light perception, stepping forward, a lot of the rubble has been kind of pushed and coalesced into a central monolith, almost like a 25, 30 foot sculpture of chaos. All of these things have been matted together with what looks like mud and refuse, and as you guys begin to notice this too, you catch the framing of the light on it, and it seems to be built into almost an altar or some sort of a large sculpture of worship of a winged dragon creature that is currently in the process of kind of swooping down. You get the sensation that this was built as essentially a place of offering to this white dragon, and hopefully a symbol to keep themselves alive and to kind of prove their fealty to this creature, this entity.
Can I have a spell called Legend Lore.
Mm-hmm.
Can I cast that on White Dragon just to see if there's a...
Let's see what Legend Lore does. I like this.
The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. Current tales, forgotten stories, secret lore that's never been widely known. If it's not of legendary importance, you gain no information. So would I think that this is a legendary dragon, or?
Okay, so as you take a moment, and everyone kind of stops and look around, you notice that Lyra is sitting there currently like muttering to herself and putting her fingers through the air, and you can see these small arcane signals begin to kind of flash in the air as she places her hands, at which point her eyes glaze over with this kind of shimmering gold energy, and she seems to go into a trance. Now, what you...
Legend Lore is very, very cool. It is... I like in-game buttons to allow the DM to give you things you need. Also sigils. I really like in game things of like allow the DM to give you more. Now it can be a double-edged sword because sometimes there's no more to give. But I like spells that at least give you the opportunity. exposition the spell. Exactly.
First art hit with is the image of darkness, black, and a struggle to push, a struggle to exist, a struggle to survive, and then suddenly light. You see the cracking of something releasing, and from there, pulling forth from this singular
Yeah, hell
egg,
yeah.
with only one left of its clutch, a white dragon wormling pulling itself out of the egg. This you immediately sense is the dragon that now resides within this mountain. You begin to see flashes in time of it struggling to survive in the frozen tundra to the north, desperately trying to escape poachers and individuals trying to hunt it, whether to protect their own villages or to use its physical body parts as some sort of scale. And you get the sense at one point it was already the target of some contract that failed. And for a brief second, you see a flash of a frozen cavern recently, and a few individuals locked in an icy prison, bitten down on and shattered before it cuts to black again. You begin to see moments of this dragon growing, and with each kind of stage in its physical transformation towards becoming a full-fledged adult dragon, there is just spite, there is anger, there is ego, there is a severe sense of self-importance, a lust for others to bow before, serve, or feed it. This, you've heard and you've read many things about dragons, and you hear things of great intelligence and articulate entities that, even good or evil themselves, have this extremely intelligent presence. This dragon is far more feral and bestial than anything you've read about. It has an intelligence, but it seems to not be concerned with the intricacies of conversation as much as it is to bend everything to its will and to give to me. And the one thing that catches your mind before the spell ends is the name that it finally came upon itself. The name that it heard whispered as one of its would-be hunters was
Jeff.
suddenly Jeff the dragon. The name Rhymefang rings through your mind.
Rhymefang. His name is Rhymefang.
He's a beatboxer?
The two frost giants stop their walking and turn. Rhymefang. They nod and look up to the giant structure they constructed.
Oh, wow. Can I make a history too if I know anybody in the guild who has been named Rhymefang?
Make a history check on this.
It's a 21.
Okay. The Rhymefang, you gather, is the name of the dragon proper. That is, and that's another drink for all you guys looking out there. You make fun of me for using the word proper.
Drink.
In fact,
It's a proper word.
yeah, exactly.
Proper, oh god, what's the other one? A toothy maw. I was really surprised. That was a perfect opportunity for a toothy maw.
Thank you. This dragon took the name Rhymefang.
Yeah.
And because in a lot of dragons, as they evolve and begin to really create a lair, they really make themselves known publicly and really draw the fear out once they feel they're in a comfortable position. You feel this dragon is just starting to get to that point where it's eager to drive fear into the local populace. From your history check, you do know that there is somewhere in the books you've gone through a similar like contract, nothing Rhymefang related, but there was a white dragon that was supposedly hunted about 8-9 months back, and the team never returned. And you begin to think, wait, so if a team of really practiced people never returned from this contract, and we were sent on this as an entry level,
Hey guys, I have a suspicion that maybe the guild didn't want us to succeed. And I don't want to panic anybody. It's
Your
just,
guild?
I just don't think Vanessa.
Lyra, do you have any enemies in the guild?
Well, not. Everyone seems to be very. I make a very good soup, and I help people with their laundry sometimes.
Are
And
you like an assistant?
no,
at the
no, I'm a
guild?
guild member. I just like to be helpful. Thank you guys.
I was just wondering.
Well, they just don't send me anywhere. It's a paperwork thing. So,
If you don't mind my asking, because I do respect you so much, how did your captainship of our crew...
They're having a lot of conversation right in front of Rhymefang. I just want to point that one out really quick.
come about, if you don't mind me
well, I
asking?
got a missive. I got a scroll in my room, and the first assignment. It was very exciting to me, and they haven't really paid attention to me. Merton is very nice to me, but Vanessa's she just has her days, and I've been asking her for so long, and finally I got my assignment. So I was hoping Aldor would be here, but he isn't, and that's fine. It'll be the next one, but there may not be a next one, guys. That's just what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Were you
what do you-
Vanessa's assistant?
No, I'm not.
no,
Vanessa.
she's
I'm a
not.
guild member.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, before you were a member.
No, Aldor. I'm here with Aldor. Remember? Yeah, I got admitted to the guild.
If you think that we've been sent on some sort of suicide mission.
Oh, that's a good the way you put it there.
Well, I'm a master of words. Should we abandon all hope and just flee? Is that what you're suggesting as our leader? Or should we carry it through and prove everyone wrong?
If we abandon this quest, listen, we're never. I could get kicked out of the guild for one. It would be a very bad
What happens
punishment.
if the contract that we magically signed just doesn't ever come to fruition?
It's not good. What is it?
Uh,
Let me think exactly what. Let me go down the articles.
You know what?
See exactly
Retrace your steps.
There you go.
Retrace your steps.
in memento fashion, all the things flash through.
Memory palace, memory palace, memory palace.
If a contract is broken, 1, if you're a member of the guild, you're kicked out of the guild.
Okay.
2, you guys are on this essentially as a trial basis to prevent being arrested and put on trial for breaking the laws of the city of Vasselheim and essentially hunting creatures that aren't sanctified, or you yourself have not been sanctified to kill, which goes against guild rules and the city itself. Which means if you were to not succeed at the contract, you would probably be put on trial at the seat of judgment.
Percy is
Okay. I think it's a statue of Ryan Fang, not the real dragon. Oh, you're probably right, Natalia. Now that I think about it, because they were talking about it's like an effigy to Ryan Fang or whatever to like appease it. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. I kind of talked about this when they first were going into this whole trial thing and magical contract business. This is one of the issues with magic contracts, with magical bindings. I don't love this. Is like, okay, there's a whole risk with Arcana Tech. And what I mean by Arcana Tech is magic that resembles real life or like real life technology. And a magical contract is a really good example of Arcana Tech where it takes something that should be super serious and really casualizes and trivializes it, and it can get players into this really false sense of like complacency that can actually put them in situations that are really bad. And not through their own doing. Like when you show a player a contract and you tell them it's a magically binding contract, like it'll make you do it. The primary thing to the player is still that it is a contract, right? You're not presenting it as a devil deal, right? Because like it's the same thing, really. Like, if the devil Raphael brings out a contract and a quill, that's a magic contract. If Vanessa, the guild leader, brings out a magic contract and a quill, it's the same thing. It is equally as serious. But the fact that a normal person is offering it to you, as opposed to a devil, makes you much more lax and much more complacent about it. And again, this is the issue, or one of the issues with Arcana Tech, is that it can make serious, or things with serious repercussions, much more chilled. and get this like dissonance of emotion. Because they're now in a situation where they've basically allowed the guild to put an insta-kill switch on them. I mean, it's not an actual insta-kill switch, right? They're going to go to a trial. But they've allowed the guild to put them under these really dire circumstances, I think, without fully onboarding what that meant. And this is one of the reasons that I'm a little hesitant about Arcana Tech when it comes to my games. Not to say that I don't like high fantasy or that I, tend towards low fantasy. That's not it at all. I tend towards high fantasy, but I'm really choosy about my Arcana Tech. And magical contracts is something that I really stray away from for this reason. And so yeah. And now making it where there were some shenanigans, they are on a contract where they're getting the bum end of the stick. They're getting the bum end of the deal. It puts them in this kind of awkward situation that I don't I don't like the setup of this situation. Now we'll see, you know, how it resolves and how it goes through and how they deal with it. But this isn't a situation I love to put my players in of, even though you're the one getting fucked right now, if you choose to go back and talk about how you've been fucked, there's still the very good chance that you will be punished, even though you got fucked. And like in like the court of law and like opinion. Thank you, Paige. In like this very like this isn't like, oh, you took like a bad deal from a mobster and now like you can go to the cops and like, oh, there's still the threat that they will like do this like illegal thing to you and like you won't be safe in like certain areas of the city, right? Like there are always those aspects, but this is an aspect of like, oh, you will legally still be in trouble even though this guild fucked you. Which is kind of just an awkward situation to put your players in.
Very, very good at lawyering.
I am. I
Happen
lawyer
to
quite
know.
well. But the hope is that we wouldn't actually break the contract in the first place, because that's...
Yeah, I mean, in this, which is another part of this that I'm kind of on, like, yeah, there is a certain amount of no excuse for breaking local laws. Like, you can't just use the fact that you're a foreigner to break whatever laws you would like. And that all makes sense within the fiction, but it's a little bit iffy when it comes to the out of fiction of it. Matt gave them basically no sense of warning that this was the situation that they would get into. That's honestly the part I didn't like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole situation is a lot of, yeah, maybe it's technically okay within the established fiction, but it is really punishing the players for not paying enough attention, I guess, and not asking the right questions. Now, obviously, there are meta reasons for why they set this up this way, but it feels weird and off and just a tiny bit less than it should. Yeah, even the guard they talked to before they went out after the Hydra didn't say anything about it. Yeah, exactly. So, like, while I love having Mary Elizabeth and Felicia here, like, there's just a lot of funkiness going on. A little funky, too, since they can defend against the Hydra with their giant weapons and potentially killed it. Guards encourage them to do it. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many, like, levels to this of, like, maybe, but it just doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel right. But
that's what we're here for. Listen,
I wasn't a part of this band of breaking the law. I'm here to gain entry into this guild.
Well, you certainly won't get into the guild if you break the contract. I mean, that is just like
No,
one-on-one. It's on page
I
one.
completely understand, but I mean, I
won't be brought to
won't be brought to trial. Not that I'm all about, well, it's all about me, but I'm serious. Like, that's why I'm here. My motivations are not to save my ass. My motivations are to get into this bloody guild.
No, and to be fair,
I'm just saying.
we're not here based on other people's expectations. We're here because we thought we could handle this, and nothing has changed. This changes nothing.
We're very capable fighters.
We are very capable.
Knowledge is
I
power.
have seen this. You have proven yourselves already. Those orcs didn't stand a bloody chance.
That's right.
But
The giants.
Thank you.
Hey, giants.
So, we go.
We go. Actually, well, Grog could someone ask Ace and Gary if we're there or if there's further to travel?
Just keep going.
As Grog mentions this, you guys have moved past most of the village and you've gone.
And to kind of bow tie all this, it would be one thing if Felicia Day's character had these anxieties of, man, this very experienced team failed, maybe we can't do it, blah blah blah. But Matt directly said, hey, maybe someone like set you up to fail. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's just a little spice of weirdness to it.
Towards the back of this large chamber, and you do see what appears to be a tunnel that ascends upwards deeper into the mountain proper. So you got it again. But the maybe I'll self-conscious. But the entrance is entirely frozen. There is a wall of solid ice between yourselves and the continuation of this tunnel, and it's hard to see
How thick is it?
It's hard to see how thick it is from this side.
Can Grog run at it and just try and bash it real fast?
So as you guys step up, Grog runs ahead of the rest of the giants and goes. It's hard
Sorry, I had the headphones on. I was trying to get chopsticks, but we're out of chopsticks.
as you can towards this. So swinging with the axe towards the ice. Go ahead and make an attack roll with
It's a hammer, which I feel
hammer,
like would be
yes.
better
That's
against
right.
ice.
Yes, which has a giant flaming warhammer from.
I feel like every
Well, and I'm not sure. It's the first time working with guest. It's the and we also don't necessarily, or not that we don't necessarily know. We don't know how much notice he even had to like put all this together, because I'm sure that when they started going to this city, this was not the quest line he had in mind. Right? I'm sure 2 months real time, probably closer to 2.5. When they're dealing with all the Horn of Orcus stuff, he did not have this whole hunting guild thing planned for this city. Who knows how much warning he had to put all this together. Yeah, he might have had like a week or so to put it together. It's very possible. So I definitely don't want to... there's definitely a lot of grains of salt to add to the critique, because there are very clearly meta constraints around it. But there are definitely still weirdness. But
Ice is betraying me.
Let's turn it around.
I'd like to use mine.
No, I'm gonna curse yours.
All right.
No, turn it around. Shake the will wheat curse.
Shake it
I'll
off.
just leave it at that. It's
Shake
out
it
of my
up.
hands, but I'm gonna keep it.
blah, blah, blah. They got better at this later. Yeah, we need a fucking command for that.
15 plus what? 8 plus 9?
Plus 9. That'll definitely hit. Go ahead and roll damage for that.
Okay, here we go.
I hope he can hit a wall.
Yeah.
Love these episodes regardless. Yeah. Exclamation point, it gets better. Oh man. But seeing the new characters is definitely a fresh breath for everything. Yeah.
I don't know with my ones as of late.
Oh, that's just 10.
10 damage, including the fire damage.
Oh, plus, yes, right.
Plus 1d6 fire damage.
13.
13 damage. Whack! The warhammer streaks through the light, kind of causing.
I'm not afraid to reflect the unfairness of life in my games. I'll introduce student loans to a campaign. I don't know. Hey, look, man. I'm not afraid to be unfair in my games. I just don't want to, I want my players to have a inherent sense of the gravity of situations. I think that's the big thing, is I want them to, if they're going up and about to sign an Arcanitech magical contract, I want there to be some manner of dialogue about what a serious thing that is. But to be fair, with the student loans example, they would do everything in their power to make you not realize what a serious thing you're signing. So maybe you're right, Robin Banks. Maybe this really is just the unfairness and cruelty of life being represented. Maybe I'm the rube for wanting chill escapism. For vastly different reasons, I even quite like the other party too.
This interesting shifting.
I'm excited for the other party as well. I wish Mary Elizabeth would have stayed forever, but it'll also be interesting to see the others.
Of the radius around it, as it smacks into the ice with this resounding thwack sound, the ice shakes and shimmers. A giant crack forms up the front of it, and you can see as he pulls it out, the wall itself seems to have largely crumbled in the small space there and looks very fragile. But it's definitely left an impact on the wall.
I can make an attempt at this. I'm going to walk over and study the shattering position and see if I can find the weak point in the wall.
Okay, go make an investigation check.
7.
All right.
All out of my system now.
That's right.
The ice wall itself is not a very, not a specific architectural structure. It is made of some sort of blasting of ice that froze the air in that way. So it doesn't have any real geometric positioning. Even with the ice structure itself, you're unable to really make out what would be a weak point or not, other than the place of impact where Grog
Well, then
plays
I'm
the hammer.
just going to take I'm just going to take a musket ball go over to the very center of the
Should we
crack.
keep a little more quiet than that?
We just
Should I
hit
use
it
a
with
firebolt?
hammers.
That would be good. A firebolt.
Let's save the firebolt.
No, it's a cantrip. It's a cantrip.
Firebolt's cantrip.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, is that okay?
Yeah.
Can I mean,
I'm
I'm
backing
the
off.
leader. I'm going to say I'm going to
She said firebolt. I backed away.
firebolt, and that is a 1d8 fire damage, which is 7. 7 fire damage.
All right, I'll go ahead and roll to see if you hit with it.
Oh,
You have to
yes.
so roll and add your spell attack modifier.
What is that? Oh, it's a 12. And then
Spell attack bonus?
It's plus 11. So that is 23.
All right, that definitely hits. How much damage? That was 7 fire damage, you said?
Oh, it's 3d10 fire. Sorry, because
Yeah.
of my level. Which is 7 and 5 and 7 is 19. No, 19.
So as you pushing a book into your staff on one side, the book's kind of under your shoulder, you bring your hand out and withdraw your
Yeah, he said musket ball. I don't even know what he was going to do, though. He was going to take... What was he going to do with the musket ball? Besides, I mean, load it into the musket, but it seems... I don't even really know what Percy was about to do. Because a musket ball doesn't have an explosive charge on it. So I don't
and
know.
with the force of the blast of the firebolt going forward, as it smacks into the section where Grog had slammed the hammer, poof, it bursts as a flash of arcane reddish fiery energy, and the wall itself shatters inward and starts falling and crumbling nearby. Now this tall wall, which is about 25 feet tall, begins to fall in giant chunks.
Oh god.
I'm grabbing her and we're running back.
Sorry.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and have Lyra and Percy and Grog all make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, I'm so good at that with the negatives. Oh!
Oh, no.
I can't use acrobatics.
Wow.
No, not for this.
Oh, this is
21
good.
for Grog.
No, for Grog.
I rolled a 0 because I got a -2. So it's not even on the dice.
Percy.
9.
All right. So.
Is that worse than a critical
Oh.
fail? Is that where I was like?
So as the whole wall is breaking and falling down around you, all go rushing backward, Grog, strangely and unexpectedly, like shoulder rolls out of the way, epic Journey LaForge style, just escapes the crumbling wall. Unfortunately, though, Lyra and Percy kind of stumble backward, slipping on the ice that's actually coated the floor of this cavern, and get impacted with part of the fall. It's not too bad, but both of you suffer 14 points of cold damage.
Oh my goodness.
And bludgeoning, cold and bludgeoning, as the wall comes tumbling down you. But however, the rest of the cavern now lies open with pieces of jagged ice, almost like a broken glass window itself, kind of framing the exterior of this tunnel.
I'm not going to go to the front anymore, guys.
Well, you're the leader, shouldn't you be?
It's.
We should protect her. She should be towards the back.
I'm going to heal really quickly while we're.
Take another short rest.
I think that.
I agree, John. I've liked Talison's performance progressively more as it's gone on. I also think he shines more when there's less people, which, I mean, is just kind of the nature of having this many people. I think I mentioned in like episode 2 or 3 about, man, so many people. And Percy, it seems it just seems like he's less willing to butt in than maybe some of the other players, which isn't like a good or bad thing. It's just a factor of who he is. But yeah, I think I've really, really liked him, especially in the smaller cast episodes. Talison's roleplay is consistently interesting to me across all the campaigns. Hey, man. And interesting is the word of the day. Like, you can play a character that is bad, quote unquote, but if they're interesting to interact with for the DM and for the other players, that's kind of the that's kind of the goal.
We should take a short rest so that we're going in.
Yeah, I had scoliosis as a child. I'm not nimble. It's funny.
Before we take a short rest, may I again use just awaken mind, just to ask the giants, just to see how far away we are.
Fortunate.
How far away are we?
You get an image of a slowly ascending and spiraling tunnel that ascends towards an upper cavern at the top of the mountain. Okay. The upper cavern.
Three air quotes.
You only get a few glimpses of, as they themselves
on
only
bad
get a few glimpses of,
character.
but you see there are. It appears this is not the only obstacle in the way.
Oh, good.
Right.
Cool.
Let's carry on then.
Could you see when you were looking into...
Wait, this isn't the only obstacle in the way. How do the giants normally bring people to them? Right? Am I crazy? How? Because the reason that they're alive is because they bring people to Rhymefang. But I don't know. I shouldn't think about it too much, honestly. With everything else that we've discussed. Feel like it was worth emphasizing there. Lol. Oh, yeah. That's fair. That's kind of the question I ask literally anytime I go anywhere to Souls games. Souls games are not meant to feel real. Fucking call me fucking hot take of the day. Souls games, I am shocked that they even have lore because I don't feel like the games are supposed to make sense. Maybe I don't know enough about the lore of the games, but everything that I do know makes none of the construction of the lore and the game feel like it goes together.
Their mind, if it's open or if it's just a big cabin that we're going into. I could not see.
From the best vantage point you could see, it was a chamber about, I'd say 80 to 85 feet to the ceiling, just lined with jagged ice crystals that are coalesced in a cold temperature so cold that it's almost like the inside of a geode, but it's all made of ice. But you see multiple platforms that are risen in the walls of this, and in the center there is a singular platform, and there, sitting atop of it, is apparently the dragon core you see.
He's really frantic.
And then the image shuts itself out as one of them kind of glances over.
Vibes-based fantasy is a good term for it. There are games that are just vibes-based, like Skyrim. Skyrim does not make sense. I can go on layers and layers of rants about how Skyrim does not make sense. Even if you take the actual protagonist out of it, like you take the Dragonborn out of it, just the world as it exists does not parse, even within like the internal logic. So like, yeah. I don't think it's an insult at all to say that like it's really fun, it's really unique. It is totally like it's vibes based. It has a good vibe. It evokes a certain emotion and feeling very consistently when they want you to feel it. And that's really good. It doesn't have to make sense with the lore. D&D, I will say, I think should be a little bit less vibes-based, at least in my own personal opinion at my tables. From Software has the market cornered on slow, tired, huge, giant fantasy. Yeah. Aren't they supposed to be Silent Hillish, like Nightmare Logic? Never played, but only heard good things about narrative design. There's an uncanny strangeness to how a lot of things work in them. Yeah, like that's also my kind of understanding, is that there isn't necessarily consistent or internal logic within how things are set up. Like there's no internal fantasy or fictional explanation for like why things are certain places. Like it doesn't always jive exactly with the lore. But it all evokes a certain feeling, especially as you are smashing your head against a wall trying to get past an obstacle. There's there's an evocation of feeling that it is supposed to be very, very good at eliciting. I've not played them quite a lot, but I have two friends that are very, very into them. So I know a little bit about them. Like everyone is between 9 to 40 feet tall, and you're just a guy. Yeah.
With the shoulder with and it's growing uncomfortable with sharing information.
Got it. I thank him in my mind.
All right.
Let's carry on.
Pressing forward, you can see the one giant still kind of dragging itself forward with a portion of its physical body essentially gutted.
Sorry.
Don't do
that.
No.
Don't mess with the magic.
Yeah, and see, at this point, you just have to make a joke about it because it's ridiculous. And that is one of the things that I try to avoid. I'm down to have humor. I'm down to have jokes in my games, but I don't want the game to be a joke. If that makes sense. It's okay for funny things to happen. Funny things happen in real life. But I don't want the life to be a joke. I don't want the world and like what has happened to be like a meta joke because it doesn't make sense and is ridiculous.
Don't mess with the magic.
Here's the thing. If they fight with us, then great. But if they turn on us, then we're gonna have to fight them at full power.
No, but we have 24 hours.
Well, they still make
Yes,
turn
but the
on.
healing
They
potion
still
might
may
do
turn on
something.
us.
Let's just not even. Let's just keep going.
It's a very
You're a
generous
very
thought.
kind soul.
So you guys taking a short rest to heal up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So go ahead. If you haven't already rolled your dice, you healed up now?
I did. I used
Alright,
I used some dice. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So as you guys continue to trudge up this extremely cold, let me see. I think that would be a fun one to. Here we go. You guys continue to ascend up this pitch black cavern here. It appears that both the giants and the dragon do not need light to make their way through this cavern structure, and so you are the small beads of visual light in this entire structure. The floor itself is slick, and there are bits of rough rock that you can find foot purchase, but there are a few moments where some of you slip and lose about 10 feet and catch yourself and have to move upward with this slight 35-ish degree incline, slowly spiraling upward. You push forward for about 30 minutes or so in this long, seemingly, for lack of a better term, there isn't a lot of change to variation to it. It's just a gradual spiral in itself.
I want to keep perception out to make sure that nothing is, ahead of us.
Go and roll a perception check.
Okay.
Okay, this is a great example of where you should probably use passive. Most are more ambiguous than this,
but this isn't pertaining to. I'm just saying it's pertaining to dragons. So
No, it's
I
not.
feel like he's one of my favorite.
No, it's not. What? Unless you're just saying I want to keep an eye out for him. Is this your favorite terrain too? Because maybe dragons are
Favorite enemies, so I have additional bonuses to tracking him
Is that
and
what you
insight
feel?
against him.
Roll the
Favorite
3.
enemies.
All right. So you're perceiving anything dragon related and things that would be a forewarning of a dragon. Okay.
Yeah, things he would have laid down for us, stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll again. You have
Okay,
an
just
advantage.
just to see. Okay, 18.
Okay. Glancing about, you do see there are claw marks along the walls. You can see where portions of this cavern were carved out by the claws of Rhymefang. You can see that occasionally there are pieces of frozen rock that are solid ice, some that appear to be
I feel like personally, he's like, this is not worth arguing, and I was already gonna give them all this description, so whatever. It's something that, okay, at a personal table, I would probably I would probably talk it out. Or I would say, this is the way I'm doing it, but let's talk about it afterward. And I would talk about it afterward. But this is one of the aspects of, they're making a show. Just go with it. Which, yeah, it's, totally not worth, being Laura, remember, aggressing her about it at all. Because they're making a show and they just need to keep the pace up. But, yeah, that's funny.
unthawed chunk of flesh of some kind. As you push further up this cavern, you spot what looks like the lower half of a statue.
That's oh my god.
That's unpleasant.
Oh, I'm really
Half of a giant, right?
This appears to be a frost giant that met its end. The actual lower half of the torso itself is giving off a stench of slowly rotting flesh. There is ice encasing the lower half of it. It's interesting because the physical form of the frost giants resist cold naturally. In this temperature, it would only freeze any other flesh completely solid. Here, it just naturally decays. But there is a distinct place where the torso was removed forcibly by what looked like a series of daggers and/or dragon's teeth.
I have little ginger chews if anybody wants one.
I'll
It's
take one.
Very,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in a little pack here.
About 10 more minutes of walking, you come upon another frozen wall barrier.
Oh, okay.
I will check it for traps.
Go and roll perception.
Yeah, it's definitely the live on stream air definitely affects what they can or can't say. Not what they can or can't. It's just what it would be appropriate. It's not necessary to go into that level of detail on the stream. I wonder if they had meetings this early on. I'm more than positive that they do nowadays, and I'm sure they probably even did by the end of the season, but I don't know. I don't know if they would have this early in the days. But yeah, it's certainly something to think about. And I mean, I've talked about before. I made a whole video about it, about how even as an at-home table, I actually really like having a system in place where you can really quickly brush past issues in the moment, and then you have designated time after each session to talk through the session and like talk about what you liked, didn't like, etc., etc. That is actually like my preferred way to run TTRPGs. So it wouldn't be bad at all if that's what they were doing. I just know that a lot of tables don't take that time out of session. But yeah, only 999 years dungeon to go. Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
5.
As far as you can tell, it is a frost, snow-covered ground with walls and a ceiling.
Everyone, there are definitely no traps here.
Good. Maybe we should stay back.
Maybe I could do the firebolt.
Sam leveling up on stream suggested they don't. Unless he was told during the meeting to do it and he just didn't. Who knows? They did have a meeting this early. You'll hear an offhand comment from Liam next step that suggests they did. Oh. I wonder if it's like maybe not every time. Maybe if there's only a certain thing. I don't know. That's interesting though. I'd love to talk to Matt Mercer in general. But I'd love to talk to Matt about like these early days and like when they realized it was like a real operation, like when they actually like started doing certain things like in the back end. That would be really, really interesting to know.
From afar. That's a good idea, and a leader idea that I had that you just reminded me I had.
Great idea.
Okay, I'm gonna roll to.
Good thinking, Lyra.
Thank you.
Capital.
Oh, that's definitely hit. That's a 28.
28, go and roll damage.
It's a 9 and a 10 and a 5. That's a 20.
24. So as you focus, kind of close one eye and aim, you release a secondary firebolt. It slams into the front of the ice, the wall of ice, which immediately bursts inside. Shattered shards of glass-like ice go flying further up the cavern. The rest of it kind of falls and collapses at a distance around you. Thankfully, you're all far enough away where there isn't an issue, and the wall seems.
That's your way you do it.
Nice.
Right, Lyra? Thank you.
Wow,
I think
Lyra,
before we
you're
move
really-
Oh my gosh, you guys.
I feel like before we move forward.
I've studied dragons a lot. I just want to say.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Something I was about to bring up. I don't like these ice walls. I do not like these ice walls. I am fine with having an obstacle that someone can get rid of for free. And I think that like having it the first time, and actually maybe I should say I'm fine with the first ice wall. I don't like the second one. Because there is this, like sense of discovery of like, oh, like how do we take down the ice wall? And then they realize, with the firebolt, like, oh, we could have taken it down a little bit safer from a distance. People have to roll dex checks. Like, that's an interesting obstacle. They didn't have to expend any resources to get rid of it, but that was because they were, maybe not exceptionally clever, but they were some amount of clever. And then presenting it to them just again when they already know the solution. Maybe if it was a more complicated obstacle, that might be interesting. Or maybe if it was a similar obstacle where they use a similar strategy, maybe slightly modified, and so they're still getting sort of rewarded for having figured out the previous obstacle, but it's not exactly the same. Like, I can maybe see something there, but literally just putting the exact same obstacle in front of them, it's boring. Even if they had taken it down maybe with 2 axe swings from Grog and they all have to make these dex saves and they don't figure out like the clever way to get rid of it, having 2 of them in a row of just like make some dex saves, make some more dex saves, like vary it up. Again, this is something where it's like I don't know how much of this is off the cuff, how much of this is like low prep, because Matt's done a crawl of traps where like the traps were very individual, very different, had varying solutions. Like the crawl to get from whatever like the temple was down to the place where they stored the horn. That had a pretty wide variety of traps. I liked them running back out through all the traps. That was all very interesting. So I don't know. I don't really know what this is. What this is all about.
So obviously we all know that they're susceptible to fire damage. Yes.
Yes.
This is an ice-breathing bastard. Do as much fire attacks as we can.
Yes.
Also,
Can't help there.
Don't dragons love, especially white ones, shiny, sparkly things, especially gems, from what I've gleaned over
I mean,
the years?
if he could be distracted during combat, maybe.
Yes,
He's
maybe.
a
tend
very
to like-
aggressive person.
Yes.
I
Yes.
got a glimpse of his attitude, and it is not pleasant.
Not happy.
No,
That's true.
he is full of vile and vitriol, and he likes to be worshipped. So,
So-
we could pretend to be worshipping him, giving
He
him
would probably
offerings.
still want to eat us. But yes, we could do that.
I mean, he didn't eat these two guys.
It might be something to think about
At least to get close to him.
before we spring an attack.
I don't know.
Go make an intelligence check.
With advantage because it's pertaining to dragons.
He's a stickler.
She's so good.
Is that
Okay, I will say, with how much she uses this, Matt should have taken the time at this point to actually understand how the feature works. Like, I can give them a lot of room and a lot of what would you call it? Grains of salt for getting, Pathfinder stuff confused up to this point, but she whips this shit out so often, and it is so often just not how the feature works. There are no intelligence checks that relate to favored enemy. And so it's just like, I don't know, Matt should really know how this works at this point.
an insight check?
That's just adding your intelligence modifier.
Okay, let me see what that. Oh, that's Grog's. What am
Look
I
at
doing?
yours. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so 20 was the first roll. 20 is the high
Leeway is the word. You're totally right.
roll.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, as you're having this
Oh, no, 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 no! 22.
22. Okay. A few things you do know about dragons, specifically a white dragon, from your studying. Especially, you lost someone very important to you, supposedly, to a dragon, and so you spent a lot of your life focused on their techniques.
Also, did he just really quickly throw in a supposedly? That very distinctly implies that they did not lose that shit to a dragon, right? unless I'm like totally crazy. Him throwing in that supposedly, it wasn't a dragon. No shot. Pin that one up on the conspiracy board. A dragon did not kill their parents. Maybe they did talk about it, and Laura wheeled and dealed to keep the Pathfinder version or something while she got used to her new character. It is theoretically possible. So Matt's a victim of Laura's cutthroat negotiating. You know what? Riste, that is not impossible. That could happen.
Abilities, how they work. White dragons, you know for one, have complete immunity to cold. Cold damage of all sorts has no effect on them whatsoever. You know that they have the capability of flight. They surround themselves with ice but are not hindered by it whatsoever. You do know that their claws and teeth are extremely dangerous. They themselves also, using their wings and their tail, become a fierce entity from all sides. Its cold breath is extremely dangerous.
Obviously.
It can affect a large area, and even its presence is frightful enough to where some of the most seasoned adventurers go running, fleeing, or cowering in a corner. Let alone encountering one in its lair in itself already has an advantage, as it sets an environment to put it at its advantage. So anything and everything you can do to prepare and be ready for such an encounter would be highly recommended.
What can we do to prepare?
You do get the sensation that even though they are cold-based, fire doesn't necessarily do any additional damage.
Supposedly, it looks to be a lot whenever they don't 100% know to make sure they never confirm or deny things on a meta level. A weird supposedly because it's in their backstory vids. So are we saying that, like, they say supposedly in the backstory vids? Like, is this... I guess, are the backstories not, like, solidly a thing? I'm confused. I guess is it like, they say in the backstory like, we don't know if it was a dragon? I thought that was like a serious like or not a serious, but like a confirmed fact within their own personal lore. But I could be misunderstanding. I don't watch the backstory videos. I only watch the backstory videos like every 10 episodes.
But it is not reduced or be able to resist it. In any way,
Can't
shape, or
resist
form.
fire. What about lightning damage?
Most
Do I know anything about that?
best that you know, most magics and other types of damage other than cold have an effect on it, though it does have unnatural resilience to spells and things at the start of a large part of the combat.
I can cast Stone Skin on one person, or up to actually, I could cast Stone Skin up to 3 times.
But it's concentration.
Oh yeah, to be clear, I'm down with him saying supposedly. I love that. I just wanted to confirm that I understand the CR lore up to this point. They say it firmly it was a dragon in their backstory vids. The weird supposedly was here in this episode. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool. That's yeah, that's fine. No, I definitely love secondhand information being suspect and not to be totally trusted. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have all the CR lore right in the head, because sometimes I get it a little bit confused and mixed up. Matt often says things in such a way just to muddy the waters, I believe. Fair enough. I'm down with it.
So you can only cast have it up on one person.
I can only have it on one person at a time.
Yeah.
So, who would be most likely to resist slashing and bludgeoning and
Probably
piercing?
Grog.
That's what I was thinking.
He's the one that's going to be up close out
Yeah.
of all of us.
Okay, so
As Grog is
It's kind of like how I talk about how sometimes I just roll behind my screen for absolutely no reason, just to throw it out there, and then the players are like, "What was that?" And I was like, "Nothing." Or they just look at me and they're like, "Does anything happen?" And I'm like, "No." Just to keep them on their toes.
That's all right. If I'm raging, I already have my ability to resist.
It's true. He takes half
He
to
knows those
piercing and
words.
slashing.
oh,
damage.
okay. So then we need the other person who might be within range of.
Trinket.
Trinket.
Okay.
Trinket's here?
As you look over it.
Oh!
Trinket's
I
right.
don't mean to demean him, but
Sorry.
his performance is.
And I certainly want to.
I love him. Of course he gets a
You
spell.
see his armor? It's amazing.
No,
he
of
is
course.
really, really cool.
He does things!
Yes, of course. I don't know what I was thinking. So
I mean, here's the thing. If he doesn't have stone skin, I probably won't let him charge.
But if he does have stone skin, will you let him charge?
Probably, yes.
All right. Well, that could be another. Does that seem like a good idea
I
for a
think
bear?
she's growing an extra head. It's pretty spectacular.
Scanlan, are most of your attacks up close, or are they?
I love that. If he doesn't have stone skin, I won't let him charge. But if he does have it, you will let him charge? Probably. Oh, man. Trinket is a flaw. Trinket is a character flaw. That is true. The cast trust Matt and allow him to change things if he deems fit to keep them on their toes. Yes. Yeah. Fair enough. And I mean, especially when it comes to backstories, there is the implicit lens that it is being told from the character's perspective. And the characters are not always reliable narrators. So there is kind of an implied unreliability to what has happened in the backstories. So that's super fair. Oh.
Are they far?
I've got a wide range. I like to keep people guessing.
Yes.
It's sort of my
Okay.
thing.
But we wouldn't really want you within.
Probably
like,
maybe
claw
one of you
damage.
guys, the
I
magic
wouldn't
users,
want
then,
that either.
because you have less armor than the rest of us.
That's fair.
It does make more sense. I don't mean to demean the Trinket. He is a lovely bear.
Of all the bears I've known, he's top 5.
Notch,
top
top five.
5.
He's saying this Trinket
he
senses
was
the
the most
conversation. He kind of like
human.
plants both feet on the ground.
He looks, see how tough he is. He's pretty tough.
Seems to be showing off. And
I've been having characters make some NPC rolls. Not all the time, but it lets them know when something really is up to chance and their information is coming from the NPC and not from me necessarily. What do you say? I'm a bit confused. Like, do you mean that like if an NPC is trying to make a history check, you have the players roll that check, and then based on the result is what information they get. I mean, so you're basically saying that like you roll some amount of like checks out in the open. If they ask someone, hey, what is this? I'll sometimes ask someone to roll it. Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Much higher roll environment. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Much more chaotic, yeah. Yeah. I can't do it out in the open because we're online, lol, but that's my solution for it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, as I've hit on, I'm a low roll Andy. I never have NPCs roll for anything ever. They just know what they know. But if you are into, like the higher rolling, higher chaos environment, that's definitely very interesting.
For a moment, even though this conversation,
Okay.
that's a dangerous looking bear.
No,
I'd like
okay.
to use
We're gonna
beast, I'd like to use
Scones
beast speak on Trinket.
All right.
And
Oh,
say,
really?
Trinket, what are you feeling right now? What's going on? You seem very excited.
Okay, you notice Zara leans forward and starts giving the series of low guttural sounds. Like it's weird. There's like this weird arcane interference and this strange, almost like the sound itself is being muffled and stretched. And Trinket returns to her and starts giving the same noises back. Trinket says to you essentially,
I'll do whatever it takes to protect my Vex. If this creature tries anything, I will tear its throat from its head.
He's a sexier bear than
He sounds super sexy.
Very sexy bear.
Trinket just, okay.
And he gives really good
Except Tom
massages, Lyra.
Hardy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I will cast Stone Skin. It lasts an hour, so I'll cast it. Do I within the parameter that
so
I think
as
we're
you're having this
gonna
conversation,
I love him very much.
I also want to tell you, Trinket. First of all, boy or girl? Just have to check.
But he's a boy.
We've
Look
had
at
this
his
discussion.
giant dick.
it leans back in a sitting bear position.
Yes.
Bear balls.
Thank
you.
Oh, it feels like I'm looking at a
needed
mirror.
inspiration.
Look at his giant dick. Also, I just want to pause real quick. Snaps, shout outs to Felicia Day for actually thinking about Stone Skin ahead of time and not just waiting until Matt calls for initiative and then trying to rush in. Oh, I actually cast Stone Skin on myself. I actually cast Blur on myself right before initiative. Because it lasts for an hour. That's the point. You should be thinking about it ahead of time. Snaps to Felicia Day. We love it.
So this fight we're about to do, and there's no. All right.
I need another
I also
ginger
want you
shoe.
to know that Vex loves you very much and will do whatever she can to
As a
protect you
wink,
as
Trinket.
well.
Right at you. I love you.
As this guttural conversation forth, Trinket comes up to you.
Do not be winking at him right after you pointed out his giant dick. This is getting a little weirdly sexual, Vex.
And nuzzles nose up against the side.
Oh, little buddy.
I wish Aldor would do that to me.
At which
mean-
point,
Show his giant
Show
cock.
us giant dick.
I saw it once. It was glorious.
Very inspiring.
and as
This is very Baldur's Gate 3. Also, straight look at the camera.
As Lyra's in this kind of memory trance, finishes casting Stone Skin and reaches out and touches Trinket, you can see Trinket's physical form. All the fur seems to coalesce into a thick rock type exterior shell of magical
The
protection.
thing.
What is his armor class raised by what?
The armor class doesn't change, but all damage that Trinket takes from bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing is reduced by half.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Oh, goodness. Okay, that's
Thank
done.
you, Trinket. Lovely to talk to you.
What else can we do to
I
prepare?
I promise,
What about your?
Lyra, I will let him attack this battle.
Oh, good. No, it's fantastic. That invited so many good thoughts in my mind. I don't mind anything at this point. I mean, what?
The giants have begun to move forward through the cavern.
Oh, it's happening.
Yep.
Oh.
All right.
Screw your courage to the sticking place.
Oh. All right.
All right. Scanlan, I want you to go ahead and roll a dexterity saving.
Oh boy, already? Dex? 17.
17.
Oh, plus 4, 21.
21. As you begin stepping forward up the cavern where the wall itself has collapsed, you step forward into a part of the ice that is far more brittle than you expected, and suddenly it breaks beneath your foot. You
My
instinctively
stamina sense is tingling.
You push off and kind of fall into your back, and as you guys look over, you hear the cracking and the falling of some sort of stone or ice-like structure. Where you see where Scanlan was stepping, a 10-foot diameter pit crumbles and falls beneath, and peering over the inside.
All right, Matt, you got me. I fucking fell for it. I'll eat it. The second wall wasn't like the first wall. Oh, son of a bitch, I got. All right. You know what? Chalk that one up on the old 1-0 Matthew Megaphone Man. I mean, a floor is just a wall you can walk on, so it's the same things. But it's bigger. It's bigger, and I thought it was the same size. Yeah, he got me. I would have gotten got.
And using your light, you can see there appears to be an arrangement of razor-sharp ice spikes
What?
gathered at the bottom of a 15-foot pit.
Why isn't my brother here?
I need to check for traps from now on. To save the heads and stuff.
I think we found one.
Hey, there's a trap.
There's a trap right there.
Does that take up our whole path now? Do we have to now?
The tunnel itself is about 20 foot wide at this point, so you guys.
You know what? And to compliment Matt more in this scenario, this is a great example of how you can use ostensibly bad design to trick your meta players. Because, like, in fiction, 2 ice walls is not that big a deal. It's an ice dragon. It makes ice walls. Like, sometimes things are repetitive and boring IRL. It just doesn't make for a good dungeon. But you can use the fact that it doesn't make a good dungeon to trick your players in like a meta sense of being a little bit more complacent. He fucking got me. Snaps for Matt.
Move around it.
Okay.
The giants have were ahead of you at this point. So
Did they laugh?
one kind of shakes its head, and the other one just keeps walking.
So.
Gee, I had a spell that would be useful, but it's not ready.
Thanks for that
That's
update.
Thank you, Lyra. We're going to move forward.
I'm just being honest. I could have lied. I said that I totally prepared that spell.
No one's holding you accountable.
But I could have been knowing giant the whole time, so I just.
Oh.
It's okay.
Oops.
It's all right.
It's all right.
If anybody falls, I can make them fall gently. That's
Oh,
onto
that's
the
good. Is
next.
it like featherfall?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
Lovely.
Okay, I perceive
Feather
small
body's
and
great.
see if I see any traps ahead of us the whole time.
All right. You go ahead and make a perception check as you move forward.
That would be a 15.
15. Okay. You guys continue to push upward this long, spiraling corridor. You reach another ice wall that has already been partially broken from some sort of encounter long ago. You immediately peer that the part of the wall that is broken, there's about a 10-foot wide walk passage. The entirety of that walkway appears to be another trap, and the giants are kind of just waiting back.
I see you. There's a thing here. We should not step on it.
Oh, how do we get around it? Can we get around it?
Chip, I know it's stupid, but damn it, I'm gonna do it.
How do we get around? What do we do?
We should maybe break down this ice wall and then not walk on this area. How about that?
So we can. Okay, let's. Yes.
Do you want me to firebolt? I mean, I'm going to firebolt.
Yeah.
Yes. From a distance.
From a distance.
The world seems
Beaches.
That's a 30.
30, go ahead and roll some damage.
Yeah, 9 and 8 and a 10. These are good rolls. That's it's 27.
27. This bolt arcs around from the side. You hit it right at the point where the half the wall had collapsed, causing the other half of the wall to immediately shatter and collapse inward, spraying bits of ice and rock against the wall on that side. The ground becomes rough terrain in that general vicinity, but it's easy enough to traverse over with not any serious issue. As you guys step over, the giants kind of make their way through across, stepping over it entirely with their long gait. You move carefully over the shattered wall bits, but the ground itself seems solid. And you continue to pass that issue.
Before we go into the actual lair of the dragon, once we get to it, I don't know how much more of these thingies there are. Do we want to go in as if we're offering it something and saying, "Hey, we love you. We want to bring you
Yeah, music. Quick little music shift. Yeah.
people and stuff like that"?
We are here to serve you,
Or do we want to send somebody in first and act like, they're here to serve it, and then we all spring in and surprise it? What do you want to do?
Well, would they like to eat giants?
It likes to eat anything frozen, basically.
Kind of anything
It freezes
frozen?
things and then it eats them.
Well, there was another party that the guild did send another party.
I don't know if they had a method or if they just walked right in.
hungry.
Yeah.
Just go in and
Perhaps
No,
if
it
we're
did just eat a
quiet
wall.
and stealthy. Can we be quiet and stealthy?
I can't. I'm sorry.
I can cast invisibility.
Oh, I can cast invisibility on myself.
That's
That's
good.
good. That's really good.
So, learning of the dragon, will they be able to detect us if we cast invisibility?
What I would get, wait, that's nature? It'll be a nature check or animal handling?
This would be an intelligence check.
Oh, I can do that.
What if
That's
we
a
like
30, that's a 24, 23.
Okay, so I have this.
All right.
Okay.
So what you've read of dragons, their ability to sense the surroundings is adapted to all environments, whether they can see or not. They actually have the ability to see with no sight necessary to a certain extent. So
Wow.
invisibility would help at a distance, quite a bit of distance, but within a certain point, it is able to sense your presence whether or not it can see you.
So,
Also to note, if you cast invisibility, you lose your concentration spell and trinket.
oh, so that's exactly that. Now, his vanity, he does like being worshipped.
Right.
So that is
Yes.
the key.
That's a good
So we
thing.
could go in with an offering.
And offerings. What if we laid a trap in the offering? What if we used your frag grenade that you did? Is it like a bomb? Does it set off at a timer? Is it like very fragile?
It's. I have to set it off personally. I actually have to shoot it to set it off.
So smile, you son of
Do
a
we
bitch,
have
basically,
any-
if we put it into
More or
a
less.
Do we have any sort of bombs or anything like that? Because I have a very, very big, beautiful diamond of awesomeness that we uncovered before that I keep with us.
Would you
That
if
we
you
could,
have
like,
a
present it
flame
with
arrow,
this
you can also
big,
set it
huge
off.
ass diamond and then have it trapped with some sort of exploding device.
We could.
If he picks the diamond up off of
I'm sorry, man, she really is like, you know, it's fucking we girl math the healing potions, but she's very willing to blow up her big, cool, awesome ass diamond. She's very much like, yeah, I have it. We could just strap a frag grenade to it, right? Does that sound good?
That sounds like we would have to engineer something.
We could put it in
the
a
middle of
bag and
tunnel.
then put the diamond on top of a bomb or something, and when he picks it up, it like in his face.
It's not.
That's hoping for an awful lot of things to go our way. Which,
Yes.
More things than normally go our way, to be fair. It's,
well, it seems worthy of trying to get close to him because his attacks. What do you have? Does a dragon have a very good length attack?
Yeah,
60
as a dragon has some decent reach with some of its attacks.
Yes.
Its bite, its length of neck and ability to bite actually has quite a bit of reach. Also, its tail is.
That would be even cheaper than drinking a healing potion. Yeah, because this is actually like, if you really think about it, a diamond that big, you're going to have to pay a lot of money just to even find a buyer. But diamonds are invulnerable to damage. I know from video games. No. We can girl math this. Yeah. So to find one that big, it's like a really expensive piece of art. Even if you steal it, you can't even sell it. So really, she would blow it up, turning it into a bunch of smaller diamonds that are much, much easier to liquidate. So really, she's not losing money. She's actually making money because it's much more sellable, much more liquid.
Quite some reach as well. It can cover some decent ground just with its physical form.
The thing is, obviously, the trolls don't come up here a lot, or there won't be so much ice in here. Walls. So I think that's a problem. So it's not as if they come up here all the time to give them treats, right?
Right.
We could just walk in there.
That's a good point, Felicia. We gonna dig into that at all, or?
I could be holding Lyra as my captive and say, I brought you this captive to eat.
I don't like that one.
Well, you know, you're very appealing.
Little man, a tiny, well-proportioned man.
I still don't know that the giants aren't going to help us.
As you guys are stepping forward up the pathway, you turn a corner, you can see the giants have stopped, and they kind of have there's a physical trepidation to the way that they're kind of leaning backward in their stance. And
We're
as
like
you,
right there, aren't we?
As you turn the corner, the little bit of light that reaches out, you can see there appears to be one final ice wall that has a 10-foot opening where it is just left as a pathway, and it opens into a darkened chamber.
Oh no!
Right here.
Well, I have dark vision for 60 feet, so I could approach this 10-foot.
You're so right. I love quantifying damage in terms of superior healing potions. That. Oh man, that is definitional girl math. I love it.
Wide.
I've also seen boy math recently of like boy math is spending 100K on FanDuel and winning 0. I like all sorts of math. I think that we are just great at math as a society, as a species. I think it's a very sound way of calculating the value of a monster. of all of its individual parts. Yeah, yeah.
Around the side and just sort of peer in and just see what's there.
I mean, okay, Restay. Actually, unironically, you don't make a bad point. Like, if you're in a game where people are often wanting to carve up monsters and, like, sell their parts, using healing potions as a sort of, like, stand-in for their meat's value? I swear I came up with a good idea on accident. Like, I'm kind of sitting here thinking about that. I'm like, that's not bad. Like, it doesn't work for everything. Obviously, there are some, like, super powerful monsters that, you know, are low HP, high AC. Maybe the AC is, like, a modifier on it or something? Like it's like divide by AC or something. I don't know, but that's something interesting to tinker around, Restay. I wouldn't let that one go. I'm gonna be thinking about it. So there's just a rate per HP. Well, it's like, yeah, it's like per HP, maybe with some sort of AC modifier, and then it's like, you know, per body part. And you could have a, you know, like a survival check to skin it, and that, like, reduces the gold value depending on what they roll. I'm just saying, I think there's something there. Treat AC like an ability score. Use the modifier against the HP. Use that to calculate their value. That's not bad. I'm just saying, you could come up with, like, an HP to gold ratio based on healing potions, and that, like, I've always struggled with, like, how much is, like, wyvern meat going to be? Or, like, oh, my players want to carve up a warg. Like, how much is their local hag going to offer them for warg testicles, you know? Like, these are all really common situations where I find it hard to price it out. And that is not a bad method for pricing it out, because you have a direct HP to gold ratio with healing potions, and monsters have HP, so I'm gonna be thinking about that one, Restay.
Okay, so you walk up past the giants towards this entrance.
That's not bad.
All right. As you walk forward, you see your vision kind of, you know, spill out into the darkness ahead of you with a little bit of dim light, and the darkness before you kind of reveals itself. You can see a smattering of broken bits along the ground. Looks like rocks of ice, a frozen leg of some humanoid, an arm, some scattered broken armor and weapons. There is pieces of what appears to be a frozen over graveyard of previous attempts towards inhabiting this room. And as you continue to push forward towards the edge, just towards the perimeter, as far as your vision can see at this doorway, you see a central platform in the middle of this giant chamber that rises up about 15 feet, 10-15 feet. And just cresting over the top of this platform.
I'd have to have a rarity multi. Yeah. There's something there, Hans, but I think you could get there. Selling warg testicles is a common occurrence. I mean, isn't it for all of us? Look, I do a lot of business with hags. I won't lie. I'm just saying, that's just warlock shit, man. I don't care who we're doing business with, as long as there's gold involved, you know. I'll parlay. I'll make whatever sort of deals I gotta make to get that gold.
Is the edge of an alabaster snout with teeth kind of overlapping, and you hear this growling snarl, and this little voice kind of spills out from underneath and says, "Why don't you enter? If you're going to arrive and present yourselves, do not cower yet."
Get that diamond out!
And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. So we're going to take a quick
Take a quick break. Yeah, it's like more. Maybe CR? CR could work. Using every bit of the animal is common practice. If it means I gotta grab the jiggly bits and someone is gonna pay for it then dadgummit, I'm gonna do it. Look, man, Yeah, that's across cultures. You got Rocky Mountain oysters. When we were in Spain, they literally told us, they were like, oh yeah, we used to eat every part of the bull. Now we only eat 3 parts. There was some word for it. It was the inner lining of the stomach. I don't remember what it's called. It's like, it started with a T. There was bull's tail and bull testicles. Like, it's a more common ingredient than all that. Oh no, the dragon's sexy. Fuck. Fuck, oh no, my only weakness. The dragon just so happens to be super, super hot. Oh man, oh wait, what? Sorry, I was taking a note. Man, this is why I don't try to do this normally. I was taking a note of what time code we were at. But I typing and talking at the same time is so hard. All good villains are either hot or entirely disgusting. That's accurate. Yeah, really rarely. It's so funny. When a villain is hot or disgusting, it's normally not mentioned. But if they aren't hot or disgusting, it's like a whole plot point. It's like, if they look like quasi-normal, it's like a whole thing about how normal they look. Like Zemo in fucking Civil War. Or yeah, like Captain America 3 or 2, or was that Iron Man? I don't remember. The guy that pits Captain America and Iron Man against each other, it's like a whole thing about how he's blending into all these things because he just looks like a dude. The dragon gets 2 tail attacks. Ooh, is that a sexy reference? Like tail? I don't know. That sounds like a sexy reference. All right, wait. I gotta pull up the time codes. I got distracted. You guys distracted me. How dare? Timestamp for after is 47.
10-minute break.
Then it's other tail. Yeah. Wait, did I fast forward too much? No.
Finally made it. 100 if we can get there by
we
the end of the show tonight. So let's see if we can hit that. In the meantime, guys, we
Oh,
Yeah. Welcome to the shit.
Oh no, oh no, oh
I've been
no.
watching in the car.
you guys have all been making your way through the cavern back here. Zara has stepped forward, and
Just to the
the
edge.
darkness you can see right here at the edge.
Oh no.
Really big.
Platform.
It's huge.
He's up above us though.
Yep.
Oh,
About
no.
10, 15 feet up on this platform, leaning over the edge is Rhyme Fang, staring at you through the darkness. A claw comes forward and beckons.
Can I just from here, before we like go in there, I'm just gonna cast Hunter's Mark on him?
You can't see him right now.
I can.
Zara can. Zara can.
I can do. I got my belt of dwarven dark
Is he speaking dragon?
Speaking common.
He's speaking common. Okay.
Would he detect if I would cast anything on him at the moment?
I don't know.
Then I'm gonna sit here and drink my drink.
Are you offering him that jewel? Or did we ditch that idea?
No, are we doing
We
that?
might.
Should I
Depends
just
what he
like,
asks.
should we walk forward?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, roll it out like a
Really
tennis
good.
ball for a dog.
Who's got a lot of persuasion?
Do we have a little bag we can put
Me.
the jewels in?
Yeah, we've got.
Now that Travis is here. Oh my goodness. Wait, I do gotta change it. And they're not in the big combat anymore, so it doesn't matter if I'm back in my normal position. There we go. All right. Travis. I like how oh wait, fuck, there is a map. Put over the bottom seating chart, put subtitles between map and stat area. Ooh. The bottom seating chart, plus put subtitles. Oh, yeah. Okay, so like that-ish. And then we can just move this like this. Ooh, I probably won't be able to like make it that much wider on the fly, but I think we can just vibe with this. I think this works. Cool. I like how uneven the edges of this cavern looks on the paper. Hell yeah. Dude, Matt's dungeon drawings are really pretty. Like, they're really simple, but really, really nice. Sub's a bit higher so they don't cover Laura. Like, oh, yeah, we can put it, like, closer on, like, the body of these people. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Yeah. But yeah, no. Matt has really consistently. I don't know if Matt draws them or someone on like the production team draws them. But they're really like a simple style. I almost want to say like notation, but that's not right. But they're like really simple, but they are really nice for like just visually.
We don't have enough time to do any of this.
Okay, well,
Yeah, we do.
We have a second. I'm going to hand you my holy hand grenade of Antioch. So
Seriously?
why
You
not?
can hold monster.
I'm going to very gingerly put that in the bag.
Does he
Thank you.
qualify as a monster?
I'm putting.
As far as you know, Dragon's pretty
Right.
much a monster.
Just making sure you heard.
We can both hold monster.
I can't.
I am putting Percy's hand grenade inside this bag along with a diamond. Oh, it's a really pretty diamond.
I have a ruby.
It's okay.
As long as it
Rubies
doesn't
are good.
explode.
But don't you think we need to show it?
You can't explode a diamond.
That's true. Diamonds are really strong.
Diamonds are forever.
So I'm putting that in the bag. Are we tossing this at him? What are we?
You can't explode a diamond.
Oh, we're gonna walk in. He's beckoning us. Let's walk in. I'm walking in.
He is
Alright,
back.
you guys all walk in.
Yep.
What's the order you guys walk in?
I'm going ahead.
Here, hold the bag.
I'll take the bag.
Zara, are you staying ahead with Scanlan? Taking the
why
bag.
are the spell? I believe that you squishy people should be back here. I don't know.
I'm not
Do you have
squishy,
a
I'll go
plan,
with him.
Myra?
All right.
Oh
Rod
no.
moves up with that.
All right.
No plan is a good
As a note,
plan.
as you guys are walking through and the light hits
That's the only reason you hear Robin Banks.
the
You
walls,
can't
you can
even.
see the ice itself, which you can
You couldn't even see it before. Stop even pretending that you're being horny. Fake horniness is worse than real horniness, Robin.
accustomed to is now being broken up with the visual of what looks like little glittering stars. It's almost like you're walking through a frozen area of the night sky.
It's pretty.
You realize that there are gold pieces frozen in sporadically all throughout the wall, the floor, the ceiling.
But this shirt or this shirt? I don't even think I showed this one off. This is RTX Austin 2017. That was my first big friend road trip. Like one of the first road trips I took with just friends, like no family of any kind. We all nighted from Kansas to Austin. I was like, I want to say it was like a 12-hour drive or something. I don't even remember. And oh my God, what did we listen to all the way there? We listened to Epic Sax Guy the entire way. We found a 12-hour, or actually maybe it was only like a 9-hour drive, but we found a 24-hour track. Oh my God, now I have to find it. I'll show you exactly what we went to. 24. Yep, this is it. Right here. Oh, brings back memories. I'm dating myself. That's all right. And yep, it's that for 24 hours. And that is the only song we listened to there and back. It was so successful that we had to repeat the experiment on the way back. I worked at Starbucks and we had access to the music. I played the exact thing for like 2 hours straight once. Hell yeah, Restay. We're on the same fucking page. Look, sometimes you have to be a little insane, John. Sometimes you just have to take your opportunities to be a little ludicrous. The full song itself is good. Oh yeah. It's gonna run away. God, I remember. I used to know the song. Oh man, yeah. It was from Eurovision, and there was also, I don't remember which one it is, but there's a remix that we eventually found that kind of like dips in and out. It's a little bit more varied, even though it's the same lick the whole time. So that one was interesting, but Oh, man. I would go crazy after 1 minute of this. Get me out of the car. I'd say, oh, there was 4 of us trapped in this car. It wasn't even like it was just like me and one other person. We had 4, and it was like people were we would fall asleep to it, and it was like it went in and out of being annoying. Like sometimes it would be so annoying. It is kind of meditative, yeah. Because it was like sometimes we'd just be like, and we'd just be like staring forward. And sometimes we'd like kind of turn it down and we'd talk over it. But then other times we all like started to get infected. We were just like, da, 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 da. And someone would like turn it up and be like, da, 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 da. It takes over you sometimes.
Here,
Probably like one of the first like things I would ever call a brain worm that I got.
The actual whatever wealth this dragon has acquired is in some way, shape, or form embedded in its own lair. Anyway, so we have the 3 of you up front. Who's up next? Imagine we got Trinket.
Yeah, and me.
All right, so you guys will continue to move forward.
God, it's stuck in my head now.
There, where you want to stop? You have laser pointers to use, by the way, if you want to point out wherever you want to be.
Can we speak to him before
Look,
this madness
Scanlan
begins?
should definitely talk to him.
I would like to go around.
That mad magic.
Okay, want to go there?
Rhymefang.
I'll want to be.
Oh, glorious Rhymefang! We have an offering for you.
That's not me.
Is that
A Proclaimers vibe. It's very much if you've ever seen the How I Met Your Mother episode where the tape track is stuck playing I Would Walk 5,000 Miles. It was very, very that vibe.
you? Hello.
No, you. That was you.
I will go here.
You will go here. So first goes here.
That's good.
Over by Percy.
All right.
Exactly what I meant. Is that by the Proclaimers? Oh man, okay. Oh, son of a bitch. All right. Yeah. Very much that, Hans. Very much. I got rickrolled last week. Someone linked supposedly an ambush bard build. That's so nerdy. That's so nerdy to get rickrolled off of an ambush bard build. That sounds like something that Sam is going to do 2 episodes from now. How about Your Mother? Quickly, that show went downhill in the later seasons. Yeah. I don't disagree. It's a good example of a show that ran its course without them realizing it, and stayed alive longer than it should have.
But further.
Keep up with the bullshit.
This way?
Is that 90? Is that 90 feet?
No, it's less than that.
Oh, yeah.
We're 30 feet away now.
Yes, the
Oh,
giants
come
are
on,
still with us.
Giants. Help us out.
The side there.
Giants.
They might help us. if
So
they start to
as you guys enter.
Are those giants larger than the dragon? That doesn't feel right, but also I realize like I don't really know the relative sizes at play here, so like it might be correct.
Enter the chamber. The actual air here is more still and cold than any other point of the interior of this cavern has been. It's even just breathing inward hurts in itself as the
Yeah, it may
freezing air
not be
hits your
exactly
lungs.
the scale. That's true.
Rhymefang sits there perched atop of the central platform, just kind of grinning down towards the rest of the group. You, who have shouted this out, Lyra, about having an offering, Rhymefang immediately leans forward.
An offering, you say?
I want to make my
Yes,
way
we have. Oh, sorry. What?
While he's talking, I just want to make my way along the wall a little
As
bit
you
more.
make a stealth check.
Oh no.
20! There's a 20! You're so stealthy. You're so stealthy.
Yeah, all I needed was fried chicken.
At least you got chicken.
It's true.
All right, so you somehow managed to dart out of the visual reference of a very focused adult white dragon. Rhymefang does not seem to gather any movement, and you just vanish into the side. Where do you want to go?
Stealthy bastard.
Where do you want to go?
Just a little bit further there. That sounds good.
Okay. Percy, as you're stepping over, you realize you're stepping onto what looks like the broken lower half of another giant that has fallen.
Hey man, look, I'll say it. This is one of the reasons I actually don't. Even when I ran physical, I really rarely used minis. God, worse than his spell issue. Look, I will admit these are my own personal brain worms, but like, okay, it actually kind of takes me out of it. And this is not fucking advice. This is not table advice. This is hashtag not financial advice. But the reason I don't use minis is because if I was the DM at this table, that shit would bug me. Like, I can't look at it. I'm like, they look wrong. They look wrong. I can't. But I know that I am well in the minority there. So who's... I think my brain is the trash one in this case, the trash DM.
Over a booted leg and part of an eaten armored torso to your back. As you begin to look through, you also see there are currently frozen in place 3 other individuals that are like in mid-battle and are frozen solid.
If we unfreeze them, it's really not good.
Wait, is this like cryogenics shit where they're still alive in there? Is that what's gonna be the case?
They could help us.
Yeah, that's a good
They're
idea.
probably dead in there. That's no, but they might just be frozen. It's like a
Rhyme Fang.
Oh, great Rhyme Fang.
oh,
What a glorious moon you are amidst the stars of your treasure.
Oh, pour it on, one.
Dude, I was about to say, oh, Mary Elizabeth. Oh, I do declare, I feel like a star right now just amongst your words. I don't think it's crazy to say I wouldn't hang up on it so much, but I can see it being distracting. Yeah. I mean, look, if I was at a table where the DM, had that sort of shit, I definitely wouldn't say shit about it, but it would bother me in the back of my head.
We do have an offering for you.
Yes, and I use Mage Hand to lift the diamond out of the bag and just sort of dangle it in front of the dragon. We've brought you this diamond. We come from the Slayer's Take. We represent the guild, and we are here to formally apologize for sending a few of our members here in the past, and to promise that we never shall again. And as a gift of apology and hopefully brotherhood, we offer you this diamond. There are many more to come.
And everything else in the bag as
and
well.
then you put it back in the bag. And you give it to him.
There's this low guttural snarl. It leans forward, kind of sneaking down off the perch a little bit. Its head moves forward and stretches outward, no more than maybe 10 feet from your face. You can see it kind of inspecting the diamond as you're holding it by the mage hand, floating above the rest of the bag, and kind of chuckles to itself.
This is your measly offering.
There is a diamond of much greater size and value in this pouch. But first we want to hear that you are going to allow us safe passage out of here before we turn it over to you.
Persuasion check for one thing.
Hey guys, just so you know, stream's buffering, hold. Twitch problem.
Okay.
Oh no!
Hold for buffer.
Hold buffer.
Do we know what point it started buffering?
Alright, you're back up. Okay. Just the last 2 sentences.
Okay.
Buffer over.
All right, so.
Please allow us safe passage. And then you said roll for persuasion, and I rolled a 19.
Okay. Rhymefang's head.
Dude, I love this music. I love the fucking creepy choir. Ooh. Very atmospheric.
Kind of withdraws back, and its claws pull back up on top of the platform. It lifts its head up, looking down at you with this very disinterested kind of snoop.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I will say, Restate, especially these days, I play, I play entirely online, but I still do, I always turn on my camera, and, like, some of our players either don't have a camera or their internet can't handle if they, like, turn on their camera. But the other two also turn on their camera because it really is, like, and I really often try to, like, stand up and sit down with my character because I completely agree that, like, the lost physicality, because even with a camera on, I'm still losing a lot of physicality, but it can be more impactful than you think. Especially, like, one of the best things about playing in person is the unspoken vibes so that you don't have to talk over each other to make things clear. So, like, if my character is nervous, I can just visually act nervous on camera. I don't have to pop in and say, like, oh, like, Tormera's twitching, like, as this is happening, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can just do it. And I totally agree with what you're saying. The physicality, like, just this, like, face, even when he's not saying anything, just speaks to, like, what is going on. They really have the worst plans, and I love that. Oh yeah, D&D's all about the worst plans. The game that I'm playing in, we literally last night, we got a night encounter, got ambushed by some bandits. They absolutely fucked us up. I was the last one left alive. They said they'd take us back as slaves. The other two were downed. They would take us back as slaves if I surrendered, so I did. And then our bard is also a cook. That's like his backstory, and he's got proficiency in cook's utensils. And so as they're taking us back, he puts it down. We camp down for the night as slaves. We're still tied up. He convinces them to let us out. And because of our loot goblin other player, we had a giant poisonous mushroom in our pack. And the cook convinced them to let him cook for them, and he made them something that we now are calling bandit stew, where the key ingredient is a giant poisonous mushroom. And it was a bad plan from start to finish, to be honest. And he rolled so well, so many times in a row, and poisoned them all, and they all dropped dead without us having to lay a finger on them. Bandit stew fucking works. And I told him, I was like, next time we go to town, I'm getting you more poison. That's all I know. It does encourage me to put more work and emphasis in my voice to compensate, though, which is an interesting challenge as someone who totally isn't an actor. That's super fair. Yeah, it's restrictions breed creativity and all that. There's definitely an aspect to not allowing you to have the visual crutch and putting more effort into that voice. That's totally fair. And they just keep getting away with it. That's the beauty of the dice, man. Sometimes you just get away with it.
Beauty looking. As it kind of snorts out of its nose, this kind of puff of frost shoots out, and crystals of ice fall and clatter to the ground around it.
That was so cool.
You trespass into my domain. Your voice is bickering and bouncing off the walls, annoying me, waking me from my slumber, my freshly eaten slumber. I am curious before you so walk into my dinner table. Why you seem to have gotten past my guardians.
At which point, the two giants who are standing behind you kind of look at each other nervously.
Your guardians are well aware of our power and position, and did not want to offend you by turning us away.
Are you to tell me I spared your insignificant lives so you could let this insulting, insufferable insect into the heart of my domain?
I'm called Burt Reynolds, and I take great offense at that.
The dragon's head turns to the side for a moment with a glance of confusion and almost amusement that you speak up to it with such a disrespectful manner.
You can call me Mr. Reynolds or simply Burt.
Its claws dig in and kind of tighten on the edges of this platform. You can see the stonework and the ice kind of crack and shatter underneath its grip as pieces of the stone tumble down the edges of the platform, scattering across the ground with a slight clap.
I love that you could hear not just the table players laughing, but all of like the production studio laughing behind them. It sounded like they had a fucking studio audience for a second.
Clattering. The wings unfurl outward, and its head looks down upon you directly.
Bert. You say you're from the Slayer's Take. I have not lived these 100 years or so to become the hunted. I am the hunter. I am the scourge of the Thorain Tundra. I am the stalker of this timberland. Well, parts of you shall adorn my walls, glittering in pieces for times to come. Giants, to my side! Tonight, you choose whether I dine on you or just them.
I use fuck me.
I don't know if you have that spell.
I use fuck me.
I use fuck me. Really? What's the DC on that?
It's very high. I use awakened mind to once more say, now we have seen what you have been through. We see the terror that you face every day from this awful beast. This is your chance. You may not have another. Fight him with us and destroy this beast forever.
Make a persuasion check versus the dragon's intimidation check.
Oh, versus a dragon!
Fuck! But you got this natural 20, all the way, natural 20.
Are you ready to shoot, yeah?
I have my bow notched, and I cast Hunter's Mark while all this is going on.
He might not.
That's
good! Plus what?
Plus what?
Wait, what is it? Persuasion?
Persuasion.
Plus 9.
She really is. Oh my god, I want to know.
27.
That's pretty
The
good.
giants look at each other. They look down at the rest of you. They pull their axes out, with their shields at the ready, and then look back up at Rhyme-Fen. And in giant, you hear, mutter under their breath, "It's now or never."
Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Oh god.
Okay.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
To be fair, the rent was due. If they have the giants and Rhyme-Fang, I don't know if they make it out of that. Watching Matt occasionally glancing down to read what are definitely lines made me comfortable with the idea of pre-writing stuff for various NPC character moments. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think, especially for big NPCs like this, totally fair. The thing that made me initially comfortable with that, because I hadn't watched any actual plays, was running Curse of Strahd. Because very frequently in Curse of Strahd, they don't just tell you, they don't just give you information. They give you specific lines to say, not just as part of NPCs, but as part of descriptions and like lore and like exactly how you should say it to your players. I ran that and I saw how it ran and how nice it was to have those to lean back on. It's not something that I do often because I am so focused on the world building aspect, but I do still do it, especially if they're in the middle of sort of a quest when the session ends. I will think up small little like scripts and things, and I'll write down notes about what I want them to say. So that's a really good thing to point out.
Oh my god.
I rolled lower. I rolled a 20
I
on initiative.
rolled another 20.
Me too.
You got a... What is it with you and your 20?
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah. If one little part of the line doesn't work, it's so easy to just cut it in the moment. Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. All right. So, 25 to 20, anyone?
25.
28.
What? All right. We have
He's got a really high initiative.
Percy. We have Vex leaving that up there. All right. We have 20 to 15.
19.
19. Nice. 15 to 10.
12.
12. Zara. 12. 10 to 5.
7.
7 for Scanlan. Which one did you roll?
Yes.
-1.
Did you roll a natural 1 on your
I rolled a 1 and I have a -2.
on your initiative?
Yes! I'm never going. I'm gonna just have a snack.
You break out the trail mix.
The little gingers come back out.
Yes. Is that a record?
That is a record.
I've never heard.
I don't think we've ever had a negative initiative.
All right, so as the wings unfurl on top of this platform, the combat round begins with Percy.
If I take one shot, can I hold my second shot until an event? Can I time my second shot?
You have to hold your initiative, or you do all your actions in one round, unfortunately.
Darn it. What initiative did you roll again?
Low.
Okay.
Second to last.
In that case, all right. I'm going to take a few steps behind that frozen creature right there.
who built her character. You know what? Having Dex as a dump stat, it's not the smartest choice for a wizard, but it's not the least smartest choice. Yeah, you gotta dump something, and like, I mean, really the main thing it's gonna impact for her is her AC, but I mean, if you assume you're always gonna cast like bark skin or something, meh. Or mage armor, like, oh no, mage armor still has a dex component. Yeah. Yeah, man, gotta dump something.
Going to pull out bad news.
All right.
Bad news.
Bad news. Oh, I've got a plan. Oh, please work. And I'm going to aim for the face. I'm going to take a headshot on him.
And to be fair, I'm pretty sure we heard already that she has a +5 to con. Because she talked about rolling a 5 on her con, or, oh, was it a con check or a con save? I think it was a con check. And I think she, like, rolled a 5 and got a 10. So I think she has, like, a 20 constitution or something.
Okay, the creature's in front of you, the frozen warrior's in front of you.
I'm using him as just partial cover.
Okay, so you're behind the creature. Are you just, like, putting it on it to aim?
More or less,
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
I'm
Okay.
using him as a steady and as partial cover as I take a headshot on the dragon.
Okay.
I'm not taking a bonus for damage. No.
Okay.
So, 15?
15, unfortunately, does not hit.
God damn!
As you shoot, it actually hits the body, but the hardness of the dragon's scales ricochets the shot off. You see it impact on some part of the far side of the cavern, and a few pieces of rock and ice.
I'm going to burn a bonus action and spend another grit point and do another shot.
So you're doing your action surge?
I'm taking my action surge.
Okay, so you use your action surge. That's it for this round.
That's
You use
it.
your first round to reload the bad news and place it back up on top.
Come on, come on.
Come on. Another headshot, you said?
Yep. Ah, 19. That's much better. Plus 12. That's 20, 29 to 32 to hit.
That's
That's good.
And that's 12, 6. That's 15 points of damage.
Alrighty.
And a headshot means he's got disadvantage on all attacks for the next round.
Okay. Good to know. Alrighty.
And it does not mean that they get advantage on saving throws, Matt. So, probably if he were to use his ice breath, he would be unaffected. Matt?
So, I'm gonna go ahead and roll. Alright, so, from the impact of the blast, you see the shot ricochet off of Rhymefang's face. The impact sends a couple of pieces of white dragon scales shooting off into the darkness, and the head kind of rears from the impact, shakes, seemingly kind of loosely shaken by the impact of the blast. The blowback from the gun actually sends a large crack through the physical body of the stone warrior, or the ice warrior ahead of you, and it collapses into a pile of ice on the ground in front of you.
I feel a little guilty about that. I feel very guilty about that.
You get the feeling that whatever was there probably has not been alive for quite a while.
Okay, I feel a little better.
Like frozen solid. It breaks up to T1000 frozen.
He was the most useful he's ever been.
Probably.
Okay.
All right, that ends Percy's turn. We're up at Vex.
Okay. I'm going to cast Lightning Arrow, and I'm going to attack through my blazing bow.
Yeah, come on.
Alrighty.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That is 25.
She said
25?
Yeah.
I know, just the frozen fella caught some shade of that's the most useful he's ever been.
25 does hit, yes?
Yes. Okay, so that is 4d8 of lightning damage.
All right.
Okay.
Saving throw for half, or just take it?
Saving throw for half. Yes.
That's a natural 20 on saving throw, so it takes half damage.
Oh. That's some stink eye.
Hey.
Felt that from here.
better on saving throw than an attack.
13 plus 6.
Oh wait, I just realized.
13 plus 6
19.
is 19.
Gotta
then
turn it
20,
up.
so 10. Plus regular damage, right? For my regular. 10.
And Hunter's
You have Hunter's Mark on.
19, I know.
We'll call her Hunter's Mark.
11 plus 20 plus 10 is 21. Plus Hunter's Mark
So many numbers.
is 4.
Okay.
And then plus my blazing bow, which adds another 10.
Alrighty.
Where did that land? Shit.
What
I'm so aggressive right now. I'm just gonna roll a different one.
That's
Oh my
okay.
god. That looks like a 1.
Well, so did
Alright.
the one on the floor.
Oh, there you go.
So-
Oh wow, 2 1s. That's great.
So as you pull back the arrow, the actual shaft begins to spark with bluish energy. As you release it, the arrow transforms into an arcing bolt of electrical energy. It impacts and courses through the upper torso of the dragon as it's still trying to kind of shake off the damage from Percy's attack. It manages to push off most of the impact and still take damage from it. There's also a burst of fire from the impact as well. You can see a little bit of flame trickle up inside its body and it kind of just eventually goes out from the cold in the air.
That was one attack.
Yes.
Okay.
You
Was
get
it
8 more.
what was the spell in action?
The spell, the lightning arrow is a bonus.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll make your next attack do that. Right.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, so you have one more attack.
So I am going to send Trinket. Where is he?
Trinket's over here. The kind of giant's guarding.
Dear Lord. Can Trinket run around and attack his butt?
It's actually up on top of a 15-foot platform. It's not within.
Oh, so Trinket can't do shit right now.
Not right now. Trinket can move if he's
Trinket's
going.
gonna move, and I'm gonna attack again. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can do that. How
Trinket, we want to spread out.
far? Okay.
So yeah, that
As far as
sounds.
Trinket get there. Okay.
Can I attack again?
You can, yeah. Second
All
shot.
right, I'll hit him again with. Okay, so just a regular attack.
All right.
Through the thing, through the bow.
Yep. This is your second use of it, though. You're
Yes,
done with it.
yes. 17.
17. As you fire the arrow, it takes its wing and batters it out of the way, and the arrow just shatters in midair.
Great.
You see a burst of fire as it does nothing.
It was a 25 that hit for me before. What was the first attack that hit?
Okay, there we go.
Thinking
I was
of
in
fire.
the 30s.
So that ends your turn, Max. You want to move? You're gonna stay right
Can I stealth?
there? No, that's a hide action.
Then I'm gonna move along the wall further.
Okay.
Yeah, like
That's
that.
what you did there. All right, that ends your turn. Rhymefang now, kind of like shaking off the frustration, looks around the room, lifts up on its back hind legs, spreads its wings, and just gives this large roar. The entire room shakes, and you see pieces of ice and rock begin to stop falling from the ceiling. Everybody, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom.
Everybody. One giant. All right, starting with Percy.
12.
12.
15.
I think I bumped the speed. Yeah, we're at 1.5. Yeah.
Natural 20, but it becomes 18.
Okay.
He's your not wife.
I'm less than
21.
All right.
negative 10.
There's the potential debate of going up to like 0.75. We'll keep it here for now. But I'm internally debating it.
Very wise.
Oh, lots of red circles.
Oh, no.
All right. So the sheer amount of
Especially because if we have 2 hours left and at our current pace, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit.
presence that this dragon permeates sends a shiver of fear down your spine. Vex, Percy, Grog, and one of the giants are currently frightened of the dragon. While you are frightened, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and you cannot willingly move closer to the dragon.
Is Trinket frightened? Or just me?
Roll for Trinket.
Okay.
Come on, drink it. No, he's probably pretty frightened.
Oh, does that count as like what? Intimidation? Or...
No, it's wisdom saving throw, so it's just whatever's
He
wisdom.
rolled an 8, so I'm guessing he's pretty scared.
Probably scared. Trinket all of a sudden also backs up a little bit and is equally frightened. Especially seeing you scared, Trinket feels a moment of fear.
You still got a really big dick. What?
I was just telling encouraging
Trinket.
him. I'm encouraging
Trinket.
him.
I missed something.
Not the dragon.
No,
Although
they
probably
really
the dragon too.
Rhymefang then flies up into the air for a minute,
No.
and then swoops over and lands over on this side, and that's going to end its turn.
Oh.
That brings us to Grog.
I gotta break it, right?
Yeah, you're
Can I shake it?
scared, or I mean, you could choose to.
Rage.
You can-
I look over my shoulder, terrified at the other one that's scary, and I say, "Repeat after me, lads. I would like to rage."
So you reach into your inner self, and suddenly
And
you
he's still got a big dick. That's fair.
realize
That
this
is
is it. You
fair.
know dragons. You fought dragons in the past. You've killed dragons in the past, and you know dragons have been responsible for hurting some of your friends or their families. And through that anger just billows up from inside, and that fear shakes from your body.
I
And
want to kill a dragon like my friend Pud did.
Yeah.
you're now in a rage. You shake the fear effect, and you can take the rest of your turn. Whatever you see fit. Yes.
I would like to run, Zipper, over that direction.
Oh, you're running away from it?
Yes. All right.
You rage.
You rage ran.
I ran and raged.
All right. Cool.
Do I have it? Can I attack?
Hiding
You're currently hiding behind a 15-foot platform. That's
So I can't see beyond it?
You can't see
That's
anything.
fine.
You're literally hiding from the dragon right now. Cool. All right. That ends your turn. Sorry, you're up.
Not going great.
All right, how far away is it from me?
It is currently 20 feet from. Oh, I'm sorry, 30 feet from you.
All right.
I'm confused.
A hex. A hex is
Go
beautiful.
fast.
But
Rug, make a dexterity saving throw.
13.
13.
Oh, no.
What's that for?
Falling ice.
You just barely, as you're running through, all of a sudden the floor gives out from underneath you. And you roll off to the side. You almost fall in, touching yourself. You slide down into a pit, but manage to get your hand hold on a piece of stone that's sticking out of the rock. Pull yourself up.
Oh my
And underneath
god.
where you were in the ground is a cracked piece of ice, a pit in the ground.
Seriously?
But you're fine.
Good
You get back up to your feet. That could have been really bad. It's about 15 feet down into these jagged shards of ice.
Red Mouse perception is 21. Just for future reference.
You also have no light source. You're far back in the darkness. Light source now. Actually, you have Grog around you right now.
Yeah,
and you
I've
have
got
Zara.
some light.
I still have
you're-
light cast.
Yeah, so you're fine.
still.
All right, so that brings us to Zara. Let's again.
I cast my bonus hex
All right.
on this beautiful beast.
It is now hexed as well.
It is hexed, and
What's that do? What's that?
I get extra damage, and it's
Yeah.
on it for the
Beautiful.
entire time.
Yeah.
So
Nothing's better.
I
Bastard.
take my dark dragon staff, and as this moon orb begins to glow, I cast Witch Bolt. Is that it? Yes, witch bolt upon it, with infused with my own internal moon fire.
All right. Do you have to roll
I do.
to hit on that one?
It's
Yeah.
witch bolt. Yeah, what is it?
Plus
It's
11.
plus 11, 5d12 plus 2.
Yeah, so roll and add
To
11.
make your whatever choose.
Witch bolt and moonfire.
13.
Oh, that's good.
24 plus 2 damage to all spells cast, so 26.
No, so that's damage.
Just
Oh, sorry, 24.
All right. So Witch Bolt does hit.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll damage for that.
5d12. 5 times. All right, do math for me, somebody.
I got it.
What is that?
3.
That's a
3
3.
plus a 2, that's
No,
five.
no. 3.
Oh, yeah.
You do it all and then add.
Oh, gotcha. 7.
That's 4.
Yeah, 3 plus 4.
12.
19. 26.
12.
38.
Ooh, nice.
Plus
38
one
plus
more.
2.
No,
That's
that's
a
five.
5.
Yeah, that's 5.
It's fine. You have 1d6 to that because of your hex.
Plus
Yes.
2, so 38 is
So 38 plus
40.
26. Oh,
1.
okay. So 41 points.
Yeah.
Plus
Wow.
2.
And this
Wait,
baby-
plus 2.
Well, the more good thing about this is just connecting the witch bolt. It kind of doesn't matter. I mean, it matters how much damage it does, generally, but just actually landing the witch bolt. Now you run the fuck away so you can keep that shit up.
Damage all.
Plus 2
Oh,
next.
but that's already.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Okay, so after you hex it, you can see the shadows around the dragon begin to form and coalesce around its torso, and as it kind of looks around, these small demonic faces that kind of cackle as bits of moonlight begin to pierce through, and these grins kind of choke hold around its neck, and as it kind of tries to shake it off, you bring your staff forward, and this bolt of bluish-green electrical energy kind of shakes out in what looks like a piercing arc of jagged moonlight that strikes right into the center of the dragon's chest. As it does, the dragon's nearly pushed off.
Yeah. Gotta stay within range. So you gotta get to like the fucking the edge of the range and hope that it doesn't leave.
Speed for a second, gathers itself, and you can see that energy just surrounds it like magical shackles and continues to keep its hold on the creature as Witch Bolt is.
As it will. As it will.
All right. Do you wish to move or you stay where you are?
I want to go.
30 feet, 6 squares.
I'd like to go stand by the giants.
You're already there.
I'm already there. Okay.
You're right here.
All right, so
I'll
I'll.
for you to see because that guy's in the way, but you're right there.
All right.
1 plus. No.
Oh, the other way. Blinding flames as we go.
Yeah, okay.
Where am I? I'm there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd like to move to the slight cover of the
1, 2,
pedestal.
3, 4, 5, 6. You can get that far. Cool.
Okay.
All right, so there you are. That is your turn, Zara. Scanlan, you're up.
My eyes begin to change to a dark shade
Yes.
as I turn my gaze to the dragon and cast Eye Bite on him.
What? What?
Eye Bite.
All right, and how are you having that effect? What's your...
I would like to sicken him. Give him a little tummy ache.
Is he gonna do the pearls?
Okay, bring up right here. Perfect. All right, sickening.
Through my hand, go to 30.
All right, so wisdom saving throw for the dragon. Here's my meteoric dice. One of the fans out there was awesome. All right, what's the DC on that now total?
It's 19.
19. That would fail. It's going to use its legendary resistance to choose to succeed instead.
You just can choose to succeed?
How
many times can you choose to do that?
3 times per day.
Son of a
Welcome to
bitch!
fighting a dragon.
Oh, but that was a cool spell!
So it's dark and the dragon's currently surrounded by the witch bolt and the hex creature. You darken your eyes and you look over it and you can see the arcane energy beginning to kind of take your
Dude, classic legendary resistance moment. Legendary resistance is horseshit, and it will always be horseshit, but it's obviously necessary, but also it sucks. But also you have to have it, but also I hate it. What do you gotta do?
its vision and combine it in middle air. As you do it, kind of shakes its head and shouts. You instantly pull back as you do the spell, kind of drifts away from you, and you realize the incantation's lost.
Percy, use your badass motherfucker feet to have it work.
Okay,
Oh, bro, legendary resistance sucks, man. I hate mechanic. It's the same reason I hate counterspell. Counterspell, legendary resistance. I hate any just like never mind, you don't get to do the thing you were doing. Like it fucking sucks. But also not having it puts a lot of pressure on those upper level like fights and enemies and fucking everything. It's why fucking Baldur's Gate 3 only goes up to level 12. Because those upper levels and those upper leveled enemies have to contend with so much shit from the PCs that you kind of have to just have a no, never mind button. Just because higher leveled PCs can do so much. Yeah. I wonder if you should announce to players that the thing they're facing has legendary resistances. Dude, you can do whatever. I think, okay, getting a little more serious. I tell them that it didn't work. I don't tell them why. So, yeah, theoretically, it could be legendary resistance. It could be, I will tell them that it failed, like that it didn't make the DC, but I won't tell them why it is not appearing to have the effect that they would think. So, like, for some spells, like Eye Bite, that doesn't matter. But for some spells that maybe have like an intelligence requirement, maybe have like a certain language requirement, there's maybe still like a layer of ambiguity there as to what might have happened. Most of the time it's pretty clear that it's a legendary resistance, but occasionally it's not. But also, I don't have like I'm not really married to that strategy. I honestly haven't thought about it too much, but I generally opt for telling them the basic of what happened so that they're not confused, but not giving them additional information beyond that. That's kind of my general MO for a lot of things, of like telling them exactly what happened so that there's absolute clarity. Like they aren't left confused, but they are left wondering. They're like, okay, I'm not, uncertain as to whether or not the spell is working. I know it's not working, I just don't know why. And that doesn't go for just legendary resistance. That's for like a lot of things. So like even like if they try to do something that has no effect, I will tell them like if it hits but doesn't take damage, like I tend to be pretty clear on that, but I don't give the backing reasoning for why things are happening. I personally have fun strategizing against an enemy with LR as a player. Hey man, that's fair. That's fair. If you can engage positively with legendary resistances, definitely more power to you. And I think that it is like a necessary part of the fun. I think I specifically don't like them as a DM, but it's more just because it doesn't speak to my personal taste of how I like those interactions to go. Like I want a creature to have a feature that like lets them break out of hypnotization. Like I don't even know how to describe what I want, but it is not legendary resistance. And I would have to think more about it, but I also recognize that like it's a necessary part of how the game is designed to get really fun stuff for the players. And I like those really fun things that the players get. So I'm down with having it as a necessary component of that.
Oh, with a bonus action?
What do you think throw?
I
made a scanlan.
And that's probably more of an action, unfortunately.
Okay.
You drop it as a bonus action.
Got it. Then I will move a few steps away. I can still move.
Something more diegetic? Yeah. I think that maybe that's my problem, is that like counterspell and legendary resistance feel so gamey. Like they feel so much like the hand of the author just reaching down and saying and giving. It doesn't feel like there's an in-world explanation. However, I do know if I look at it through another lens, like if I tilt my head to the side and think about it differently, it is sort of just an abstraction of power, of constitution, of resistance. Like it is an abstraction of these creatures being very powerful and having this ephemeral defense around them. It's just a bit too abstract for me. Like I would almost rather have them have like a shield, like a 10 whiz shield, and like every time you make them do a wisdom saving throw, their wisdom score lowers or something like that. Like I want them to feel powerful and I want you to be able to break down their defenses, but I also don't want it to just be such a no fuck you.
stuff, right?
Like, I want there to still be a possibility that you overwhelm their defenses, but for it to be very, very, very unlikely, and for it to be much more likely that you have to consistently chip away like you do with Legendary Resistance. Yeah.
I'd like to move away from this group of soon-to-be blasted with dragonfire people. Just a few yards away to my left.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's fine. Sure, yeah, that's great. And give some inspiration to Lyra.
Okay. So as he runs back, turns to you.
I'll say, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Aldore.
Oh! Yeah, go deep.
And something, the fear that's getting close to clutching your heart and giving you every.
Oh, I've heard. I went on a fucking counterspell diatribe, and people, I remember people being like, I get what you're saying, but I think someone was like, that was like the first time I teared up at Critical Role was a counterspell moment. So hey man, I'll hold my hands up. I'll see, but yeah, we'll see what I think.
Sort of instinct to run from this. You hear the name Aldor, and you feel that surge of warm fill your body, and the need to push on forward. Go ahead and take a D10 inspiration dice to use any rolls you want.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful.
Well, I wrote it for you.
All right, that ends your turn, Scanlan. Now the giants go. This one is
Yes,
this one's just gonna move to the side. It's definitely afraid of the dragon. It's like, this is
Like, I'll actually give an example of actually, I think, a great counter example. It's a very late campaign moment. Fair enough. We'll see. Actually, just like with what we just saw, I think Bardic Inspiration is a great example of something that is Legendary Resistance-esque, but is not the fuck you switch that Legendary Resistance is. Like, I would rather a dragon have a pool. I would rather them have like 8d10 or 10d10 that they can add to any saving throw that they make, so that there is that level of chipping away at their defenses, but there is also the level of potentially just overwhelming them from the get-go.
a bad idea. It's really regretting its decisions.
Sort of like Bardic Inspiration. Like, sometimes Bardic Inspiration can, make the difference, and other times it rolls low and it doesn't.
To shake the effect, and does so.
Yeah!
Come on, right? The other one is going to step over you. As you agree, all of a sudden his foot goes poof, in front of you. Like,
Oh, it got hit with a stick.
Yeah. Oh man, we have different taste in wizards, Robin. Different taste in men, women, people. Cause that to me, I'm like, ugh, what an ick. Oh no, that's a big wizard ick for me. We went down. I don't know. Okay. I'm not even saying anything this time. I'm worried. Okay. I think I got counterspelled. Somebody get this man an Opera GX sponsorship. Enough with the Firefox. Bro, I use Opera GX normally. If you go back and look, I think it's around like episode 13 or 14. I was trying to use Opera, and Opera kept crashing things. And I don't know. I think it's my OBS. I don't think it's Opera or anything. There's a plugin I use to record all of my sources separately. So like my cam separate from my screen, separate from everything, to make editing theoretically easier. Or not theoretically, just actually easier. But I think it's unstable. Yeah, there's a counterspell jinx. If you diss it, your stream goes down. Yeah, it fucking counterspells my internet. Damn. Yeah, I do not know. I don't. Oh yeah, and I have to redo this shit. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. That's easy enough. God, speaking of something I need to test or figure out, maybe there's a better way to source record. But, anyways, we're back.
How big he is. Yeah, come on.
And a 16. That misses.
Oh.
Whoosh, makes 2 strikes to the dragon, and it kind of dodges out of the way. The second one, it reaches up with its claw and slaps, just parries its axe out of the way, and just glares at it. And you can see in that moment the giant also itself is like.
Oh, come on, Giant. Come on,
It's your
Ace.
turn. Lyra, you're up.
What? Finally me?
This is
Alright, so I'm gonna get my big spell out. Now can I target its wing and try to disintegrate, like, can I try to cut its wing off?
You know what? Yeah, if you want to go ahead and try it, it's going to be a disadvantage on the attack roll.
What is that?
Roll twice and you get the lower number.
But I mean, does Disintegrate have?
It doesn't have a DC.
Then it would have an advantage on the saving throw.
Oh, okay, no, I'm just gonna try to hit it.
Okay.
It's my big gun, I don't wanna be like, sorry. I'm like, I just did this and it looked amazing.
So,
which one are you doing?
I'm doing Disintegrate.
Okay.
And it was 10, it's 10 d6 plus a
40.
d10 plus 40, right?
Yep.
So that's 1. It's not the best roll, guys. There's a lot of small numbers.
Yeah, it's only got plus 40. It's a pretty shrimpy hit.
Okay, plus
Yeah.
what? 4D.
4
So
0.
10,
yeah, it's 10 d6 plus 40 force damage.
I need to get a 1.
Yes.
Disintegrates
39.
39 plus 40?
40.
All right, that's 79 points of damage. What's the DC of 17 on that? Your spells?
Yes.
All right. It does make a saving throw, so half damage. But rounding up, it's 40 damage, still 40 force damage to the dragon.
Wow.
As you with the swelling of energy that Scanlan gave you reminding you of Aldor, you release, and once again, that sickeningly green beam of arcane energy streaks out, hits the dragon, and with a burst of arcane energy, you can see part of its scales have withered.
What up, Mr. Dad? Welcome back.
Part of its wing kind of is now tattered and missing, and immediately the physical form of the dragon is really in pain.
So if we aim at that area that doesn't have scales.
So that would be good. But you've still got the witch bolt like wrapping around him. Yes. So
that is focused. That ends
Definitely
at the top
want
of
to
the round.
move. I definitely want to move. I want to move over there, behind that, over here.
3, 4, 5, 6. That's
Yeah.
as far as you get. Okay.
A little less.
All right.
Could've taken cover back.
Cool. That will be the top of the round. Percy, you're up.
Oh god, oh god.
Still no hand grenade.
No, the fear is shaking you, so you cannot move closer to it. You cannot. You have disadvantage on attacks.
What do I do to shake the fear?
At the end of your turn, you make a saving throw. Try and shake it.
Okay.
You can move closer to it. You can still attack it. You cannot move closer to it, and your attack's at disadvantage.
Okay, I'm gonna try and take just a shot at it with a just a standard shot.
Okay.
Right now.
So you have to take it because you shot reloaded, shot reloaded.
Shot reload.
Go for it.
17. Wait, and with disadvantage. Ah! Yeah!
Oh wow.
No, it's 20 you can't use.
Yep. So a total of 17.
Yeah.
As you fire, it would have hit. Unfortunately, it streaks through the portion of the wing that currently is left a gaping hole thanks to the disintegrate
Oh,
spell.
for the love of
The impact of the bullet itself blasting against the back wall, sending chunks of shards of ice kind of spilling off in the distance.
I would like to really quickly then go into that little corner there for some cover.
Okay. All right. Cool. So that ends your turn. Vex, you're up next.
Can I even?
Oh, I didn't roll to shake off the fear.
Go ahead and make a save. Oh, this is a wisdom
Shake
save.
it off.
Shake it off. Oh.
Roll.
5.
5. Yeah. The fear is still clutching internally. Like shit, dragon. Nice.
Can I see him at all?
Right now, no. You can see like parts of the wings kind of fluttering over, but you don't have a very good
And he's
visual
pretty
on it.
far away.
He's decent distance, yeah.
If I just try to, boing up,
You try to. It has 3/4 cover, so it gets a +5 to its armor class.
and I have a disadvantage. Does it seem like if I cast something that would do mass damage, would the giant then not want to attack with us anymore?
That's a risk you have to take.
Drop some stank on that dragon, will you?
Right. I'm scared to hit the giant with it. Because I want to do Conjure Barrage, but I'm afraid of the giant.
Well, if you do damage to him, the spell breaks.
Exactly. So that would be bad.
But he's not fighting for us because of a spell right now. We convinced him.
Well,
Potentially.
We're gonna poke
Where do
face
you
on
turn
that
around and
DM.
start?
Give it up, nothing!
Stone face.
So let's try
He
it.
takes a drink.
I don't know.
No.
Stoic.
No.
No.
Leader.
If we damage it, this spell that I've been talking to him with goes kapoofa.
All right, then I'm just gonna try to hit the dragon with a regular attack. I'm not
Okay.
gonna do
So
Conjure
what's the first range increment on your longbow?
It's 120.
Yeah, I would definitely not risk that if it was me personally.
That's the first range. Yeah, it's longbow. Yeah. So you're not at disadvantage in that shot. However, it does have 3/4 cover. And given that circumstance, you might it's the
Does she not have sharpshooter?
I don't.
No, she doesn't.
That's not the feat that I took. I took
Yeah, so it's +5 bonus to AC.
Populated areas.
Oh, good. So go for it. Roll for the attacks.
Okay, cool.
Here we go! Yeah, no, it doesn't hit. We're gonna die.
You pull back and release the first arrow. It actually just barely scrapes the top of the platform
Yeah, okay.
and
I'm
shatters
gonna try
across
it
the
again,
ice.
you guys.
Come on.
That's better. 27.
27, even with the 3/4 cover, does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yes. Okay. What is that? 12, 13, 14 plus a d6 because plus 6.
Yes.
That's 19.
Nice.
19. That's not even close to 40, but you know.
No,
that's
good.
something.
But it's still damage. So as you release the arrow, it just misses the top of the platform, and you get just enough of an angle that it hits one of the wings that pulls it up, sticks into part of its kind of top of its hand that crosses the top of the wing.
And I say, fuck you.
Okay, and it echoes. Fuck you, fuck you. Do or trigger, which move?
We're as far away as we can be.
Yeah.
And I can't move any closer.
That's true. So now you and Trigger both make wisdom saving throws to try and shake the fear.
Let's go. Here we go.
Oh, and you're frightened, so actually roll again on the attack. Because it's disadvantage on the attacks. Just roll again.
Why?
Just roll again.
Uh,
We're frightened.
Not great.
no, both of them sucked.
Okay.
So the first one was no, 20.
So
20 was the first.
Oh, the total 20 for the second
20.
roll? Well, that would hit then.
Okay.
Well, no, 3/4 cover so it wouldn't, unfortunately. So you think you hit.
Matthew Mercer.
You were frightened. It's part of the effect. I had to remind myself that. So the arrow splinters off the top of the wing as it reaches upward, and just you still feel the fear clutching your physical self.
Now we try to shake it
Now
up.
you try and shake it off.
I shake it up. Come on,
Shake
help
it
me,
up.
Steven.
First roll's for you.
I do not succeed.
What is it?
It's a 3.
That would be a no. Sorry. For trinket.
Yes! Why did you say the first one was for me?
Huh?
Why did the second one be for me?
Because that's how it works. So while you're still scared, you look over and you see Trinket kind of shakes off. Trinket looks over his shoulder at you and gives you a nod of like, I got
do this, buddy.
Turns back to the giant and you go, giant grizzly bear growling shout at the dragon in Do you wish to?
I've always believed in you,
Where
Trinket.
is he? Where is he?
Trinket's right here.
Trinket, do something! He's gonna run up for the time being and hide. Give me that.
Hide.
Hide! What? Hide! He's not hiding! He's gonna run up to this area so he's got a better vantage point to run up for the next turn.
That's as far as Trinket can get right
You
here.
can't get any further into this little crevice.
Unfortunately not.
Can he run like right here?
Trinket could move here instead. That's as far as Trinket can move movement.
That's not really protecting him, is it?
No, but it's not over in a cluster of other people. Alright, is that your turn? Alright. Rhymefang, who currently has this giant in space, kind of angrily decides to instead whoosh. It's a legendary action at the end of your turn, actually.
God, it's legendary.
Instead of, before it takes its turn, as you miss fire and Trinket goes running along, it's going to go ahead and use one of its legendary actions to do a wing attack against the giant in front of it.
Oh, Derek.
Alright, Derek.
Just him.
It's Derek. It's Derek. I love Derek. He told me telepathically that his name
The
is actually
disintegrated
Derek.
one thing.
This is an interesting point. Remember, this is a dragon. It's your favorite enemy.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. You have advantage
Do you
attacks
want-
against it. Read your...
No, I don't. I looked it up today, yo. I don't get shit on attacks for him because we transferred over from Pathfinder.
Oh,
All I can do is talk to
The
him.
chat keeps yelling at the favorite enemy.
Well, chat, I looked it up, and I don't think I have advantage.
That's true, chat. You're wrong.
I tested Matt today. I tested Matt today. And I was super upset.
Shut down here.
Chat trying to challenge the DM.
Apparently.
Oh, wow.
Seriously, I thought I had it
The
too.
DM
and
is
I was like,
making everyone.
Oh, he got a note. I was like, is he like reading chat? Like that's guys, he got a note telling him about wrong information.
As a favorite enemy, she gets benefits, but not specifically in battles. More about knowing
Favorite enemy with
I
benefits.
appreciate the chat.
Don't we have that in the
Please,
chat?
keep it
Doesn't
coming.
that inspire that? Since I don't get an inspiration roll from the chat?
Sorry.
What is he?
No, you know what's good is that it's a different team
The
next
chat
week
would like to
because
raid.
we're all gonna die. No.
Not all of them.
Yay!
Trinket will.
You're wrong. Tried to go with you there, but you're wrong.
I shouldn't have even said anything. I should have just gone with you. I'm an idiot.
That's okay.
No,
No
you're
worries.
honest.
But thank you for being honest and wrong, chat. Alright, so, nevertheless, it's trying to do a wing attack against the giant in front of it. The giant has to try and make a 30 saving throw.
He's dead.
Does not. Giant is knockless. Prone. From the wings, whoosh, buffeting it with wind as it begins to take off, knocking the giant back and dealing 13 points of blade.
Yeah, it does. That's why I have I don't want to say like no interest in running an actual play, but I have hesitations about it. Because I agree. It's all fine and dandy for me to sit here and, criticize Matt, and then for you guys to, occasionally push back on things that I say, and we can, chat and talk it out and whatever. But, yeah, trying to actually DM and perform for players and for an audience while people are actively critiquing me. Talk about something that gives me the ick. That sounds like a rules lawyer you can't drop rocks on. Yeah, exactly. As someone who has lots of experience with Twitch chat, I just assume they're all idiots and are always wrong all the time. Yeah, that sounds about right from my experience, yeah.
Dealing damage.
It
Dragon then
does matter from
takes
us.
up
It needs to be from us.
and lands right there.
Oh no.
And rears back its head. And unleashes a torrent of freezing cold dragon's breath.
I'm really glad I'm standing right there.
A 60-foot cone. This will be. It can only really hit these guys. It's going to hit the giant. It's going to hit Lyra, and it's going to hit Percy.
Why not have some cover?
Not against the dragon's breath, unfortunately. So I need both of you guys. to go ahead and
Talk
make
about. I mean, that's like a whole thing, right? That Matt's like really easy on them. It's only going to hit the giant Lyra and whoever that is, rather than this whole 4-5 person cluster over here. Hell, it's a cone. You could probably still grab Lyra in that. Yeah, that's a little generous, I'll be honest.
Oof, make a Constitution saving throw from
God.
sheer
Oh
freezing
no,
cold.
that
Giant.
didn't go well for me. Oh, yes, you're good. What's damage?
20.
Wait. She gets my inspiration on this throw on this
She
section.
should just use it. Yes.
Yes, I definitely want to use it.
Okay, so add a d10 to what you roll.
10.
10, thank God, because that's a 21.
21. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so both of you take half of the 54 damage it would have dealt.
Oh,
Yeah.
54
Yeah.
damage.
So you both take 27 points of cold damage. The giant that had been partially disintegrated before by Lyra now takes the brunt of the frozen damage, and you can now see the ice begins to build up around it as it's and gurgles as its life's blood is now still while frozen in place. The ice around its physical form, holding it there as a statue of death. The giant is no more.
No!
What? No, Brad.
Go get his axe. It's really big.
This is really
He's
going.
got a flaming axe right now.
All right, and that ends Rhymefang's turn. Grog, you're up.
I would like to race back from whence I came to attack his right flank if I could.
You can get there. You will have to make. Actually, no, you can move through there. That
I also have dark vision up to 60 feet.
Pow.
You rush up towards the dragon.
I have to take my Firebrand Warhammer and activate it Ignite it.
As a bonus action.
Bonus
Oh, it's
action.
already been ignited. You've had it flaming this whole
Oh,
thing.
beautiful. Yeah, it's like a torch.
Yeah,
Which means I
for
can see
life.
even better.
Indeed.
I'd like to go to a frenzied range.
Yes!
And start swinging away.
All right, so 3 attacks on the big old dragon.
19.
19 does hit.
Beautiful. 25.
Does hit.
And a 23.
Yes! Go ahead, roll damage.
Oh, okay, so this is a new thing. D10 plus 5 plus 8 plus another.
D10?
Yeah.
Yeah,
D10
you're
plus
hitting with weapons not as
8
big as your great axe.
Right.
But you do an additional 1d6 fire damage when you hit.
plus another D6 of fire damage.
Oh,
bonus
shit.
attacks.
Okay.
D10 and D6 together 3 times.
Okay.
Plus 8 each.
3 D10s?
Yes.
Yeah, so
plus 3 D6.
plus 8 to what you roll on both of those.
So you throw a bunch of numbers
Right,
at
so
me.
Okay, start over.
a D10 and a D6 plus 8.
plus another D6. So
19.
19
Did I do that 3 times?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. 19. So that's
that was
11,
fun.
12.
12, all right.
12. And then, help me numbers. That's.
Oh, that's good. 16 plus 21.
Nice. And so, whack, as you bring the warhammer down, it smacks the side of the dragon. The flames all of a sudden burst off of it from the.
This is why you need more dice. This is why you need to not have it be, rolling one at a time. You just need 3 D10s, 3 D6s, and fucking throw them out on the table. Welcome. This will be my seminar on why dice goblins are actually good for society.
The impact, you can see as you pull back, the white scales are burned and charred black and behind from the first attack. You bring it back, slam again in the second part. As you do, the dragon roars out in pain. The actual force from the impact, kind of almost sending it to catch itself on the other side of its body. Its head swings around to look at whoever's slamming on the side. As you bring the hammer back,
Some more.
swing underneath, and then hit it from underneath the bottom of its torso, right where its ribs would be, with a crack sound. Then a third time, leaving a second giant charred mark where you were in the impact.
Yes!
Nice. That was really nice.
That'll end your turn.
You're right.
Sorry, you're up.
Oh, you're up. All right, I still got Witch Bolt.
You do.
And it's still going, yes?
Mhm.
So, I
You don't have to roll attack again. You just use your
I
action.
just fucking keep going.
Yeah,
Like,
do
it's
it.
a fucking Witch
Do
Bolt.
it.
Can I use a cantrip, or will that dispel the Witch Bolt?
No, most cantrips take an action, so you would not be able to. It's just the witch bolt is your action.
Cantrips are bonus.
Almost all cantrips are actions to
Alright.
use them. So you'd be like either use your action to do the witch bolt or use a cantrip to do both.
No, I'm going to stick with Witch Bolt.
All right.
I'm very happy with this.
So you focus it again, your eyes still glowing that strange kind of midnight moon color with like this black kind of smoke that's spraying the side of it. You take your staff and force your will through it. Once again, that connection between you and the dragon and that weird swirling greenish blue energy that surrounds the dragon connects with your staff, and as it does, it sends another bolt of otherworldly energy careening into the side of the dragon. Go ahead and roll damage.
I watch her with a mouth. Okay. 5 times.
5 times. All right, not 5. 12.
Yes.
5, 17.
19.
Ooh, 30.
37.
And one more.
2, 3.
That was
That was 5. That was 5. You roll 1d6 on top of that. 37 plus
And plus
26.
2 on that.
Right, so 38, and then a d6 from your axe.
6.
Beautiful.
So 44 points of damage.
Nice.
As once again, like a giant piece of the dragon scales kind of shatter off the
Yes.
side, like you're cracking into the center of an icy mountainous crag side. It's starting to show a little bit of damage. It's you guys have definitely taken this battle head on pretty well so far.
I don't like the way you said that.
You're gonna stay where you are. You're gonna move.
How close am I to him?
You're currently 20 feet away from the dragon. 15 is
I
between
don't
the two of
so
you.
many languages.
All right, I continue. I stay within 30 feet of it.
All right, so you want to move this way, or
Putting it
back
up to the
here?
heavens. I can. Oh, sorry. I got you. I'm going to actually. You know what? I'm going to move 3 feet backward. That's it.
Okay, so just step
Yep.
up. There you go. All right, that ends Zara's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
How close am I?
You are currently about 20 feet away from the dragon.
All right. All right. Yes. Hi, Scanlan here. I'll do. It's biggest hand. Shut on it. I'll just punch him in his dragon face.
Okay, so you do a quick little hand gesture, kind of hum to yourself, the arcane ritual, and a very large, kind of mystical, see-through replica of your fist appears in the air above you and goes spinning off in the air to arc. Straight up, pop.
So, I will say, just because, I was thinking, like, man, boss fights are cool, but something... Oh, I just realized that the BG3 OST has been playing on this. There we go. Something that I'm kind of like, man, I was debating. I was like, should we go up to 2x? Like, not that I don't like combat, and not that I don't like watching combat, but there's just so little to say about it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna intersperse some general thoughts. General thought of this combat. Let me actually rewind a sec just to
By punching.
I'll do.
3 feet backward.
There we go, just so we can show the arena. There's so little going on in this arena. Please no faster. I can hardly understand it now. Lol. Okay, yeah. We'll keep it where it is. But there's so little going on in this arena. And ice caves are a really good opportunity to involve a lot of environmental effects that are just ostensibly like not present here. Like, there's the little thing in the middle that they have been using to apparently good effect so far. There's whatever that is, and there's this kind of upper area, but it's it's very barren. It looks good on the paper, but I think that this is also an aspect of single tenant boss fights can be a tad bit stale. Like, I know that he wanted them to fight a dragon, and fighting dragons is cool, but I might even opt to slightly weaken the dragon in order to like lower its AC or something, and also introduce other types of threats, whether it's other enemies, terrain hazards, what have you, just to make this combat a little bit more dynamic and a little bit less everyone punch it, you know? Because like right now there's very little decision-making choices for the PCs. It is hit the dragon, hide from the dragon. If you can't hit it, hide from it. If you can hit it and hide from it, that's ideal. And even if you have like 2 other entities that you're fighting, you know, that are maybe like its henchmen or something, which the giants could have been, but they fought them outside. They were originally supposed to, so I'm counting their presence here as accidental when we're talking about the actual design of this encounter. So this, yeah, I don't know. There just needs to be a little bit more, because right now it's just everyone gather around the punching bag and punch the punching bag, which is what Scanlan's literally about to do with Big V's hand. So yeah, I don't know. It's and if there was more interest to the combat, if there was more like, oh, what are the PCs going to do? Maybe I would have a bit more to say.
That's it.
Biggest hand, shove on it. I'll just punch him in his dragon face.
Okay, so you do a quick little hand gesture, kind of hum to yourself, the arcane ritual, and a very large, kind of mystical, see-through.
But I will say, to Matt's credit, as a DM rather than maybe a encounter builder, as a DM, I think he's doing a good job of keeping this as interesting as he possibly can. But I don't think he necessarily set himself up for success with the actual design.
Replica of your fist appears in the air above you and goes spinning off in the air in an arc. Straight up Popeye punching towards the dragon. Let's go ahead and so Big B spell. Oh, we have to roll for that. That's.
Oh, I have to roll for that?
Let me see what the effects. Never mind myself.
Oh, I have to roll
hand.
for that.
All right, so it's AC 20. Nothing just happened. No, that's the hand. All right, so punch your hand, punch fist. All right, cool. So make immediately spell attack. So roll D20 and then add your spell attack modifier to it.
That's the spell attack bonus thing?
Yep.
Okay. 19.
19. Wham! Just barely hits as the fist goes slamming into the side of the dragon's face. Big old Popeye punch to the side of the jaw. So go ahead and roll 4d8 points of force damage.
4d8. I'm taking yours. And I hope that's okay.
No, they're very lovely.
10, 13, 18, 21. Plus something?
That's 20 points of damage. Nice, that's it. Whack! Gets stopped in the jaw. The hand kind of whips around again, preparing for the next round. Do you want to use anything? Move? Use bonus action?
I'm 20 feet away.
You are.
I will go 18 feet away from it and drop that grenade.
Okay, so you move forward right here?
Yeah, closer to it.
Okay. So the grenade is right there on the ground that first you made. Ting, ting, ting. All right. And you stay where you are.
Can I keep moving?
You keep moving. You only moved, you moved 18 feet backward, you mean? Or you
no, I had to move closer to it.
Right, so you move 3 feet for 25 feet. Drop yourself 22 feet, you can move.
But if I leave, he's going to whack me.
No, you're not that close. He's just far away. You have to be within a certain range for him to hit you.
Wait, how close did I put the grenade to him?
You put the grenade, it's currently 18 feet away from
No, I wanted to put it 2 feet away from him.
Oh, I see. There, that makes more sense. So now there is a grenade on the ground right there.
I can't really see.
You are right there, right next to the rock. So yeah, you cannot move.
Oh, look at that.
Taking this way.
Hello, I'm a little gnome.
It's adorable.
All right.
Yep.
All right, that ends your turn. The giant that's here gets up.
Yeah, come on, Ace.
And
Harry.
Derek, whatever.
That's enough to get there. It moves up behind, and it's going to make 2 of its axe swipes.
Hit him in the ass!
That's going to be a
Butthole.
Jesus Christ.
15 doesn't hit.
Stapler's
Second strike is going to be a 13.
This is one shit.
But it swings twice and just manages to catch
The
Ares.
most useless giants.
Apparently.
Real self-esteem
But you know what? They
issues.
didn't smash you yet. That's a good thing.
True.
Why
All
is there
right,
yet?
that brings us to Lyra's turn.
Question.
Yes.
Can I fireball without hitting anybody who's friendly?
From this point of view, it's going to be very difficult to pull that off. It's a 20-foot radius, so it's going to hit everything within that kind of a sphere. So it's
Do you
going to...
actually care about that much?
Can I use,
Wait, if somebody did.
Yeah, they have a very distinct history with the size and radius of a fireball.
what?
Oh, cast
Everybody's
fireball.
really close. All right.
Would be good to
I
cast
have to use,
fireball.
like,
Well, it would.
telepathy to tell the giant.
Not to kill people. Okay, so I can't do that. I think I'm going to try to... I'm going to cast Hold Monster.
Yes!
Yes!
Monster! Alrighty. So,
Oh, yeah.
so you go ahead and you take your arcane bus and you come around imagining this arcane cage that begins to form out of the ether around the dragon. These bars and tighten around it. The dragon rolls a 2 for its saving throw.
Yes! Yes!
Going to use his legendary tokens to automatically succeed.
How many of those does he have?
There's one more. There's one more.
One more. All right. Well,
Piece of shit.
I need to move.
The
So
cage tightens around it, the dragon just takes swings and buffs it off, and the arcane cage shatters and disappears into the air.
oh, it's gonna be impressive. Okay, I'm going to get the H out. So
Okay.
I'm going to get as far as I can in that corner.
The H
Yeah.
out?
Thank you.
There you go.
Bye bye.
Alrighty. Good to know. Alright, that ends your turn. That brings us back to the top. Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to just. That grenade is just sitting on top of people right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean the hamster, right?
The
Your call,
offering-
man.
No fun allowed, lol. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, I get it. Especially in a situation where it is the only enemy you're fighting. You kind of have to have a no fun button, but
Come on, live a little.
You say it's gonna hit you.
Well, that's alright.
Yeah, but it's also gonna hit Scanlan.
Do I get a-
Still have disadvantage on your attacks, by the way.
Even if my attack is not against the
It's within,
dragon?
as long as it's within eyesight of you, you're scared.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna take a shot at the dragon for the moment.
Okay.
Forget about
So,
that.
John, disadvantage
I
on
want
the
to
shot.
feel that.
From down under.
19.
19, with disadvantage?
Yep.
That's it.
Yay! Damage.
That's nice.
Yes.
26 points of damage.
26 points of damage, nice.
Hey,
Yeah.
Percy.
Moments.
got a little cello.
Alright, you reload the other one. You can't move closer to it. Do you wish to move at all?
No, I'm going to hold my position.
Okay. Before the end of your turn, it's going to use its third
Oh,
legendary
I was about to say before I do that, I'm going to use a bonus action to do a quick heal. I'm going to use second wind.
Oh, second wind, go for it. So go and heal yourself to the 1d10 plus your level, so...
That's 11 points of damage.
There you go. So you heal 11 points of damage. Before your turn is over, it's going to use its last legendary action to take its tail and swing around and whack it at the gnome that it heard sneak up behind it and drop something on the ground. That's going to be a natural 20.
Oh!
It's
It's you. It's you. It's
You're in
evil.
trouble.
Evil.
Okay, wait, what did you do? What did you
You're a
do?
broken tiny man.
As you drop it, you look up and see its tail go...
yeah. I mean, it's really hard because you want to use the cool monsters, right? Like, and it highlights the difference in raw damage outputs between characters, which feels a little bad, yeah. And you want to use the cool monsters. Like, if you have a party of 4 level 10s, you want to use the CR10s because the CR10s are cool and flashy and new. But if you use one CR10, it becomes gather around and hit it. And that's something that I do tell to newer DMs a lot is the rule of like 1 and 2 of like 1, stronger monster and 2 like weaker monsters, and where all of their CRs add up to the total CR that you want is a really good way to go about making an encounter. Just like as a default. Obviously, you should play around with it and not just make every encounter that. But the 1 and 2 is a really good default of, say it's like your goal is like CR10 because it's a party of 4 level 10s. If you do a CR6 and 2 CR2s, that totals up to CR10, but the players have the action economy advantage because they have 4 bodies compared to 3. So the fight should like edge out on their side. Like if it's 4 versus 4, it's supposed to be like a strictly even fight, and it's depending on the dice could go not the player's way. But if you do the 1 and 2, it not only gives the players some interesting targeting priority decisions, but it also minorly edges the fight in their favor to where even though it might feel even, it might feel difficult, it should, over the longer the thing goes, especially if they target priority the smaller ones, it should escalate and like accelerate into the end of them having this big advantage and winning by the skin of their teeth. So I really do recommend like a 1 and 2 approach to boss battle design, and then playing with it from there. That's always my default. Because if you just put it as 1, the action economy shit really rears its ugly head. If it's 1 versus 7, it becomes very, very tedious. Yeah, is the right word. Ancient White Dragon, Nat 20, Hello Darkness, my old friend. Yeah, man. I mean, that's where we get into, we've talked about like balancing encounters for more players is harder because of this exact issue that we're talking about. But yeah, in general, I try not to use any CRs that are too close to the party's max CR. And I just try to add in either more environmental hazards, other, lower level, or minionized monsters a lot of the time. So.
Whoa! But can I sing real quick?
It's a natural 20. There's no way you can
Okay.
avoid this hit.
No! Does he also
Maybe
get a
they'll fling
grenade
me away
when he
from the
hits
grenade.
Scanlan?
Bye, bye, bye.
Oh no!
Might be an adult. I think this one is an adult. I don't think this is ancient, but it's possible. I do wonder if Matt had dragon underlings planned, but the companion ice giants disrupted those plans. Could be. I could potentially. It's an adult white dragon. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it would be interesting if there were like some younger dragons planned for this. And he wasn't sure how the giants were going to roll, but that's a risk. That is certainly a risk that I think in this case didn't pay off, but it's certainly possible. One of the things that I would be really interested in doing is which this is obviously not possible, but maybe in some other context of watching these sorts of things through with the creator. So if I could watch this through with Matt to ask him questions about this, that would be super, super fascinating. I also want to watch through some of this with other creators to get their takes, but it would be extra interesting to watch it through with the actual creator to ask those sort of questions of oh man, how did the giants throw this off? Did you change anything to account for the dragons being there? Did you just let it ride? Yeah, that would be really, really fascinating. I think, at least as I remember, Matt, it has really good encounters with one big bad. We'll see, I guess. I would be very interested to see how those are designed, because I think it's really difficult for it to not turn into a punching bag fest. So if he finds a way to do that, to make it actually very intriguing with a single big bad, that could probably teach some very good lessons that I'd be interested in learning. This bitch just said bye bye bye. Bye bye bye. Dang, I came in way late on this one, but I gotta say this is my favorite video title so far. Oh man, dude. I mean, it's just one that we can all relate to. It's just me saying what everyone's thinking. We're just voicing the popular opinions now.
36 points of bludgeoning damage. The tail slams down onto you.
And also onto the grenade.
But it's not a concussion grenade.
Oh, I'm right fucking there! I was gonna move!
I'm sorry!
And down onto the grenade, you set on the ground.
Boom! Concussion grenade? It's already armed, isn't it?
It is filled with black powder and it is a triple
I'm sorry,
mechanism.
I don't know why I said that.
I appreciate the reminder. I totally forgot for a second.
You appreciate it, dude? You appreciate it? You appreciate it?
Into you into the ground, slams the grenade, and there's an explosion muffled sound underneath the tail. I want Grog and Scanlan to go ahead and make dexterity saving throws.
Yes! 21!
Yes.
Which only means I got one arm blown
20.
off.
Alright, both of you guys managed to keep low to the ground, avoiding most of the blasts.
I'm already low to the
Like a
ground.
bouncy buddy.
But the dragon scale is gone.
Alright, both of you guys take half damage from the strike. You both take 12 points of fire and bludgeoning damage.
the dragon take damage?
The dragon does not make it saving throw again. No.
Look, you gotta be a teacher's pet if you want as much leniency as he gives with favorite enemy and favorite terrain. That's the benefits of being the teacher's pet, is you get everything becomes a forest.
And takes the full. What's that, guys?
12.
What's happening?
Oh my god.
All right, the grenade worked.
Hey! Punch it,
Pulls its tail up, and there's like a big arc of smoke off of its tail as it pulls it up and kind of shakes out the pain that it just suffered.
Can I take this moment of engineering success to try and pull a wisdom saving throw against my fear that I missed on my?
That's right, you forgot. It's gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Ah!
Explosion is inspiration required.
Natural 20.
It works! It works!
With the explosion, the grenade set off. You realize, wait, we might actually have this, and it worked. You could do this.
I built a thing. And it blew up.
I'm so inspired!
Kind of on purpose.
Yes!
There you go. That ends your turn. That's my legendary action. Vex, you're up.
Can I try to shake off the attack?
At the end of your turn, you do.
Oh, at the end. But I was inspired by that explosion!
Good.
God, why
This
is
is
this
inspiring and may help you take it off the end of the round.
Okay. I'm gonna attack it.
Okay.
With. I hit. Oh, that's such a good roll.
It is.
Oh, the disadvantage! That's okay, it was a disadvantage. It's 27 with a disadvantage. With the exploding arrow.
The exploding arrow?
Yes!
Oh!
That's
Yes!
it.
Okay.
More Percy goodness.
So, what do I do with you? Do I just roll regular?
So go ahead and roll regular arrow damage.
Okay.
With an additional 2d6. Sorry, 3d6.
Woo!
Well, if the arrow's 3d6, the grenade was 3d6. You're 2d6.
Oh shit. 16, and then
3d6.
3d6?
3d8, sorry.
3d8?
Sorry. 3d8 with the grenade, 2d8 for the exploding arrow.
3d8.
2d8.
2d8.
Sorry,
That's
it's a lot of
okay,
numbers.
I'm gonna roll the gold. Okay. Well,
There's a lot of numbers.
6.
Okay.
Additional.
Additional.
This is additional. Come on,
Did I already say what my other damage was? Was I speaking out loud or was I?
Yeah, no, I marked it down. But the I also need Scanlan and Grog to make dexterity saving.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm so
what did you shoot at
bad.
us?
An exploding arrow.
Nice.
Oh, I meant to say.
18.
11.
Okay.
Oh no.
I also meant to shoot, but I pulled my Bloodseeker bow. I pulled it out and said I was gonna do it.
You pull your Bloodseeker bones.
I was gonna shoot for my Bloodseeker bow for that.
Okay.
Can I do
I'll let it.
that? Okay.
Yeah. So it is now taking an ongoing 10 points of bleeding damage.
Yes. No, it's just bleeding damage for the dragon.
You take 3 points of fire damage.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm
Scanlan, you
sorry.
take 6 points of fire damage. Okay.
Wow.
From just the you guys just avoid the grenade and then second explosion again. I'm sorry.
And okay, this is minor, and obviously, you know, she immediately feels bad, but this is the difference between someone damaging their party and not meaning to and owning it and just saying like, oops, made a bad decision, sorry about that, and someone arguing about the radius of a fireball. There's a pretty distinct difference between the tones at the table. When Laura, okay, I don't do that then. Yeah, there's a distinct difference between Laura saying like, "Oh, that's what I did. Oh shoot, I made a mistake. I'm so sorry, guys." And okay, I don't do that then. Just diverging paths from those two things.
I'm a genius. I'm sorry. Sorry.
So,
God, I'm
for
clever.
my second attack, I want to throw Trinket in. I want to Trinket go up and attack him.
Trinket just kind of rushes in and sort of
He's gonna
I knew he'd be able to annoy you while not here. Oh, I am pumped for the next session with him. Oh, hi, Bug. Bug came to say hello. I'm sorry, I'm a genius. It's a great series of lines. I agree. I'm loving that side of Percy. I'm loving this this combat of Percy has been very, very fun.
Do 2 claw attacks. So that's 2.
Especially, I mean, really just the last turn of like, oh my gosh, he had an arc of things actually working. Hooray!
D4
Go
each
for
time.
it. So go ahead and roll for the first strike.
Oh, okay.
He's no longer scared, so he does not have to disadvantage.
Okay, he doesn't hit on the first one, but the second one he gets a 20.
She hits. Oh wait, I missed it. Add 1 to the counter. Oh yeah. She hits Grog so much this campaign, he really just comes to expect it eventually.
21
hits. Go and roll damage.
Damn.
Strike.
Yeah, was I wrong? Yeah.
That's 23.
Oh, okay. Well, either way.
It hits even harder.
Oh, it hits harder. It's a 23 for.
Exactly. What's that about?
That's a good thing.
I think so.
That's 13 extra damage.
13 extra damage. As Trinket was up, the first strike hits the armor and just streaks across that damage. But as soon as the dragon turns around to see the giant brown bear that's gotten brave enough to strike it, its other claw goes and it sinks into the side of one of its calves and tears a portion of the dragon's flesh. Roars out and Trinket just bring its claw down. Roars back at it. Dragon War versus Bear War.
The first and last time. No, is this the last combat he's ever in? Because he dies.
All right, that ends your turn. It is now Rhinefang's turn.
Oh, no.
Rhinefang.
He has no more of these legendary saves. Yes.
No, he has one.
Well, later it's just legendary action
Oh, you
speed.
used it to.
That a video essay made me aware of a year later. Ooh, something interesting. All right, bet. Good to know.
He has wing buffet and then 2 saves.
Yeah, he's got
Got one more.
one
Oh,
more
he's got one more
save.
save. Ugh.
If he chooses to use it.
All right, so
I'll save it for later. Okay.
great. So the dragon is now going to.
No, he won't. I cast a spell on it as it retreats from me
Okay.
because I am a warcaster.
Okay.
And I will cast Bigby's hand to grapple that shit and pull him back down.
That's right to the work speed. Okay. So.
Don't fly away from me, motherfucker! So happy right now.
All right. So use your action to do Bigby's clenched, grasping hand, right? Or is it? No, it's
It's the grapple one to pull its wings together so we can't fly away.
Yes. All right. So so use the hand's strength score. So go ahead and roll a d20 and then add +8 to it.
18 plus 8, 26.
Yeah.
As the dragon brings its wings up, whoosh, whoosh, the hand grabs its wings together and pushes it back on the ground. It shakes off the effect, but it's unable to fly away.
Leave when Burt Reynolds tells you to leave.
2d6 plus your spell.
2d6?
Plus 5 damage to it as it grabs and crushes.
That's another 18.
Yeah.
What's damage as the hand crushes on it and holding it in place, it's not get a chance to move.
That's amazing.
All right. Angrily, in reaction to that, the dragon. Well, first off, let me see. It does not get breath up and back yet, unfortunately. It is going to use multi-attacks. So it gets 3 attacks, 1 bite, 2 attacks. It's going to make all of them against you.
Of course it will.
That is an iconic line.
And thus ends scanning.
No. Let each attack as it goes. The first attack is you, so the bite attack. That is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
All right.
Are you unconscious?
Yeah, about to be. That is 18 points of piercing damage.
Oh no, Scanlan's unconscious!
Are you unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, actually? Oh my god, he's so low health. I thought he was kind of joking about like this and Scanlan. I did not think he was that low health. Sam can be such a sleeper strategist sometimes. That's fair. That was a great fucking idea.
That is, and it would be additional D8 points of cold damage. But no, so Scanlan falls unconscious on the ground. It's going to take a claw attack down. It's already all in. Its second claw attack hits you. Immediately fail a death saving throw from the second strike. Claw attack hits you as well as focusing you. You fail.
Well, to be fair, it should have automatically crit, which is actually 2 death saving throws. So he should just be dead right now. But we won't. I'm no fucking teacher's pet. I'm not pointing that out.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's a dragon.
Oh my god. That's the end of its turn. Grog, you're up.
I race over to Scanlan. I pour a level 3 healing potion into Scanlan's mouth.
Okay, so Grog, use your action to pull out, grab Scanlan, and pour it into his mouth. You guys, this is the superior one?
Who uses the superior one?
You heal 8d4 plus 8 hit points.
I roll 0?
I'll let you roll for it. It's fine.
D4?
8d4, yes.
Can I roll 4 D8s?
8d4.
8D4.
I know.
You have a better chance.
My friend of the lady papers, I need him!
As you see, the dragon bites down and he falls unconscious on the ground, like the ice around his wounds, and his eyes just roll back in his head, unconscious. One claw slams down into his body. The dwarf, the gnome shakes from the impact. The second claw comes down into his torso and pulls back. You can see bits of flesh and muscle pull back from its claws. It pulls away and Scanlan's on death's door. You rush over and grab him, lift him up, take the healing potion, put off the cork with your teeth, and you rage feed him. Drink it!
All right, 19 now.
So you're 19 hit points and you're conscious now. The wounds seal up.
Oh, hi.
You still failed 2 death saving throws. You're down to the end of the battle.
Never count him out.
Anything else?
You have a bonus action.
Can I throw him the fuck away from the dragon, pick him up, and chuck him
Might hurt
towards
me.
Lyra?
But that's
I'll say because you're frenzy rage, normally you get an additional attack. I would say you can use that too.
And I won't throw, I'll slide him on the icy floor towards Lyra.
Okay. Go ahead. Make an athletics check.
Okay. Hockey. Now,
Fair enough, man. I'd give that to him in an instant. That's like using. I've always. I mean, number one, I think that people forget the extra things that they can do with an attack, like grapple. Like grapple is totally valid as one of the attacks on multi-attack. And I think that this is basically a shove, which is also one of the valid attacks for multi-attack. So, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
20.
Scanlan is a thrown weapon.
As he wakes up, and slip and slides across the AC floor.
It's fucking fucking not luging him. What's the one where they fucking brush off the floor in front of them? I can only think of ice polo, but that's not a real sport. But they just need like Trinket to go and like smooth off the floor in front of Scanlan so that he goes as a puck. Curling, that's right, curling. Yeah, Scanlan's a great curling puck.
Right, I should be about there. You're still prone, you're on the ground.
You can take a potion in your turn at least?
Now turn around and give
You will.
the eyebrow of your fucking dead.
Alright, that ends Grog's turn. Sorry, you're up.
Witch bolt, fucking witch bolt.
By the way, your Bigby's hand is faded when you fell unconscious.
Oh, I
you
assume.
lost concentration, so.
But you're still within range. I push even harder for Scanlan's sake.
Alright, go ahead and roll 5d12 of those.
And the fire turns from white to yellow and raging. Was it 5d2?
Remember the spell, it's which one? Is it 5d10 or 5d12?
Oh man, bless her heart. Mary Elizabeth's still trying to roleplay during all this. Which is awesome. Like it is legitimately like really nice and refreshing to see as like people are like talking over her because they've been punching it for a while and it doesn't even like show any signs of like being close to death. Technically Witch Bolt should be 1d12 on subsequent turns. Oh my god, you're right, Marina. Wait! Does Witch Bolt's damage not scale on subsequent turns? Oh, you're probably right. Witch Bolt is always one of those spells that I always want to use on my Warlock, but I never find a way to justify it because I'm so afraid of wasting my 2 spell slots. Nope, Witch Bolt sucks, dude. I mean, it's cool. It is cool that you don't have to re-up it. On a hit, the target, and on each of your turns, you can use 1d12. Yeah. The spell ends if you use your action to do anything else. The initial damage. Wow. Yeah, it does kind of suck. That is kind of cringe. It'd be one thing if you could use like a bonus action to reapply it. Wow. Wow, I missed that. Shit. I always had in the back of my head that Witch Bolt, because normally what I do on my Warlock is I take Witch Bolt as a first level action or as a first level spell, and I inevitably change it out for something at a higher level, like before the second level thing would apply. Like I normally take it at like level 1 and then trade it out at level 3 for something else. So I've never had the opportunity to use it incorrectly. Huh. Weird.
It is 5d12.
There you go. 5d12 plus 1d6.
This is a d12.
Oof.
8. Give me some math here, please.
Okay. 14. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Good.
Plus
Yep, gotcha. Okay.
Plus 11?
Nope. 4.
Plus 1? 12.
45.
Fuck,
45
yeah.
plus 2.
47.
Plus 11.
No, 47.
1d6.
And 1d6.
And 1d6. 6.
Wow! Alright, so what's still damage?
53.
45 plus 6.
Yeah, 51.
51 points of damage.
Whoa!
Wow.
Dude, I'll best you one. It's a dark day when growth beats spreads on that.
She's very upset about that.
I'm very scared right now. I'm still very scared.
That is nasty.
Oh my god.
Alright, so
To be fair, the amount of damage that she's outputting right now is ludicrous. I will give it that. Even for a concentration spell, there really isn't another concentration spell that is giving you all this damage for free. But yeah, maybe if it did like half damage or something on subsequent turns. Yeah, it would be pretty busted if it scaled the same way. Def too much for one spell slot. Yeah. Yeah, there's something in between, because I think it would be like if you got to re-up it for a bonus action, but it still did 1d12. That might be all right. And I mean, you have to keep concentration, so it's not like you can cast anything bad, like any like really good shit. Maybe that's it? I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Interesting. But keeping it up feels kind of worthless at higher levels. Yeah. Huh. If someone had slow, Scanlan's internal organs would still be on the inside. The range condition is also super short. Yeah, I knew that. I thought that was like kind of the main downside of it. Like that was like the risk. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, if someone admire the mind, Robin Banks, is that what you're saying? I do love me slow. I love me a slow. My fix for Witch Bolt is to have subsequent turns be a bonus action, and the subsequent damage only scale with every 2 spell slots. Yeah, that's fair. I think even just it being a bonus action, because as a Warlock main, Warlocks very rarely have anything to do with their bonus actions. So, honestly, if it was a bonus action and still did 1d12, I honestly might use it more than even on the side of me where it took an action and I thought it scaled. If it was a bonus action, that's kind of attractive now. But I would also take the scaling. Interesting.
As you blast again, the fury of seeing Scanlan, torn down to the ground and nearly devoured by this dragon. You blast again. This time, the greenish blue energy flaring up into a vibrant, angry yellow. And now you can see what once was almost like a bolt of arcane moon energy becomes an actual burning fire, and it's visual. Do you wish to move? You're gonna stay where you
are. I'm still how many feet away from him?
You are currently 20 feet away from him.
I will stay where I am.
All right.
Can I give? No, I can't. I'd have to go and give it to him, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you can. At the end of your turn, because regains legendary actions, it's going to use a wing attack against Grog, and every creature around it, including Trinket and the one giant. So as it takes the hit from the Witch Bolt, the arcane handler grasping its wings flare out, and it swings around with all of its wings, hitting everything around you. Let's see against. So dexterity saving throw for Grog. for the giant and for Trinket. Giant, make it
18.
Oh, no.
18. It's a DC 19. Make it for Trinket.
10.
All right, so Trinket and Grog both take 13 points of bludgeoning damage and are both knocked prone.
Half because I'm raging.
He's got stone half.
Half, that's true.
He's got stone skin.
Yep, Trinket takes half damage as well.
So how much?
So you both take 7 points of bludgeoning damage. But you're still not prone. You both fall onto your back. The giant also is knocked prone there. And so all right, that ends Zara's turn. That brings us to Scanlan. You're conscious. You're on the ground.
I will stand.
All right, so you still have your movement. You can still move roughly 10 feet.
Taking a potion is an action or a bonus?
I consider it a bonus action, just to keep things moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will administer it to somebody else.
Do that thing.
Do that for
I will dimension door way over there.
Okay.
Bye.
So Scanlan stands up, waves his hand, and this blackened archway just whoosh, appears next to him with this crackling sound of energy. He leaps through it and just vanishes out of sight. You're now in darkness. You cannot see anything except for a little bit of light bouncing off of the top of the cavern, glittering across the ice crystals, but you are in complete shadow.
And I'll take one of those 4 healing potions that someone gave us. Were they moderate? Were they...
They're superior. I think Rob used 1.
Oh.
Yeah, we handed them out, but I
Yeah,
think
we
you
did?
had one.
Okay, I definitely have one.
Yeah,
So,
so
I know.
8d4 plus 8.
Who all took them?
You?
I didn't, because I have 2.
I don't think she and I took them. I think it was.
Oh, we took them.
8d4.
You guys were assholes?
I think you each took 1.
I sacrificed myself.
Okay, so
So that's fine. All right, so that ends Scanlan's turn. The giant is going to
Get up there, you piece of shit!
Come on, attack her! Hit
that'll be
something!
21 that hits.
Yes!
And it'll be a 17 that misses. But it does manage to hit with an attack finally.
Thank you.
This whole time.
Finally.
It's 88 plus 8?
18 plus 6. That's 24 points of slashing damage to the dragon. As its first strike woof, whiffs, and as it brings back the backhand, it kind of shield to protect itself. The axe smack!
Yes.
Lands about a good 7 to 8 inches into the
Yeah,
dragon's
bro.
side. Shoo! The dragon the head turns around.
You traitor! I will eat every one of you.
A lot of healing potions worth of healing potions. You're so true and based and right, Restay.
That ends the giant's turn. It's going to stay right there. Try and finish this off.
I know so badly.
That ends the giant's turn. Lyra, you're up.
I still can't fireball, right?
You could. You just, depending on where you want to place it, you may hit other things.
Put some
You can
stank
place
on it, Lyra.
You can place it. So you can do it. Hit the giant and the dragon.
Well, then
No!
the giant will wake
If
up.
you hit the giant-
If we hit the giants,
Mass
does he look?
suggestion
Does he look almost dead?
Just
The giant's taken a few hits from the dragon, but the other one was one that was
The other,
completely
unfortunately,
That's
Is
one
the
that
other giant dead?
Yeah.
It is frozen in place and dead. It was partially disintegrated by Lyra earlier,
So-
and the frostbite.
Okay.
I can maybe hit trinkets or grog.
Trinket's
and
protected, so...
I don't think he's protected from fire
From
damage.
fire.
So
Sacrifice
it's
the
a
bear.
lot of damage. I don't want to kill trinket. I don't.
Is it fire and it's a
Yes.
frost dragon?
It's a very big spell. It's 8d6 plus.
That's great.
It's 20-foot radius.
Here, Lisa. I'm gonna try to hold monster again.
How much
Okay.
radius
Are you
does
leader or
the
not?
dragon take up?
I'm not going to.
The dragon itself is it's 15 feet across on each side.
Yeah.
So if you were to hit the dragon, it would still hit everything directly.
I still
around
gotta get. Yeah. Let me try to hold monster again.
it. Okay.
At least force him to use this.
All right. He fails his saving throw.
Yes.
But uses his third and final legendary resistance. to
Well, at
resist.
least we stepped it
Drain
up.
those.
Great.
Thank you for that.
That's over with now.
That's
Out of
it.
legendary resistance. Turns around and looks at you now.
God, I'm looking at that timestamp and I'm looking at the timestamps that John posted, and I am super nervous that this combat takes the next hour. I'm gonna really cross my fingers and hope that's not the case.
It was currently, glaring at the giant, just growling at everyone around it. And as soon as that spell hits at the cage once again, it breaks with its wings and turns around, with its mouth right towards you.
I don't think it does good. Okay.
I'm going to move away as far as I can.
Okay, so you were here.
Yes. That's very far.
As far as
Yes.
you get there.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That ends your turn. Back up to Percy.
All right, I'm going to take one last really, really good shot. I'm going to shoot him right in the face again. I'm going to spin my grip point, hit him in the face.
Okay.
Let's make this work.
Yay! That hits.
That's 31 to hit.
31 will hit. Yeah.
In the face.
So
Roll damage.
I'm going to roll damage.
We will see.
That's 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage.
But he's got disadvantage on all attacks until my turn.
You did take 10 points of bleeding damage from your Laura.
Oh.
You take 10 points of bleeding damage from your
Nice.
bow, and it does save against the bleed effect, so it's gone unfortunately. But you did 10 additional damage to it.
Alright.
And I'm going to move in this direction towards, hug the wall.
Right there.
Yeah, I think right there.
Okay. So as you take your shot, it reaches off the armor. The dragon starts with a little rough. You can see bits of the blood beginning to seep from the inside of the scale. It's starting to look a little, harsher and harsher.
We're at 303. So I was like, oh man, I really hope that this combat isn't another hour. I mean, obviously we're in sped up time, but I don't have I'm running out of commentary for it.
For sure, it's still standing up pretty well, but you can see it's starting to get a little more battle worn. And it's Percy's turn. Vex, you're up.
Which is hard. Because again, I mean, I really don't mind watching it. I just don't want to be the commentary streamer that just sits and watches things, without talking about it. So I get like antsy whenever it's been too long and I don't have anything to say, which rarely happens when we're watching non-combat sections. But the combat sections, ooh. There's honestly not too much to say about this fight. Yeah. Oh no, there's a denouement after the fight. That sounds like a real word. I'll have to look it up though. But that's good. Okay. Good.
Okay, I'm gonna move Trinket away.
Okay. Trinket stands up. Trinket move back this way.
Back into the. Yeah, and then kind of hide behind that loud clapping thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
As it moves away, the dragon uses reaction and takes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bite attack on it, actually.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
The final part of a play, movie, or narrative in which the strands of the plot are drawn together and the matters are explained or resolved. Oh! Denouement. Oh, very cool. That's a good word. I like that word.
With
Might
disadvantage.
keep that one in my back pocket.
Okay, because headshot. Yeah, headshot. Rolled a 2 and a 15.
Yeah.
So think how'd you put that on there? So as it lashes out, Trinket's armor actually takes the impact, and some of the teeth kind of crack a little bit
Yeah,
against the
badass
armor,
Karen
and the jaw
armor.
pulls back as Trinket runs off behind the ice wall.
All right.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns.
Oh, did you make a wisdom save last turn to try and resist the fear effect?
I did, and I failed it.
That's right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Denouement.
yeah, I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns on the dragon.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for attack.
Denouement.
26.
26 hits.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
So Hail of Thorns, what's the radius in that?
Hail of Thorns.
I only get to hear that noise.
Next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon, spell, range, it just hits it. But then everything within 5 feet makes a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
All right. So Grog, make a dexterity saving throw. I'd say because you're prone, I'd say with disadvantage.
Oh, sorry, Grog.
Actually, you're fine. You're fine. Just
Okay, 18.
18. All right, good. So you take half of the 1d10 piercing damage.
Roll high.
So roll for the actual arrow damage, and then 1d10.
Oh.
The giant does not make it, and the dragon does not make it. They both fail.
13 for the actual arrow.
All right, 13.
Plus another 5 for Hunter's Mark.
Alrighty.
Plus
Plus 1d10 for the Hail of Thorns.
3d10 because I'm casting it at 3rd level.
Ooh, look at that!
13 for the Hail of Thorns.
18. So it's 9 points of damage to you, Grog, 9 points to the giant, and 9 points to the dragon. All right.
Oh, and then I get another attack.
You do? You have 2 attacks.
What? So gleeful. This is crazy. Okay, so that's what. So I'm gonna do Jay Conjure Barrage.
Do it.
Conjure Barrage. Conjure Barrage. At them as well.
All right. Well, Conjure Barrage. Conjure Barrage is an action to cast, correct? Right?
Oh, you're right. So regular. I can only do regular
Absolutely,
attack. Okay, so regular attack. Oh, that doesn't hit. That's a 16.
That unfortunately is not. When it hits, but the arrow just shatters across the dragon's armor. All right, that ends your turn. As the giant takes a blasting impact of thorns across its torso, you see, kind of looks.
Sorry.
It looks at the dragon. Rhymefang looks at the rest of you, which some of you have fallen, some of you are on the ground. It decides that perhaps it chose its alliances poorly, and you can see it puts its axe and shield ready, and almost like an form that is now alongside the dragon.
Yeah, well, it'd be easy to place that.
All right, that brings us to Rhymefang's turn. Rhymefang is going to flying up in the air.
Oh no.
Oh, he's reaching for shit.
Shit out. Why are you pulling?
Oh shit, pulling out
He
now.
duplicates himself into another dragon. Now you're all dead.
It's going to
Can I hang out?
Oh no, the hail's gone.
this way. The top is currently just up in the air. And let's see if it gets its. It gets its cold breath back.
No.
Oh, did you roll to try and shake the frightened effect, by the way?
I didn't.
Go ahead and do that now.
Come on, darling. Come on.
Oh, what a great moment to pause it. We need some lair actions and stuff. Rista, you beat me to it. You just need something else. Like, I actually don't think that a single powerful entity is the actual problem here. Like, again, if we go back to the 1 and 2 example, right? I think if I am designing an encounter, right? And again, I start at the 1 and 2, so on the a party of 4 level 10s, we're aiming for CR 10. So we have a 6 and 2 2s. I would tend towards getting rid of the 2 2s. So now we just have a CR 6. They're gonna roll over it. But then I make the terrain incredibly hazardous. I put traps everywhere, traps that maybe the CR6 is like immune to. We give it some lair actions on top of its normal CR that present some extra dangers. We buff up this lower CR creature because even though the higher CR stuff are often, they feel more interesting, they are still just them. And I think that it inevitably turns into this punching bag type fight. So even if you want it to have a single enemy, I would weaken that single enemy, or not weaken it necessarily. Like, don't take a CR10 and debuff it. But I would take a ostensibly weaker enemy and add things around it to make the arena dynamic, the fight more dynamic. Yeah, worst fear is making a slugfest. Yeah. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you prepare what you think is a really interesting arena. I'm guilty of this. You prepare what that you feel like is a really interesting arena, and then in practice, maybe because of PC actions ahead of time, maybe not, you realize that you actually made much more of a white box than you thought, and that all of the interesting, things that you put on it are really just narrative frills. Ooh, been there. So it's, it's something good to keep in mind. It's something to strive for, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yes! Natural 20.
That'll do it. There's a shake of frightened effect. Like, all right. Steal. Now, these guys. As you see it fly
I'm
overhead.
gonna get frozen right now.
Your bracket's head and then arc across the ground with its breath weapon, hitting Percy, Vex, and Lyra. You guys all need to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh, so there's no disadvantage roll for him to make here, is there?
No.
23.
23 on the Constitution saving throw.
Actually, yeah, I get 5 Constitution and I rolled an 18.
15. 15? What'd you roll, Vex?
18.
Yeah.
18.
Well, and I'll say, Reese, that's like one of my big fears of like, with my DMing style and with what I love to engage with as a DM, being the world building, my goal is for everything to not only feel organic, but to kind of be organic. Like, I'm oftentimes not specifically designing battle arenas. I'm just designing interesting buildings and landscapes, and then hoping that if combat breaks out, it's just interesting. Which oftentimes goes super well for me. Like, I've had it go so well so many times, but then other times it's like, oh no, this is not interesting at all. And yeah, you have to really work at it to kind of get it back to being interesting. Yeah, big ol' what are you gonna do? Sometimes it just happens. But even... And this is where, we come into like a fudging conversation of then do you just go out through the slugfest, just play it out? Or do you, in the moment, you realize that it's kind of uninteresting, and in the moment you weaken the enemy, but then also add some terrain hazards like a falling icicle or something? I've gone both ways. I've stuck to my guns and I've just kind of played out a boring fight. Or sometimes I've actively nerfed the fight or nerfed the enemy during the middle of it and created kind of out of thin air some hazards around the arena. I worked it into where like in the fiction it made sense, like a stalactite falling or something, but they weren't originally planned that way. I've gone both ways, and I think it honestly depends on how on I'm feeling and like how good the energy is at the table as to how well I can do it. But yeah, you got to make those decisions on the fly. Yeah, it all depends on the situation.
All right. So as the ice breath passes across, it's like every center point of the worst ice storm or blizzard impacting you with a series of punches every single second as this breath caresses and beats your body left and right. Both of you guys take 54 points of cold damage.
Whoa!
54. Lyra, you go ahead and take 27 points of cold damage.
And the room gets quiet.
Really fast. Okay.
It continues its flight pattern and lands on top of its upper platform.
Oh, is there another fucking platform? That ass.
How high up?
That's 10 feet up. There are two platforms on opposite sides of this room now. That ends its turn.
Okay.
It is now Grog's turn.
That giant is definitely against
Abandon
us.
all hope you into
It looks to be questioning its loyalty at the moment, yeah.
You questioned at the wrong time. I will charge Gary and hack away.
All right, so you get up and you have enough movement definitely to move up in a battle with him. Go ahead and attack.
Poor
Is this
Gary.
it?
You know,
This thing plus 5.
Gary have a chance.
So, 16. No, attack one. Sorry.
It's a hit first. You have to roll a hit.
I know, Jesus, it's like I've never done this before. 24.
Hits.
No, that was higher than 24 anyway.
16 plus 9?
Yeah, it's
That's
25.
25.
Yeah. Hits. Roll second attack.
28.
Hits.
And 20.
20 hits. Roll damage against the giant.
What's 1d10 plus 5? Oh, that's 10. 15,
Plus 8.
18. 18.
Plus 6 fire damage.
Oh.
6!
24 on the first one.
Nice.
Sorry, new math. 13 plus. So 17 on the second one.
All right, and the third one.
And
12
plus 15 on the third one.
As you rush forward, whack, whack. The first two hits. One hits in the side, and you can see it reacts. The second one, it brings its shield up, and you splinter the buckler shield on its arm, and as it shatters, you can see the bones in its arm.
Well, Lord, tell your husband how to do math. Hey, man. So, to be fair to her, earlier he was getting very confused at the dice that he was rolling. Not the only time it's happening, yeah. I mean, this is kind of interesting. This, these combatants that are not entirely on the side of the PCs, but not entirely on the side of the dragon. That's an interesting factor. I don't love it, but it's definitely better than the white box.
Crack from the impact drops on the one side, with the flames itself beginning to set fire to the first. It hasn't touched. Reaches to try and shake off the fire that's on its arm. As you see it brings its arm up, it reveals the underside of its torso. You use that to reach down, leap in the air with an overhead swipe, slam this warhammer with all your strength into the side of its ribcage. As you do, crack! You can see its torso cave in, and you're probably sure that the splintered bones seem to have impacted something serious. As the giant all of a sudden
kind of undercuts all the emotional shit about feeling so bad for them and the destruction of their people, but
Yes!
Dead? You should have done more.
Dead for a ducat. Dead.
from the damage left over from the battle you had earlier, the damage that I took from the dragon, and that was just enough to finish it off by like 2 hit points.
All right.
That ends your turn, Grog. Zara, you're up.
How far away from the dragon am I?
You are 30 feet away.
That's exactly right, which means Witchbolt is still in effect.
Yep.
And I'm going to fucking unleash on this white worm of death.
A third time now, you go ahead and release Witchbolt, slams into it. The dragon actually tries to shift that.
yeah, that's true. They were assholes and more XP. Very true.
The way, but you can't because you're locked in.
You can't get away from me.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh no.
Creepy Zara.
Creepy Zara. I am a demon. All right. 11.
39.
53.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, so it took the way. This time, as you focus again, the kind of yellowish energy has now transitioned to a deep, hot, searing red flame from your eyes.
Oh, you can't run.
You focus again. The beam now transitioning into a similar red, hot color streaks across and slams into the side of the dragon. You can see the impact. The scales are left with this kind of glowing red heat from the blast, and part of its armor is kind of torn open. You can see the burn charred muscle beneath. The dragon's looking pretty rough.
Come on, it's a Percy.
You should move. You say anything.
All right, I'm going to approach it by 5 feet.
There you go. That brings us to Scanlan's turn. You were way over here, buddy.
I will first use my bonus action on myself. And can I cast Healing Word on myself? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, D4 plus 5. That's nothing. Actually, wait, can I just take a potion as a bonus action?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay, I'll just do that. I'll take.
Lol, yeah, John. Which, to be fair, I fucking hate those lessons in D&D. I'm not into them. Not a fan. So, you know what? If we if we skipped them and eliminated the possibility, maybe more power to them.
Okay, greater heal, 44 plus 4.
Alrighty.
Anyway, I'll roll it later. Oh, sorry. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 4 is 11. Okay, I'm pretty much back up to.
Yes.
There you go. Stay before.
From
All right,
still.
you stay where you are?
How far?
You are over here.
But how far?
Oh, this is. But 80, it's 90 feet away from you.
Sniper shot.
From the shadows, I cast Lightning Bolt, which has 100-foot range.
It does, and because it's high enough, the
If
other
the angle is nice and
Yeah,
clean.
that's true. So out of the darkness, release a bolt of energy. It's going to make a saving throw. What's the
I mean, look, I love complicated stories about people not being what you anticipated. But specifically, like, the idea of, like, don't judge a book by its cover, I think is, I've talked a little bit about this before, that I don't like fantasy racism as an allegory for real-world racism, because a lot of fantasy racism is quasi-justified, and comparing the two almost justifies real-world racism in, like, a really bad way. So I'm down with don't judge a book by its cover, or this book was way more like its cover, whatever. I'm down with that when the cover is not specifically their race and or species. That's fine. If they find, like, you know, a dude in black robes who's carrying around a book with a skull on the front, and he turns out to actually be a super chill dude that uses skeletons for gardening, that's cool. That's fine. It's interesting, man. But I've thought a lot about that take and find myself agreeing with it more and more. Yeah. And it's not even that I'm necessarily against telling political or social commentary type stories within fantasy contexts. But when you are telling those, you need to really make sure that you are not accidentally abstracting away the nuance that actually makes the real life situations as bad as they actually are. Yeah. I only mentioned it because I just recently went over your stream for episode 11 and covered this topic then. Gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, man, it's yeah. There was a DM that I had really early on that told that kind of story. There was also a story in that about what was essentially a commune, like a communist kind of enclave. That was very like we share everything, whatever. We like grow all our own food, blah blah blah. What's yours is mine. But also they were led by a circle of druids that sustained the whole enclave on Goodberry and create food and water and all of that. And it was like oh wow, look at how great communism is. But it was told through the lens of what was essentially a post-scarcity society, because all of their problems, like daily needs, were being taken care of by magic. And I'm like, look, if you want to have a social commentary in your D&D campaign about communism and capitalism, that's fine. It's potentially a good area to explore those sorts of things. But when you take scarcity out of it, which is like the main crux and conflict point between capitalism and communism, when you take that out of the equation, it's not even communism anymore. Like, it's not communism or capitalism because there's no ism. There's no capitalism. There's no capital to commune. Yeah, political and social allegories are similarly challenging. Yeah. So it's certainly not something that I'm like against wholesale, but I think that it is incredibly hard to do accurately. It's sort of like the conversation that we had around like Star Trek, around like when your technology is so sufficiently advanced that it's just like magic, it can be hard to tell convincing sci-fi stories that like are actually applicable to modern day, because your tech is so magical that it abstracts away all of our normal problems. Fantasy can have a lot of that too with its magic. So yeah. Anyways, back to D&D.
DC on it?
It's my spell, or what is it?
Yeah, it's whatever your spell DC is.
17?
17, okay, doesn't make sense for half damage. Go ahead and roll.
So,
roll 16 is 5.
It was 8d6, but now it's 4d6, right?
But still roll the 8.
You roll the total in it.
All right. What is that? 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 13.
All right.
Yes, dude.
Come on down.
Might not be dead.
Yeah.
We don't
Thank you, Grok.
We did not die.
I need my holding partner.
All right. At the end of your turn, it's going to go ahead and use one of its secondary actions to make a tail attack. Reach over the side here. Percy, who's sitting there. Whoosh, swinging down over the side.
Trauma.
Oh, no.
PTSD.
Fuck.
With a natural 20. So Percy, you
That's
suffer.
ridiculous. He doesn't want us to die.
It's gonna happen.
No, would you stop it, Lyra? Come on.
I'm sorry.
That is
I have self-esteem issues.
Not today, you don't.
32 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Percy.
Percy's out.
Whack him over the top.
I'm out.
Oh no!
Percy is down as the tail whack slams him down. You can see now as the tail pulls back, the ice in the ground is slightly concave. There's pieces of ice that have shattered and jutted up from the impact. And as the tail pulls away, dropping chunks of stone and ice, you can see a currently unconscious Percy is now face down and pushed probably a good half a foot into the ground itself.
Oh my god.
Your face is a mess if they ever pull you up from there right now.
Your face is a mess.
My face.
That ends Scanlan's turn. Giant is dead, and our giants are gone. Lyra, you're up.
Okay, I can fireball him now. Yeah! Fireball!
Fireball!
Oh, that looks pretty good.
That looks
Ooh,
very
that's
good.
amazing.
6 and 6 and 6.
Come on, Lyra.
And
Kill him
6.
low. Kill him low.
Nuke the bastards!
6 and 6, so that's 18, 28, 38.
From the POV of a formerly communist country, it's sometimes hard to hear modern Western commentary on communism and or socialism. I can very much imagine that, and it is one of the reasons. I mean, number one, that I try to not get as outwardly political, but also that I think it can be really, really touchy and bad to try and put into a fantasy world, because you are, especially because it is most often when we actually go into making fantasy worlds, a lot of times the cultures that you make within the fantasy worlds actually, like, they most often resemble certain cultures. And so if you are doing this, like, communism, socialism, capitalism, like, commentary, and you tie those movements to certain cultures, that's an even larger bed of like nest of wasps that you're stepping into, especially if you're like an American who has not lived any of these things, is not from any of these cultures. It is, I think, really hard to do it justice in the same way of like racial commentary. At least with racial commentary, it's something that an average American might interact with in their daily life. But I still think that they're rarely going to do it justice within a fantasy allegory setting. Natalia, hard same. Care to share which one, John? The worst one. Yeah. Yeah. So it's one of the reasons I like to present problems that are unique to the world within the fiction of the world. So like an example from Baldur's Gate 3 is like the Netherese orb, and like the wizard trying to dismantle the weave and overthrow Mystra, and ends up like busting the weave in the process. That is just a story about hubris and power within the context and fiction of this world. It is not a direct commentary on things that even could happen in the real world, right? There's no weave that we're going to destroy, but it's a good commentary on just general human nature. And I think that might be the overall maybe takeaway that I'm kind of coming to, is like, any sort of commentary on real world stuff is so fraught, because if you are not intimately familiar with it, you're probably going to misrepresent it. And even if you are intimately familiar, you're probably not capturing all the sides of it. So I don't know. But also, they never actually achieved communism. It was the autocracy under the guise of we all have the same paycheck. I by no means that it should be an untouchable topic. It just really needs perspective. Yeah, I think that my real thing on it is, even if you have appropriate perspective and you do it to where you feel that you have accomplished what you set out to accomplish, I think that doing it within the context of fantasy can strip it of so much context and put it in a situation where it's so easy to misread, and it is so easy to abstract away from the actual point, that it can be that it can accidentally be damaging. Like, even if you did the communism allegory within within the fantasy world, and you did it wholly and accurately to your own experience, again, if you're having it in this area where druids have Goodberry and we have creation bards that can create, again, D&D is essentially post-scarcity, it's really easy for people to mistake your point, even if you do it well, which is why I just feel like it is, I never want to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, regardless of my actual feelings on any of it. Yeah. It's just such a hornet's nest of things that you could get so wrong, and even if you get it all right, people could interpret it wrongly.
52.
Holy bejeez.
52 points of damage.
2 points. What's the DC on your spell?
It's no DC, it just hits and you have to.
Right, but
Oh, 17.
17. Okay, it rolled a 15 plus 5, so it is half damage. So that's still 26 points of damage to it.
Not bad.
As you reach around your finger, you reach out, and this arcing kind of bead of red streaks through the darkness, impacts right at the side of the dragon's wing, and then bursts into a giant ball of flame. The whole cavern rocks from the sound of the impact. So as the dragon pulls back, you see this giant char mark on the outside of its wing. It's looking pretty rough. It's still standing, but it's looking pretty rough. Unfortunately, the radius of the blast, as it's radius is large enough, Percy his body is hitting the impact and blasted onto its back now. He just kind of rolls partly out of the impact.
Do I actually roll
You actually over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, you're still standing in the same spot, but you're on your back now.
Did that take one of his...
You do
Space.
automatically fail a death saving throw from that.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
All right, that ends Lyra's turn. That brings us to the top. Percy, go ahead and make a saving throw. Just roll a 10 or higher.
I did not roll a 10 or higher.
Yeah, second Dave saving throw.
Oh god!
Oh my god.
Oh god!
Vex, you're up.
Okay, here's the thing.
Here's
Did he
the
roll far
thing.
enough away that he is not within 10 feet of the dragon?
The dragon is 10 feet up.
So he's far enough away.
In theory, he'd be just out of the way of a 10-foot radius. A 20-foot radius, no, but a 10-foot radius.
Okay, then I'm going to lightning arrow the dragon.
Okay.
Do you have a potion?
I do.
Dark's got it.
Oh, Dark's got it. Okay.
Okay.
You gotta get there.
Do I have to attack regular? I do have to attack
You
regular.
have to roll attack, yes.
That's good. That's it.
Oh, pancakes sound good. I've been munching on chips because I'm hungry. After we get off, I'm probably gonna make like eggs or something. I'm very hungry. This is where the combat as an audience member becomes engaging. Yeah, when they're all whittled down and there are actually decisions on like what they're going to expend their resources on. Like, do they kill the thing faster? Do they try to save their friends? Like, what do they use their resources on? I agree. And theoretically, these decisions are always there, but earlier it's way easier to just slap the thing over and over and over.
That's a 29.
29 hits.
Okay, so that is 4d8 against the dragon. Okay.
Yeah, 48 lightning damage.
Okay.
See if it makes it. What's the DC on it?
14.
14 does not make the save.
Yes! Okay. Okay.
Come on, Vex. Come on. Do it for Trinket.
11.
Do it for
So
Percy.
useful this
My
fight.
regular
Do it
d8.
for Pike.
Let's not have another pike, please.
17 plus.
Plus your hunter's mark.
That's good. That's another 6 for Hunter's Mark. Plus 11 plus another 11.
Plus another 11. Okay. As the arrow releases, once again, it turns into a bolt of pure arcane energy. Smacking into the side of it, you can see the explosion hit the energy, crackles the rest of its body. Its muscles shudder, and it has to grasp the side of the top of this platform to even keep itself steady. You can see now the dragon's one eye is like partially closed, and with each breath, you can see kind of this frost mist emanating from its breath. It looks like it's on its last legs.
For my second attack.
Oh!
For my second attack, I'm going to regular attack him. Oh my god. I'm gonna regular attack him.
Roll for attack.
Jesus, please.
Very like fucking panic, like playing with her hair. I feel that one.
Oh, that's a 30.
30 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
13, 14, 15.
Including the hunter's mark?
No! 4.
Okay, so 19 total.
No.
Okay, as the arrow misses on the side of the neck, you can see now the dragon reaches up and it's scratching at the pain as it pulls the arrow out, rubbing support on its side. It's
Oh, he's still alive!
It's all right. It's all right.
that ends your turn.
Oh no.
Okay, so
Is it his turn?
it is now Rhymefang's turn. Rhymefang turns and lets out a spray of icy damage out in this direction. An arc this way. I need to get a dexterity saving throw from Lyra, from Vex, and from Zara.
Do I have a reaction?
After this, you will.
Got it. Do I roll?
8.
8,
I'm very dex 28.
28. Okay, Zara. 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 54 points of damage to you.
I'm
Unconscious? Lyra is currently frozen in place right now from the blast of the other. She's unconscious, and there is a coat of ice around her body holding her in place.
This is actually an active debate that I've had with people, and I've never looked up sage advice on it. I've just run it how I run it at the table. I've actually always run that you can use your reaction before they finish whatever they're doing. And I take that based off of two things. I take that based off of the fact that you can use your reaction to opportunity attack them before they finish their movement, right? So they say, I'm moving 30 feet. You use your reaction before they do that. I also base it off of the shield spell, which is a reaction, and you do it before the thing hits. Like, before the damage is applied, at the very least. And I rule it because that makes sense to me. But I've never looked it up. It seems like the sort of thing that there would be sage advice about, but I am not aware of it if it exists.
How you doing on hit points?
I'm at 28 hit points.
Okay, you're like, you kick the frost off and you're on one knee, and you take 54 points of ice damage.
Are you unconscious too?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I have a
God.
Potentially, I was thinking, Warlock brain, I was thinking it's probably Hellish Rebuke. Which Hellish Rebuke might have language about when you can use it. I think a lot of reactions do. So potentially it might come after damage.
Reaction. Okay, go ahead.
I do. I use Hellish Rebuke.
Oh,
Ah!
what is that?
Okay.
It sounds hellish.
I know.
Sounds aggressive.
One per day, so.
All right, so if your creature must make a dexterity saving throw.
So it does back to him?
Yes.
That is 15. What's the
I don't remember if it's after you've been hit or if it's after you've taken damage. It actually, now that I think about it, it probably is after you've taken damage. So it probably would have to be after the damage is applied.
17.
She has a vat of
17 and
Okay, so it takes 2d10 fire damage. So
Yes! Oh my god, you can kill it just because I attacked you!
Come on, come on.
Kill it out of spite.
Oh, come on.
Tell him he's very ugly.
9.
9 points of fire damage? How do you want to do this? How do you finish this dragon with your hellish rebuke? How do you
Where does it
Make it
hit?
good. Make it good.
Where does it
After
hit?
it finishes blasting you with ice damage, you watch the wizard frozen in place. You see Percy unconscious and bleeding on the ground. You see Vex on the ground, about to fall unconscious. Your friends are lost in the darkness around you, and suddenly you feel that tiefling surge of anger within you, and you
Almost completely turn into flame as I walk towards it. Can I use anything?
No, you have to use that.
What do you want the hellish rebuke to
describe
be?
it.
How do you want this?
I want this hellish rebuke to me levitating in the air and using my dark dragon staff to blast it from here down, just eviscerating everything from the bowels down with hellish fire.
So, after the frost cakes in the front of you, and there is ice caked against the front of your armor, you suddenly look up at it, and as your eyes flare with flame, the ice evaporates from the sheer heat that your body's emanating. You take a step forward, but the step itself is about an inch off the ground. A second step, you're 2 inches off the ground, and with each progressive step, you're slowly floating in the air. The warlock energy now swirling around you, the shadows are spinning around you and coalescing around your feet. As you look forward towards it, you see the portion of its armor that was blasted open earlier with its flesh and sinew is exposed. You take the staff forward, and with an angry snarl, you live one last blast of infernal energy, the hellish rebuke, then sinking into the side of its chest. As the inside of its flesh begins to spark and smoke, the dragon reaches out and grabs the side. It's beginning to try and bring its wings up to fly away, and as it does, a blast of infernal flame comes cascading out of its chest. You can see now all of its armor begins to peel back as its chest is blown open. Its eyes suddenly go from this piercing blue-white to a dull gray color. Yes! And it reaches out. No. It tumbles forward onto the ground next to Percy, almost crushing his...
Almost.
It gets up,
Quite near miss.
takes 2 more steps forward. No. You can't.
Yes, I fucking can.
And with that, Ryan Feng falls dead to the
Wow. I run over to Lyra, cast Seeming on myself to give myself the appearance of Aldor, and I pour a potion into her mouth, and I wake her up.
What happened?
You did good, baby.
I'm just in him.
I run over to Percy and pour a healing potion in his mouth, and I don't in him.
You can just barely get there with your movement. Thank God.
Look, okay. I agree of Scanlan being sort of gross again. But at least this is... Like, okay, before they started making out, I read this as him pulling more of a prank on her of being like, I'm Aldor. And then she's like, what? And then he's like, just kidding, I'm Scanlan. And then she initiated the makeout. So it's less gross than normal, and it is sort of tied in with her fangirl flaw that I don't love either. So maybe it cancels out. I don't know. Yeah.
You're barbarian.
Oh my god.
I was right.
What happened?
That is a big release though of emotion. Okay. That was a ride. That was a ride on the how do you want to do this? I will say that I love how do you want to do this. It's actually it's the first thing I heard about Critical Role, and it is something that without ever having seen Critical Role, I started to implement in my games. Like I really, really like the concept. But there are two things about that of I really prefer having my players like fully narrated out. Like I don't take it from them, if that makes sense. And like sometimes Matt does, sometimes he doesn't. But it's like, to me, I think like Mary Elizabeth like fully narrated it just fine, and like I would have just narrated like the parts of Rhyme Fang and like let that be a back and forth. And Mary Elizabeth took it back towards the end in, I think, the climax moment of no, yes, I fucking can, which is so sick. But yeah, I don't know that I would re-narrate all of that. I hesitate to actively give them like crazy amounts more power. Like with the whole like levitation stuff. But by the same token, if they themselves narrate it during how you want to do this, I don't stop them. It's just not something that like I actively provide within the descriptions. So yeah, I don't know. Overall, I love the concept. I love when Matt does it most of the time. But I've noticed this a couple of times with him and Mary Elizabeth, and I think probably if I had to like give grace a little bit and give leeway, what is probably happening is I think Matt is consistently expecting Mary to be less into the roleplay than she is. Like, I think he's constantly expecting to have to like guide her through it. And she's much like, I think he's expecting like a sort of, like not to like be like down on Ashley Johnson or whatever, but I think he's expecting more of that type of new player, that's a little bit more passive in the role than Mary Elizabeth is. But Mary is like super into it, and so I think I would try to tend towards like leaning into that and like let her carry it a bit more. But all in all, very, very cool, very fun. Good way to end it. It was a nice climactic way of everyone very tense watching.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's dead.
True, gross cancels out gross. Yeah, it's like a mutual grossness is, I mean, it's still like generally uncomfortable for the table. But at least it's not one player forcing gross on the other one, which was a lot of like Scanlan and Pike. Like Pike was never initiating those sorts of things. It was only Scanlan, whereas this was at least both of it. As long as they're both in on it, it's just funny for me. Yeah, and I think that that's more what takes it out of the like Scanlan and Pike realm and more into like of just, yeah, pretty whatever. Also, Felicia's character is temporary, so we don't have to interact with the fallout of it much more often, or much more beyond this. So it's a little bit more okay to play those fourth wall breaky jokes of like, oh, like Scanlan and Lyra aren't going to have to deal with the fallout of Scanlan doing that for 10 more episodes. Felicia initiated the making out, so she's clearly okay there. Yeah, also true. Yeah, the mutual grossness. I'm also strongly inclined to read Scanlan and Pike as they're both in on it, but in a different way. I go back. I think maybe towards like the end of the Horn arc, maybe, but I had several comments, especially early on, of it. Like, it definitely seemed like Ashley Johnson, the player, was okay with it, but it definitely did not read as if Pike was into it, at least in the beginning to me. And it seemed more towards the end like Ashley Johnson just making Pike okay with it, sort of out of nowhere, out of the blue, sort of a don't take no for an answer kind of scenario. I've never read well on Pike and Scanlan, but I don't think this one was nearly as bad. Felicia, the punchline is always that Pike totally doesn't reciprocate, which seemingly like everyone's working together for the goofiness. So, yes, that is the punchline. But it's essentially a punchline of Scanlan being like a don't take no for an answer misogynist, which is not great. Like, but they don't treat Scanlan as if his character is that. So it's this layer of separation from the fiction of they don't treat Scanlan as if that's an actual flaw that he has. It's just like an out of character joke. But it is predicated on in-character actions, which draws a very, like, distinct line of, like, ooh, now, like, we're not being serious about the characters. We're being not serious about the characters. Like, there's, like, two different modes now in which you're interacting with the characters, which I don't like. Because, again, I do think that, like, Ashley Johnson was always in on the joke. Like, at least from everything that we know, that seems to be the case. But yeah, I think the joke kind of just takes you out of the fiction, which I don't love. I read as Pike as she doesn't reciprocate, but she isn't feeling threatened, just mildly annoyed because Scanlan is annoying. Yeah, which, I mean, yeah, Scanlan is annoying. But I think that the trope of an adorkable misogynist, like it's all of like the Big Bang Theory dudes are the same way. Like that's a big toxic male trope of like, it's okay, he's harmless, he doesn't mean anything by it. Like that's a trope with like really toxic masculinity roots that I think plays well to a dorky audience, but I don't love seeing represented. I never got the sense that Ashley was okay with it, but had to roll with it because it was on a live stream, and that's what ladies have to do in most situations. Maybe it's hard to know. I mean that comes with on both ends of it, of assuming she's okay with it, assuming she's not okay with it. We will never know. Like it could come out 10 years from now that Ashley Johnson comes out and says, yeah, I wasn't down with it, but I had to roll with it. And I would believe her. And in every interview that she ever comes out with, she could say, yeah, I was always fine with it. And I would believe her. Like, it's one of those things that could be true either way, and we'll probably just never know. The other thing is that I'm assuming they're all friends and they've been playing together for 2 years, so I'm generally giving them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, which is I definitely think it's fully fair. And I think that this sort of comes back to what we were talking about of like joking around with the disintegration thing about the giant. Of like, I like comedy. I like funny stuff to happen in my games, but I like for it to be fully realized within the fiction. If someone has a flaw that makes them do funny things, I want for the characters to in-game address that flaw and like drive more of it. The adorkable misogynist Scanlan is never acknowledged by any of the in-game characters, only by the players out of game. Same thing with him shitting on the bed. Although honestly, the shitting on the bed has been addressed in character before, compared to the the adorkableness. So that seems like something they're even more comfortable addressing. Yeah, I don't know. I think your analysis is fully correct. I think it's a character trait that was a running joke in the home game and translated very poorly into a stream. That's also true. Yeah, I think it's a, I think in those sorts of jokes, can really easily, not translate to a stream audience. It's sort of like, oh man, this is kind of an off-topic cut, but have any of you ever seen oh man, I don't even know if I want to go off onto this big tangent because it's a giant tangent, but I'll try to summarize it really quick. Nostalgia Critics The Wall. It was the recreation of The Wall by Pink Floyd, done by the Nostalgia Critic. It is the worst review I've ever seen of any art piece ever. And I was watching it with my wife, and we were talking about how towards the end of it, there's a sequence where all of these animated characters express an opinion that basically the Wall, the Pink Floyd product is lazy and devoid of substance. It's style over substance. And there's a behind the scenes bit where the creator of the animated characters says, hey, actually, like, I don't believe that. My characters just believe that. But this behind the scenes bit is in a separate video. And we were talking about how, like, okay, if that's not your truly held opinion, like you actually don't think that The Wall is style over substance, you need to have in fiction, in product, in the review, someone contest the animated characters. You need to have someone say, like, hey, you guys are just being salty because there's not enough interesting creatures, there's too many humans. Because that's basically what the creator said. Is like there's like this weird in-universe explanation for why they're salty, but they don't give any of that explanation. No one contests them on this view. And when you don't contest them, it just becomes the view of the product. It's very different if it's a bunch of, like, you know, people sitting around in a living room joking. Like, that's not like an art product that you're putting out to the world that has these like views and like things that it's expressing. And that relates back to this of like, yeah, you can have like a silly little joke that everyone is in on at your home table as long as everyone is cool with it at the table. But the moment you make it a production, an art piece that is being put onto the internet, those traits and those messages start to carry more meaning than they would have otherwise. And you need in fiction contestation, otherwise it is implicit agreement. I also read Scanlan as like 25% outside the fiction in terms of his humor because Sam just wants to make his friends laugh. Yeah, I agree with that, Reste. I pretty fully agree with that like Scanlan doesn't really exist as a true character within the fiction. Scanlan is only sometimes in the fiction, and he very frequently jumps out of the page like Deadpool. And surprise, surprise, I don't love Deadpool. I like Deadpool more than Scanlan because Deadpool is honest about what's happening. Like, if Scanlan was looking at the audience and giving the old wink whenever he, you know, says it, like, if Scanlan starts talking directly to the audience, but in a TTRPG, you can't even really do that because if you, as Scanlan, start talking to the camera, we automatically switch it in our minds to Sam is talking to us. So Scanlan really can't even talk to the audience, so he can't even be a Deadpool. Oh my god, I need water. That was a rant. That was a rant and a half. On the other hand, and I don't think it's the case here, just cause vibes, the girl in nerdy circles sometimes feels the need to conform even among friends. Yeah, it is it is definitely possible that that is a factor, which is again why I was like, if this comes out later that, you know, she says, yeah, I was never really comfortable with the jokes, like I would fully believe it. Like that is very, very believable that you might want to just go along, not to rock the boat and like not fuck up the vibes. Cause that's lame and that's like not cool. And like, why are you being weird about it? And that's like the real like sinister part of the adorkable misogynist is that it's always like, they're harmless, they're joking. Why are you fucking up the vibes by being weird about it? Like, that's the real sinister part of the trope. And again, like, I think it's a positive, I think it's easy to give a positive reading of this situation. It is probably not as sinister as all this. Ashley probably is cool with it. But there's a very large, like, there's a very non-zero chance, a very non-negligible chance that she wasn't. And we'll probably never know. And so I think it's best practice to just not put people in that position where they would have to tell you that they are not okay with it. I think it's really possible for the girl to really be comfortable with these jokes as long as the guys are genuinely just joking and respect her. And I choose to assume that's the case here based on everything they've ever said. Yeah. And when we were first talking about the Scanlan thing, I believe that there are interviews where people ask them about it later and they say that the vibes were good behind the scenes. Like that seems to be the reading, is that the vibes are all good. And so as long as they are, like, that's dope. That's totally okay. But I still, I think that in general, I try not to put anyone in situations where the vibes could turn sour. I do hesitate to read CR in terms of an art project. I've thought a lot about whether to see CR as a TV show or something like that, and it kind of implies certain standards that it may not uphold. I don't think about it as a TV show, but I would think about it as art. I think that entertainment of any kind is art, at least to a certain degree. It's a creative product. They are like, acting is creative. Acting is art. Writing, building, strategically analyzing things in order to present puzzles, I think can be artistic and creative in that way. So I would kind of argue that the only thing making it not art is it being too casual, which is not, I don't think that's enough to get me there on it, I guess I mean more in terms of like, it's not a crafted story in the same way that a TV show or a movie or something like that. Sure, but it still has themes and discussion and a point. And it still has things that it portrays within its artistic presentation. Like, this is not me trying to be like pretentious, but I consider the things that I make to be art. I have like an underlying agenda and like themes and like things that I allow or don't allow or address or don't address. And that crafting, regardless, I don't have a fucking script. They don't have a script. But you don't need a script in order to deliver an artistic point. I think even like an improv show definitionally doesn't have a script, but can very much be considered an artistic performance. And I think that it should be held up to standards as art, not as a TV show. Like, I don't need it to have, an arc and like that, like, tight of a story. But like, there's nothing, if we're talking about like tight stories and arcs, like Dimension 20 certainly has that. And there's nothing fundamentally different between Dimension 20 and this. So I don't know. A different woman at the table but just you wait till Laura gets out of her shell and starts making everything into a sex joke. I'm watching C2 and oh boy, no way she isn't 100% into it. I love Laura and C2. I can't wait to see the animated series. All right. I mean, and it again, depends on if the vibes are good, depends on everything. I think the thing specifically with Scanlan is him imposing it onto someone else. If it's someone taking it on themselves, it's a very different situation. Like, honestly, at first, the first time I heard about the cube schlong, I was like, ugh. But then the more times I heard it, I was like, he can make jokes about his own manhood. That is what it is. I'm down with it. So yeah, I don't know. Natalia, same. Though I still have a lot of the campaign to watch, so I'm patient with the cartoon. Praise the cube. Yeah. I'll praise the cube. I'll get into it.
Hello, Percy.
Oh
Baby. I stand up and I give Zara a giant hug.
Can we cut that bastard up for scrap now?
So
darling.
look like Eldor,
You're
but I'll be that
amazing.
Same.
Forever besties.
Emma. Wait, then I notice, Aldor, why are you so short?
Baby,
Here.
I can't change height, so so I release seeming and I'm back to normal.
That was not as good a kiss as usual. I was worried,
I'm sorry.
but it was special.
Is it time to take what we need?
Equally long and girthy may it rain.
Gather
This
up all of the
thing.
shit that we have to take and put it in the bag of stuff.
That would be 2 white dragon eyes, 1 white dragon tongue, 1 white dragon heart, 6 white dragon claws, and 20 white dragon teeth.
It's all going in the
Who's
cooler
harvesting
bag.
this?
You have the bag.
Who has a nature? Who has good animal handling?
We have to harvest it special?
You have the part of it harvesting the organs from a creature is a delicate
It's
process.
a nature? What is it
It's
a check
a
for?
nature-based check, yes.
I have a low nature. What do you
Very
have?
low nature.
You have a 6
I have
nature.
a 6 nature.
Oh, I don't know.
So you should probably roll.
Can I harvest it?
Does anybody
You
have a
can.
high?
Can I go loot the
Can
giant
we-
that's not frozen?
You can. You can also help with this roll with your.
Inspiration?
Yeah.
With
Okay,
inspiration.
I don't know. Yeah, I inspire them.
What inspires Zara as she goes to start carving into this dragon?
I will sing something. I don't know what. I'm so out of it. We just killed a dragon. I just go over to her and I'm like, you killed a dragon. You killed a dragon. That's all I got.
And with that,
Can I assist?
Kind of kill the dragon.
It was a group effort.
Can I help at all? Can I assist?
Yeah,
Can
give
I
your sister
hold
in that.
utensils for her?
Yeah,
as
so
she needs
between the
it?
two of you working together, that'll give you advantage on the checks.
Okay.
So go ahead and make. Which one are you going for first? Are you going for the eyes?
Oh God.
You
That's a lot
choose
of
which portion
pressure.
you're harvesting first.
Oh God.
What is?
Everything. We need all of it, don't
Which
we?
part are you harvesting first? You choose with each roll. You want eyes, heart.
Can I assist? Can I help?
We already have an assist over there.
We can't
Maybe
help.
that was
I want to be
it.
helpful. We'll all stand and watch.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Start
What all do you
Start with the eyes.
have?
All right. I can say this pretty confidently. Don't need to choose with each roll. Make it one check. Get the fuck through this. I don't need a separate check for each individual eyeball. I don't need a separate check for each one of its ribs. I don't need to make 2 checks to make sure that I get both of its fucking testes for the hag. We can wrap it up into one. Come on.
Nice. Pop them out. Pop those bitches out. Plus, but you get an
You
advantage.
can roll it again, though.
You're rolling advantage on it because he's assisting you.
That's
9 plus. No,
50. Yeah, that's 15 plus 6 is 21.
21. Okay. As you come over, you take it using a dagger that you have left. Pop very delicately each dragon eye out and place it into the satchel.
Into the cooler bag.
And
This is also, okay, just beyond the more, fun hyperbolic thing. The more checks that you require, the more likely they are to fail one of them. That's just pure math and statistics. And when it is involved in something like the, them fulfilling their contract, if you make it one single check, the party can now spend resources to make sure that that check goes through. They can spend bardic inspiration, enhance ability, what have you. But if you make it a ton of checks, it is more likely than not that they will fail at least one of them. Now, that is a tool in your tool belt as a DM. If you want them to fail one of them, require more checks. If you want them to be able to succeed, require less. Like that is fully a tool within your tool belt that you can use to totally not fudge rolls. Like, have absolutely no fudging of rolls, but highly control the fate, control the statistics of what will happen. The more rolls you require, statistically, they're going to succeed. I mean, depending on what the check is and what their modifier is, but they're probably going to succeed some and fail others, kind of no matter what their modifiers are. So if you want a more even distribution, just start requiring more checks on whatever they're doing. But if you want them to have more control over the failure or the success, going less and less checks will put it more and more in their hands as to what happens. I'm strongly leaning on the end of having a baseline of success no matter what on certain roles, like investigation, nature, like this, etc. And the roll is just for a greater success. I mean, that's totally fair, especially if it's quest related like this. And maybe that's what Matt's going for with this. But especially if the baseline is just greater success and you don't really care if they succeed or fail, then yeah, definitely have it be one roll, bosh it out, and move on.
As you pull each eye out, it's like holding the coldest orb you've ever held. It actually burns your fingers as you clutch it, like, throw it inside, and have to like shake your hand off.
Use my internal flame to heal my hand.
I kind of jiggle him around in the bag.
She jiggles out.
Isn't there we have a special crate?
Yeah, I'm holding it.
Special
Oh,
satchel.
yeah. It's in the cooler section.
Tongue would be next.
Tongue would be next.
All right, go ahead and roll for that.
12. That's interesting. Plus another roll for advantage. Ooh, that's way better. Plus 6. 23.
23. All right, so you managed to, with the help of Vex, pulling the jaw open, Grog holding on the side, Lyra's supervising. You,
Good job.
managed to get to the base of the tongue, carve off, and you pull out the rather massive, very heavy tongue, which once again, this in itself is like pretty infested. And in the process of doing so, you suffer 2 points of cold damage. The tongue has been harvested.
Heart.
A heart.
The heart. This isn't going to be difficult. Part of the chest is blown open, exposing the interior, but
That
there has
made
been
it
damage done to the inside, so
Alright.
go ahead and attempt this.
2 roll.
12. 14.
Okay, plus 6.
Total.
6 is 20.
Oh, 20. 20 is just what you needed. You fly in and crack open a portion of its body, and you begin to slowly carve out the portion of the heart. And the dragon heart itself is massive. It's huge, and it takes 3 of you to pull it out. You're like,
How do
how
we
are we
fit in
supposed
this
to fit
bag?
this in here?
Grog?
Is it magic?
You don't know, but it's not going to fit in that satchel.
How heavy is it?
Do I?
I'd say it probably weighs a good 200 pounds.
I should know what people would do in the guild situation if they had an organ that wouldn't fit in the bag, right? We have to preserve it, so.
Travel back quickly.
Okay,
Or have
let's
some
go.
sort of preservation magic, like whether it be a necromantic-based magic or something that is...
No.
Okay.
We're not shoving it in there. We're cutting it in half.
We can roll it up in one of our fancy robes though, and just kind of hold
Pack it
on
in
to
ice as well.
true.
And pack it in. Oh, yeah, let's chisel out some of the ice around
As
it.
you begin to wrap it up, you notice that the cold air begins to crack around it, and the heart itself is freezing as per the nature of a freshly dead white dragon.
That's
So
probably
it
normal.
might be a good thing.
Okay, that's okay. It's what about all this gold in the cavern?
Yes,
Hold
we'll
on,
get
hold
there.
on,
We'll
we got
get
teeth,
there.
we got
Don't
Okay,
forget your diamonds as well.
Okay.
We'll get there. We'll get.
Teeth. Yes. Good Lord above.
Come on.
7, 13.
13. Going through the jaw, you begin
Good thing there's a
plucking
lot of
teeth
teeth.
out, piece by piece, and most of them, you notice, as part of the nature of the body beginning to decay faster than you expected, a lot of the teeth are becoming brittle and breaking, and as you start pulling them out, you're frustrated, because each one, it seems, almost shatters as soon as you claw it from the jaw. By the end of it, you manage to gather about 3 dragon's teeth before the
That's
rest
okay.
of
We
it
have a
begins to break.
shitload of dragon teeth left over from
But
the
we
first
need
dragon.
white dragon.
ones.
He
Can
was
we-
a white
There were
dragon.
white dragon that we did. Oh wait, are you sure it wasn't the blue dragon that we
No,
had?
it was a white dragon. We have 37 left over.
We have 37 dragon teeth from the first white dragon.
Oh, so.
Can I also get, if there's any powder left and anything, for myself, I would
And
like
scales.
to... yes, I would like to take
Claws
whatever...
still, okay,
Oh,
claws.
wait, we still need claws.
I know, but just if it's on the ground and it's in front of me, I would just like to put it in my little bag
All right.
to have it for my own spellcasting.
Okay, go ahead and make a nature roll for that.
What? What do I roll?
Roll 2 more nature checks, or nature checks with advantage.
That sucks. I just
Another one.
want-
Another one.
That sucks too.
13.
13.
Okay, you managed to pull out some of the more sensitive parts of the dragon, as you can cut away some of the scales. You go for the scales, the claws.
I was going for the powdered...
Yeah, certainly, Undead King. Oh man, put it on the bit D counter. But in bit D, you roll D6s. And if you get a 6, you succeed. 4 to 5, you succeed with complications, and 1 to 3, you fail. So, you have a 50% chance, even with 1d6, you have a 50% chance of succeeding every time. But more than likely, you are succeeding, but with complications. And I think that that's a really good, just kind of general mindset to be in a lot of times, even with D&D checks. Athletics, acrobatics, etc., especially if they get really close to the DC. I totally agree, Undead King. I love the concept of failing forward, of like, you do the thing you wanted to do. I'm going to give you the success. I want you to be invested and to try to do things. And for the things that you do, like actually having the effect that you want. But the fact that you didn't make the DC means that there is this additional complication.
Remains of whatever teeth that we
Oh,
could
that.
use.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, never mind. Sorry. So then that you can gather.
That was just me. I was just putting it in my
it's
satchel.
Powdered
My little
dragon
ball bag.
ice bones.
Yeah, I'll get a ball bag too.
Yes.
Still need claws.
Claws.
Claws?
Claws. All right.
One more.
Ooh, don't know that one.
9.
Okay.
15.
15. In beginning to pull out the portions of its hands and getting the base over the claw itself begins to grow, you manage to pull out 5 functional dragon claws.
How many did
without
we need,
breaking.
Percy?
6. Do we have an extra? We have one. So
You guys
Sweet.
prepared with your
Alright.
bag.
Hello, prepared people.
That shit in.
All right.
Oh,
So
I looted the giant.
And
Look, try-
can we get some scales?
Now can we get some
go
scales?
ahead and roll for scales. This is
Just
the.
her or like
This is you guys collective.
All of us?
All you working together to get scales. This is the amount.
All of us just free for all?
Well, this is the roll they're making
20
for
for
it.
scales.
20 for scales. Okay, so all you working together, you managed to pull off what amounts to about 25 pounds of dragon
25
scales.
pounds of
Mind you,
dragon
the scales are heavy and they're about that
I can
big
hold 'em.
each.
You want
It would be enough if you were to bring it to a master craftsman to possibly construct a set of armor from them.
Ooh, that's so many pounds of dragon scales from the previous dragons. We could make like 3 sets of armor right now. From
I'm gonna look around and just see if there's a stash or like a hoard.
Yes.
See
Can
what's
we start
happening.
to harvest the gold
All
from?
right, there are like individual gold pieces embedded all. It would take you weeks.
Are there
to
any
chisel it all.
giant gems that we can see?
Also,
Everyone make a perception check.
Oh,
I want to get my
can't
diamond back too
harvest.
from earlier.
Can I loot the bloody giant?
Natural 20 for perception!
All right.
sparklies!
So, Rob, you go over to the giant that's not frozen. Looking at it, its leathers are most of its armor itself is made for a giant.
Look, I know that I am watching this at higher speed, but oh my goodness, this is chaotic with so many people trying to do so many different things.
Its form much larger.
And also, rolling for checks that he didn't ask for. Fucking put it on the board.
Anything else, and a lot of them have been shredded by the dragon or frozen and broken from the impact, and you cutting it apart with its axe. For the most part, all you're able to find off of its body are approximately 120 gold pieces.
That's good.
Which isn't bad. Giants don't really carry a lot of money on them. Usually what they carry on them is just trophies from battles they fought previously. At least these ones here.
120 gold isn't a lot of money? Sheesh. that seems all right. It's like a shopping episode. Yeah, what do you want off the wall? What do you want off the corpses? Yeah.
I want to take a trophy of this.
So, as you guys, and would you roll for perception?
16.
18.
11.
13.
Natural 20.
So as you guys are looking around, the cavern seems to be fairly barren. However, as you walk to the back of the cavern, you see there are other pieces of partially eaten, frozen bodies, and you using a little bit of torchlight, you can pull out and glancing underneath, you see a little bit of shining, more of a cluster of shining about 7 or 8 inches beneath the ice surface, and you look down and you can see that there appears to be quite a horde of something frozen beneath the surface of
I'm
the
gonna
cavern.
like, oh, I can help. I throw a fireball, melt
You
it.
start carving, you're like, oh, don't get away. You see Simon's firebolts begin blasting the ice.
14 Oh, okay, well, I'm so helpful.
A large chunk of the ice is blasted out from the firebolt, and you kind of catch your breath for a second. It's not enough to get all the way down, but it does manage to blast away a large
I
portion
still
of the
have like 2 points of health.
Oh, I'm sorry. You do look so lovely.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want a potion?
And so between the two of you guys, you take a dagger, you take a staff, and you jam into the ice, finish to break it apart, and you do find beneath there frozen quite a horde. You find over the next hour or so 4,244 gold pieces.
Whoa!
How much? 4,000?
4,244 gold pieces.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Laura is so excited by the general concept of gold, and then the moment that they get into the details, she switches into business mode. Everyone else is so excited of, whoa, like 4K? And she's like, I'm sorry, how much? It's just, okay, you said that was with 3 4s? Okay, yep.
A cluster of gems worth altogether around 850 gold. A singular diamond, it's about that large.
Oh, it's like our other diamond of
Yep,
awesome.
it's actually a little bit smaller than the one you have. It's
Okay.
worth anywhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 gold
So
pieces.
serious.
You also managed to find a pair of leather gloves with almost like gold trim around each one of the joints.
Wow.
You find, looks like a small leather.
Marina, no, I do not need another one of these. This is proof that you've been watching the VODs. I do not need another one of you. Richard is already enough. Some people seem to really like these secondary roles, TBH. What do you mean secondary roles? Like the secondary like the nature roles? Oh, I see. I do the same thing. I'm the loot goblin banker of my party. I just got done chatting with one of my players, and they said they really enjoyed being the main note taker. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I feel that. When I'm a player, I love being the map, like note taker, like the location note taker of like how far things are away from each other, like how many days ride, how fucking footsteps, miles, kilometers, whatever you want to use. I love mapping it all out. So yeah, I totally feel that. Richard isn't here. I'm just doing what someone needs to do. Yeah, is that the secondary role within the stream? Is we need one Electrum piece converter? Like, yeah. Yeah, I think the goblin banker is basically the treasurer. Same thing, same difference. I don't know what we will call the Electrum piece converter.
Cap that you just kind of pull over the head that a peasant would wear, and what looks to be one glass vial containing an indeterminate liquid.
What is the colors of this?
From what you can look at the color, it's like a purplish blue.
Indeterminate liquid.
Can anybody do a perception check on magical?
No.
Liquidy?
I would like to perception check the leather hat.
You make a perception check.
Can anybody do an arcana check on the letter?
Oh, I can do an arcana check.
What do you have detect magic or?
16.
No.
Identify spell?
No. I thought about them.
Okay. Oh, you make an arcana check on. Well, you guys have a brief
18.
rest here. It should be fine, actually.
18.
Okay, so looking at it, it's a very fancy leather hat.
It's a fancy leather hat. It's
I'm
I'm curious about the gloves myself.
You take some time with each one of these items that you pull out from the ice, and each one emanates a magical aura from them.
Travis is just trying to have fun. He knows that they've transitioned into a shopping episode. He's just like, oh, yes, leather hat. He's like acting out, putting it on. Fucking hearts for Travi. Oh yes, I'm very nice.
You take the gloves first and you look at them, and you eventually come to realize, oh, you've heard about this. You've read about this in your books. These are gloves of missile snaring.
Missile snaring?
They are gloves that, when worn, you have an opportunity to possibly snatch a missile out of it. These gloves seem to almost melt into your hands when you don them. When a ranged weapon attack hits you while you're wearing them, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by a certain amount, right? You have a free hand. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can catch the middle air. Like,
That's pretty cool.
That might be good for you, though.
For anybody with ranged, probably.
Anybody who's hit by ranged. So those are.
I have a two-handed
Very
ranged
nice.
weapon,
Oh,
though.
there's other
That's even
things.
not.
Looking at the hat itself, while not a very impressive hat, the magical energy on it does give you the idea that it is used as an illusion-based magic. It is a hat of disguise. While wearing this hat, you can use an action to cast a disguise self spell at will. It removes that. It ends if the hat is removed.
May I have that one, please?
No
I
scan.
think Stan will
You'll abuse
already
that.
disappeared.
You've already abused that privilege already.
I'm sorry.
I've got that.
But, by the way, your lips taste like bubblegum.
I've got to keep my bald head.
Yeah.
The potion is a potion of climbing. The potion is drinking. You can actually climb your walking speed for 1 hour.
Like spider climb?
For 1 hour?
Spider pig.
What's it called?
Spider pig.
Yep, you're just like climbing scaling cliffs. You have you can go at the speed. Normally you're very slow when you climb. You can just parkour up super fast.
Nice.
Parkour.
While this is happening, because you rolled a 20, you look over at the corpses that are frozen on the ground. You see one of the corpses itself is wielding a sword, and another one of the corpses appears to have a shattered bow in one hand. You go over and see the sword itself is not affected by the ice. That is, it actually seems to be resisting the ice.
Give me
You
that sword.
break it out of the hand. The person who's holding the bow currently, the upper torso is like bitten off and shattered. Part of the body is ruined. The bow is broken and destroyed, but there is a quiver in its back. Within the quiver, you see most of the arrows are frozen solid within the quiver, but there is one that seems unaffected by the ice.
Take that, take that.
Can you tell
You
what
pull
it
out
is?
the arrow. It appears to be like a deep forest green, and the actual shaft of the arrow has a texture to it, almost like a rough metallic texture.
Take it.
Take it.
Well, I'm taking.
Hey man, this is so I'm not even gonna speak too much on this shopping session because during the Underdark, I said, fucking put it all in a chest. Do not drip feed out these little magic items to us, 2-3 times a session. Just put them all on one body, put them all in a chest, and give them all at once. That way we have all the fun stuff, and then we transition into the note-taking stuff, and that's exactly what he's doing. So you know what? If you gotta feed the loot goblins, which very clearly you have several in the party, this is how I would prefer you do it. 2 thumbs up. Wild Matt can get away with saying the word shaft. Yeah. Well, why would that be wild, Reese? Why would that be wild?
Are you kidding me?
I think after Laura talked about Trinket's giant cock, I think Matt can say shaft.
Take it.
If we should bring this over to Lyra. Lyra, make an
Yeah,
arcana check.
I would love to make an arcana check. This is a very interesting arrow. I haven't seen one of these like this. Oh wait, maybe I have. A 27.
Good enough. Take the time with it. You immediately recognize there's a similar enchantment on both of these weapons, and whoever came in here earlier had the intent of slaying this dragon and failed to do so. But what you find is a Dragon Slayer longsword.
Oh, that would have been helpful beforehand.
Ooh!
Which is a +1 weapon normally, but against dragons or people with the dragon subtype, it deals an additional 3d.
Arrow of dragon.
Singular arrow. It's a one-use arrow.
Oh God, why?
Weapon normally, but against dragons or people with the dragon subtype, it deals an additional 3d6 damage with every hit.
It's too bad it didn't work for them.
God, why couldn't we have seen that before?
An arrow of dragon slaying.
Arrow of dragon.
Singular arrow. It's a one-use arrow, but if it hits a dragon of the dragon race type or group, it has to make a Constitution saving throw or take an additional 6d10 piercing damage.
What? Wow.
One use. Fuck you, dragon arrow.
Wow.
6d10.
That's very pleasant.
The bodies
But
beforehand.
yeah, right. What is it? It's the saving throw? It's a what kind of a saving throw?
We'll see.
I'll take
You're
it.
gonna get a
So, at this point, you guys have taken probably a good hour and a half or so in this cavern. You can start seeing water drip.
Oh, we should get out.
Yep, let's leave.
Starting to
Beginning
go.
to thaw in the
Oh, we
acid.
should head back to town because we have to get
Yes.
this shit back.
Well, what's good is we're within, I believe we're within the 3 days of the contract, yes?
Possibly.
Well, we got the contract. We completed it within 3 days.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to get a good
good.
amount of
So
time
we've
to get back.
killed, yes, we've killed it, so now let's just go.
Percy, you go and you pull out the contract facts to inspect it, and you can see that the arcane sigils that were built into there are
Siggles!
currently faded.
Yay!
Drink.
And where it looks like each piece of the dragon that you harvested correctly has seemingly have a strange glimmering gold kind of shimmer from the actual text on the contract.
Lima, they're gonna love you.
It's so exciting. I can't wait to go to the mess hall and tell everybody many times over and over
How
how
amazing
this
you
happened
are.
together.
Yes.
And you guys, this has been an amazing journey. So
BFF.
thank you.
I would like to take just
can't believe we
one
didn't die.
gold coin right at the base of the head of what was formerly Rhinefang for myself, and I'll put it in a necklace when I get
Alrighty, you take that one gold piece, pocket it. Take a moment to remember your final death blow against the dragon. You guys trek back through the caverns you arose, back through the ruined Frost Giant village, back into the Vesper Timberland. Find where your horses were currently tied up. Make your way back towards the city of Vasselheim. About a day and a half's worth of travel later, you notice that the blizzard that kind of encompassed the 6-mile radius of this mountain range has faded into a soft fog, and the actual weather in this area seems to have been connected to the presence of the dragon. Is slowly dissipating. You eventually make yourself to the base of Vasselheim's main wall. You shout at the top of the wall.
Wait, the weather in the area was related to the dragon, but it had a bunch of frost giants living there before, and I guess maybe just the blizzard was related to him. That would make more sense. Because I think he only moved in like an hour, or not an hour, like a year or a few years before. So, okay. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's just talking about like the massive blizzard.
And noticing the group arriving, they let the doors open. You can see the giant kind of dragon-headed ballistas that are behind the top of the city wall are armed and ready, and upon approval, they move them away. You enter the city, make your way through the braving grounds, the quad roads to the outside of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall. As you enter the main room,
makes sense.
you see Merton is standing there, kind of looks like he's playing a game of solitaire with some sort of deck of cards. He looks up.
I take off the bag and
I
plop
don't
it
be
on.
damned. Are you serious? You killed him.
Martin, we did it.
Show me the contract. Show me this contract.
I mean, I don't know why you doubt us.
Here you
But
go.
really, it's right here.
Well done. And he takes his hand up to shake your hand.
Oh my gosh, I start crying. This is so much better than anything moment in my life, Martin. I've like admired you for so long. And the fact that thank you, and I just hug him.
Okay. I appreciate it very much. You lost me 200 gold pieces, but well done. You've proven to be more than I expected. Let me get the hunting mistress. She would be very happy to see
Your
that you're
wife.
right.
Yes.
My wife, yes. And he gets up and leaves. A few months later, the master of Nessus and Real comes in. Her
Holy shit, is Merton out here rigging fights? I mean, it was heavily implied that they were set up to fail, and he lost 200 gold pieces out here. Fucking Merton's rigging the boxing ring. Holy shit. That's crazy.
tiefling self, with her horns kind of curled behind her head, kind of walks in with this smooth glare. I must say, some of these contracts you put out as a test of your power and will, and to be perfectly honest, I was pulling for you. And she puts out her hand, and her husband takes a pouch of coin, puts it in her hand. She takes it and puts it on the side of her belt. I'm impressed by all of you, and by this token, and by the completed contract. First off, you have definitely proven your worth to the Slayer's Take.
Oh my god, it's so sweet, Vanessa.
Keep the emotions in check with a bit of a face here. You want to see everything get dry. Now for the rest of you, I would like to humbly ask if you wish to join the Slayer's Take Guild.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah, why not?
The bear too?
The bear's back. Let's not show in the back room. We have a few trophies there that might freak him out.
Do we get to work with another leader next time?
We get to lead
Because
ourselves.
if the answer is yes, we refuse. This is our leader from now on.
Thank you
If-
so much.
For any Slayer's
You are
Take.
able to choose what your group is at any time, whatever the contract requires.
I really appreciate it, but given the kiss that we had, I realized why Aldor doesn't love me is that I don't have enough experience sexually. So I need to stay in town to spread my wings in that area, and then he'll will love me. Won't he, Vanessa?
Vanessa goes, Lyra, I would recommend this course of action to not be taken. I would think that would reflect poorly on it. I mean, your personal time is your own, but nevertheless, my dear, this is a very pious
I think this is a great idea.
Take her for the team, Scarlett.
And I
You're
can.
very strong.
Oh, no, not you. You're such a friend to me. I can't ruin that.
Oh,
No,
friend
you're right.
zone,
You're right. You're right.
Vanessa walks out and puts her hand on her shoulders. We're gonna have a talk,
Okay.
woman to woman.
Oh my god, you guys. I'm in.
However, it would seem
Be straight with her, will you? Please.
I'm going to make sure she doesn't embarrass the rest of us.
Thank you.
So, with the contract completed, provide what you've harvested from your quarry, and payment will be delivered.
Dr. Goods.
I put the bag down, it's got all this stuff in it. And then we take out a couple from the white dragon, and we got
White
the
dragon.
other stuff. And we got this giant heart right here.
The heart of which Karate can carrying on its back as you guys travel. Slam it down, it hits the table, and kind of the wood cracks a little bit beneath it from the impact of the partially frozen. And you can see the ice is now starting to melt a little bit on the exterior.
Careful, it needs to be preserved.
She gives a nod. Very well. Martin, please provide these for transport to the contract client.
Can we ask who actually contracted?
Gold and gold?
It's written on the contract itself.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry.
Who was it?
Percy has the contract, right? So
I do.
Yes, I'll read it later.
Oswind Grund?
Osmond Grand.
Grundle?
Yes, of course.
G-R-U-N.
Alchemist Oswind Brun.
Grund.
Oh,
Oswald
okay.
Brandon Alchemy.
make a history check, by the way.
Grundon.
May I as well?
Yeah.
21.
G-R-U-N-D.
Oh, wow.
It's 19, 20, 25 for lot.
25?
A lot.
Oh, what do we do? I'm
Oh,
so
well,
sorry.
history check? 4. He's a person.
I fall too as well. We are still getting shots later, but now.
9.
All right. The two of you immediately go, huh, and it hits you. You've heard the name before. You know you've heard the name, you're trying to figure out where it is. You pick it up, it's like, he's a member of the Arcana Pensophical, which is essentially a secret group. It's a very inclusive group of archmages across the entire globe that essentially work together to keep the peace on a global scale.
I was about to say, exclusive sounds more right, because if it was a secret and some random Joe Blow from across another continent knew about it, not so secret, right?
Of which you know that Allura Lysorin is a member of the Arcana.
Oh, right.
Yes, of course.
This is a member of that team.
Allura. The conspiracy web maybe opens back up if Kima's back and Allura wheel out the crazy board 'cause someone set them up for this dragon. Assumingly, and the man would have you believe that they were just testing their power, and this totally wasn't a Suicide Squad mission. But that's real easy to say now that they've come back alive, and we already know that Allura sent them off on a suicide mission to go and fight Cavern. And it almost seems like we have one member of the Pentecostals setting them up against the super big bad, another member of the Illuminati setting them up against the second big bad, and they just keep surviving. Could it be that the Illuminati's trying to get rid of them? And this will be the next arc, is them slowly discovering that the Illuminati's doing all of this to them? I think it could be possible. And then C3, Sam reveals Laura and Ashley are just drawing dicks instead of taking notes. It's all connected. We just watched a failed assassination attempt. How does he do it? It could be. It could be.
Whatever information.
So this is it's most likely going to good use. Very
Right,
nice.
yes, potentially.
So do we collect our money?
Indeed. What is the total on that contract, if you don't mind?
I was just working that out.
Lots of gold.
Lots of gold. It's 1,800 for the dragon eyes, 1,200 for the dragon tongue.
Also, if you see my arm repeatedly jiggling, it is because long ago, chocolate melted on this little bottom bit of my keyboard, which has a lot of little holes on it. And so when I get bored, or not bored, but just when I'm feeling fidgety, because right now I'm out of my ADHD medication because there's a shortage. I like to scratch it, which slowly this has been like this for probably like a year and a half. I am slowly getting the like dried whatever is in there out of it. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh man, Mega Mind Zero, you know it, brother. You know it. Yeah, let's get this little dust.
3,500 for the heart.
6,500.
1,500 for the cars.
Oh,
and then
8,000.
And then 8,000. And then how much for the dragon teeth?
$9,000. I mean,
Per
9,000
dragon
gold.
tooth or for all 6 dragon teeth?
For 20 dragon teeth.
Yeah. Essentially, considering the dragon teeth you had already stored,
Yes.
those are used in this transaction,
Yes.
as well as the claws. So you no longer have dragon teeth and dragon claws stored in your bag. However, you fulfilled contract with the full payment as well.
Classic gamer junk, dude.
9,000 total.
9,000 gold pieces. She reaches beneath and pulls out a small chest. So you're kind of do something beneath the table you don't recognize, and all of a sudden you hear a clicking sound, and she pulls up 3 large sacks of gold on the table. Divide as you see fit. On top of this, as you have now gained membership in this, when your other team members arrive, which should be any moment now, in the next day or so, you'll be inducted, you'll be absolved of your breach of the laws of Vasselheim. And you will also require a small payment in conjunction with the Hydra contract. So, we will discuss this as soon as your friends arrive. Until then, feel free to rest, divide the gold, and be on your way.
That's 1,500 each.
Thank you,
So
madam.
Oh, I don't need any.
What about you?
All right. Oh, I need. I'll take. Definitely. Thank you.
You do not need your money. Well, that will go back to the guild. Thank you.
No, she misspoke. She misspoke.
She misspoke. I'm so sorry. She completely misspoke.
Very well. Tosses the coins.
We're going shopping.
1,800 each.
Well done. Congratulations. And I look forward to a very fruitful and profitable future together here at the Slayer's Take.
Alright. Scanner, should we go and make sure that your wounds are completely healed?
Perhaps.
Insight check Vanessa really fast.
You may.
just
What are
see
you trying to gather?
Just to see what kind of person she is.
All right, go for an insight check.
I knew my tiefling sisters.
24.
Okay. You know you have a very, very strong sense of being able to read a person, and yet she is still an enigma to you. She seems earnest. She seems definitely a shrewd businesswoman, and there's a reason this guild has been successful for as long as she's been at the helm of it. But as far as reading her intent, she seems very guarded and hard to read. You're unable to really catch a beat on her.
Venice, I just want to thank you for entrusting me with this very, very difficult task. I know that you sent some other people at this dragon, and your confidence in our abilities over theirs, who were defeated, it's just fantastic. I mean, what were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
What were you thinking, really?
Yes.
Well, to be perfectly honest, this dragon had been a thorn in our side with previous contracts, failed on its side, and you all seemed so confident in your skills. I figured it would be a good excuse for you to either flee from this thing and come back with your tail between your legs, or be foolish and get yourself killed, in which case you're not a problem of ours anymore and everything's fine. Or, best case scenario, what you've shown to me today.
Which is that we're amazing.
Vox Machina does not flee.
Never. Although I'm not a part of it.
Thank you, an
I
honorary
shall
member.
never flee.
Anyway, I have business to attend to. Enjoy your night, celebrate, and return here when you wish to see your friends hopefully return as successful as you were.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very easy explanation. I feel like if what's his face was here, if Vax was here, he would sneak in, he'd find some sort of bribe document or something that could. She is Restay. I feel like there's a document in her possession, in her care, in her desk, from not Aldor, whoever the mage dude was that hired them in the first place, that says, hey, put Vox Machina on the case. Her husband is probably clueless, but she's got it out for them. I could see that. I feel like she doesn't even know what's up. She just got a bribe from Wizard Boy. Wizard Boy says, put Vox Machina on this shit. The Wizard Boy was the guard. The guard wasn't real. That's why he didn't warn them about the Hydra. That was like the Wizard Boy's like fucking simulacrum or clone. And that's why he didn't tell them that hunting the Hydra would be against the law. So he got them out there. He bribes head of the Slayer's Take to say, hey, I need them to go and kill the dragon now, because he knew that they would have to avoid going to jail. Holy shit, connect the dots and add generic cards face to the crazy part. Yes, exactly.
Sure they will.
That's it! Yes, I know, my dear, I'm taking it. And he takes the heart and kind of leaves it over his back, and the halfling, as thick as he is, goes, bring it to the back room. She turns around, gathers the rest of the materials into a sack, and exits the room. And with that, we conclude tonight's session. Well done!
Concludes tonight's session.
By the way, these are magical items.
Take
Shoot them
those,
amongst
we'll pass
yourselves.
them out
Yes.
next
I'm gonna go ahead and take those.
I have to split.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hashtag keep Mary. Oh, they didn't do hashtag beard check. We don't know about Grog's gross translucent beard. A little inside scoop on the new wall decor and some meta jokes. 404. Brrrp. What the? Oh, it's her book. Brrrp. Brrrp. Oh, wait, 404. 54. Oh, it's Marisha. Oh my God, a bunch of people are here.
Matthew, I'd like to point out the beautiful wall that for some reason I
Looks
don't know
better this
how
week?
that happened.
What's
Can
up with
you-
that? Yeah.
Maybe you guys can.
It's as if the two of us had some obnoxious free time to spend in the back sweating.
It's like I have carpal tunnel for some
so weird.
unknown reason.
My back hurts.
Yeah, these two spent so much free time this week coming down here to the studio, and through their arcane focus managed to craft depth and texture. to the brick wall behind
Matthew,
me.
no, it was hard labor, and they
Yes.
painted for hours. It wasn't. It was hard.
It wasn't magic.
Don't
alright.
kill the dream. Don't kill the dream.
No. This is.
Don't make him roll. Don't make him roll. Don't make him roll.
I'm Orion. I'm not Tiberius. I'm Orion.
Magic.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Guys, turn into Crowd Control every Monday on
Thank you so much.
7 to 10, where I play Final Fantasy 14. Also, check out my own Twitch stream on Orion Akaba slash
Tit stream.
Tit stream.
slash Twitch. There you go.
On Slack.
I didn't see this bit. These people are insane affectionate. I agree.
Tits.
On slash Orion's Club slash Twitch is a tibulate. Don't.
4/13/28. Dude, this is why it's very nice to have the timestamps. I get to see all the best parts without having to watch any of the things in between. Hearts in chat for John.
Caught up and checked on us as well. Oh no. First Judicial City Court, City of Vasselheim. Indefinite restraining order. This matter having come on before the court and Interpreter City of Vasselheim's application for an indefinite restraining order and or preliminary injunction. The court, having considered the pleadings and otherwise being fully advised in the premises, finds 1. Immediate and irreparable injury will result if a restraining order is not issued immediately as requested. 2. The requirement for a bond should be waived. 3. This order shall be effective immediately unless modified. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that Lyra the Wizard directly through any agents, together with any persons and or entities operating on behalf of or in concert with Lyra the Wizard, are hereby restrained and enjoined. We're gonna go ahead and tweet this to Felicia. She had to run, but she needs to read.
Apparently, there has been some legalese against
a
particular wizard.
Hereby restrained or enjoined from 1. Contacting or speaking with the adventurer known as Aldor.
It's a restraining order for Aldor!
Here to refer to as the dude in danger, including no means of telepathy or the use of other communication magic. 2. Entering in areas within 500 yards of the physical person of the dude in danger. His personal residence or any building he is currently occupying. 3. Using the position Lyra the Wizard acquired through as a technicality in the monster hunting guild known as the Slayers to go on adventures with the dude in danger. Signed, Trackle Moonshadow, City Judge.
To be fair, I don't think legal judicial actions count unless they are physically handed to the person whom they were used for. So I don't think that restraining order.
That's a summons, darling.
Excuse me.
That's a summons.
That's a summons.
Yes.
A restraining
Okay.
order does not have to be.
It could just be issued.
handed to. Okay, never mind.
Trust me. Trust me, I know.
Keep it on hand to deliver to the intended recipient as soon as possible. Do not worry.
Well done, Critter. Well
That
done.
is
That's very funny. I never made a bunch of physical props. Like I really liked the contract. I really liked all that, but I really do like writing little in-world bits and snippets. Like I like writing little newspaper articles or like songs, like little like bard riffs. That's really fun. I like that a lot. 22. Let's see. 22, 24.
For Felicia and Mary. I hope that they should have some goodies and not feel left out when the weekly Christmas goodies end up. There's one for Felicia here that we'll give to her when she returns. Wow. And for Mary.
She got something. Mary got something?
Yeah, she got wine. So much. Open it. All right.
Who's this from?
What
the shit?
There's not a name on this.
Oh my God.
There's not a name on this either. I wonder if it's from the same
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Oh, yay.
Hey, that's the same company that I bought my one from.
I've never had a wand in my life. I'm so moved right now.
Thank you, Kidder, so much.
So much. And it matches my suit.
Whoever you are that sent this, there's no name on it, and I want to
Thank
thank
you so much.
Oh,
Thank you. I cast eternal love and gratefulness.
There's no name on this one either.
But those who sent us presents and you didn't put a name on it, if you meant to, or you want to tweet at us,
Yeah,
please.
tweet
Yeah,
please.
please.
Because,
Yes.
okay, this says, hi Laura, I do not know if you cosplay Vex, but if you do, there is a better bow than the red one in the intro. Also, it breaks down into 3 pieces if you want to travel with it.
What?
I made it after watching a YouTube video on how to make a real bow. The style of the bow is called recurve. So after 12 feet of
a nice
pipe,
recurve
two
bow.
sharp fingers, here it is.
Yes.
To assemble it, blah, 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 blah.
Did you get a bow?
I will read that myself. Now comes the hard part. I have already strung the bottom part, just make sure that the line is even. Bend the top part. This is a bow, y'all.
Oh, yes.
And it's green and lovely. And
Oh
thank
my
you
God.
so much. And
How do you? Oh my God!
it's even got like beautiful gold and gray.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
So it's so lovely. If you sent this to me, please tweet me, and I would love to say thank you.
That's amazing.
That's so spectacular.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
It's gonna be holes in your wall.
They watched a YouTube video how to do that.
You can learn how to do anything on YouTube.
Yeah.
And they made it, and they
That is insane. I like when it was like, oh, I watched a YouTube video on it, but it had like inlay, and that looks like nice wood. This must be like already like a carpenter, right? Like
sent it.
Someone's gonna get archery lessons. Someone's gonna shoot their own bow.
Look, it's got a leather grip on it. You guys.
There are archery targets right by my house too.
Please
Right at the
don't see
park.
this as an opening to send us tons of dangerous weapons.
Yep.
I want a bloody sit down.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The dragons on the end.
He's a figurehead. He has very little actual power.
If you can manage to send an arcane staff, that would be amazing.
there's very little actual power. Oh man. Woo! Look at that. We laughed, we cried. That was a good episode. Matt got me. He did not describe as much as I would have preferred, but honestly, I was distracted by the lovely player interactions the whole time, unironically. A lot of my like thought process during the role playing was like how Matt could enable the players more, because I was just so taken by Mary Elizabeth, and Felicia Day was impeccable. Not to be negative, but we didn't have Orion bringing it down. I mean, it was just fun. It was a good one. Good episode, fun episode, great guests. Yeah, man. That was dope. So yeah, I'm excited for the next one to see. I think it's Will Wheaton and maybe someone else. I'm not sure. We'll definitely be interesting to see the other crew of Marisha and Orion and Liam. The cursed being Will Wheaton. Yeah, that'll definitely be interesting. I'm excited to see what characters they make, especially. But yeah, I'm interested. And I will also say something that I'm going to be thinking about with this and with the next episode, and probably one of the things that my takeaway will be from the entire kind of 4-episode arc will be like takeaways from making like mini arcs of like how to make like a really condensed plot with interesting mysteries and character interactions and discussions and discoveries and combats, because it's something that I'm not very adept at, honestly. I'm not very good at making like one-shot limited series type things, so I'm going to be like analyzing this not just in terms of like advice, but in terms of like, ooh, like what did I like and what did I not like, and gonna be taking it away for my own personal use. Yeah, so next episode I'll probably marinate more on this one before next step, which will be on Wednesday. And I'll definitely it's something that's gonna be top of mind when I'm watching the next couple episodes. He was on Big Bang Theory, I've heard of Will Wheatman. The curse is more real than I am. Oh boy. Dang, I made it right in the outro. Hope the stream was, as the youth say, big poggers. I would say so. I would say there was a lull. There was kind of a slow section, probably, like second, third, or the third, fourth, probably. But I would say, all in all, very big poggers episode. I liked it a lot. We lunch houring tomorrow? Potentially. I say potentially because I don't remember what my meetings look like tomorrow at actual work. So, depending on those, maybe. Also, depending on what my voice feels like. We'll see. But most definitely Pog Champion, my good sir, my good man. Heck yeah, Red, we'll have to rewatch on high speed. Oh boy. We did watch a good amount of it, especially the combat on very high speed, so good luck on that. But thank you all for joining. I am going to go make myself a little bit of food. He's gone to plaid speed. Yeah, I will see you guys at minimum Wednesday night for the next CR episode. I would say probably before then, but I can't guarantee when. But I will see you then. Good stream. See you next time. Have a good one later, man. Later to all of you. Thank you for joining. Good night. Oh, yes. Wait, extra special goodbye to Marina. Thank you for joining for the first time. It was good to have you. Goodbye.